Okay.
Led in each of the first 3
I want to do
races.
that so that way it separates those two.
Briscoe and Austin Cindric. That's in just a bit. And yeah, for the first time this year, Clint, the
I want them
drivers can
separated.
choose from 2 types of tires for this race. So one is softer with
I didn't want that NHRA stuff at the beginning of the NASCAR stuff. I wanted just the NASCAR stuff to be NASCAR stuff. So I wanted to split it.
No, we're not smart enough to do that, Chris.
Split it.
No,
I did that myself. I did that myself because I wanted, like I said, I wanted to split it off because I want the NASCAR stuff separate from the NHRA stuff so I could upload the video to my YouTube separately.
Maybe fire off that first run, but I don't think that's going to happen.
There wasn't any action of the qualifying highlights, so I might, when I do the NHRA eliminations later, that might be the one that I upload.
Yeah, and Chris, the reality is no one really knows. Like, it's going to be a stop-by-stop basis on where you are on the track, how many seconds you're going to have left. Knowing the answer to this, it's an unknown right now, and to me, that's what makes this exciting today, is to see who gets it right and who doesn't. Because if you get it
I didn't
right,
know
you
it
got
until
a
I
chance
saw
to
the
win, but if
story
you get it
listed
wrong, you
on.
find yourself in a terrible position.
Well, first of all, let me back you up.
I get the
What is
NASCAR
this
app
we have a
updates,
primary
and it
tire
said it.
job.
It was like, I didn't
This
know they were
option
running the
tire
option
is a lot
tire
softer
today.
tire. That means she's going to go a lot faster, up to a half a second faster than the field.
So that-
just
that's
like
gonna
I said
throw a
about the
whole
drivers,
other
you give it
element
in our hands, we want them
into-
every single time. The key
into
is you
this,
only have
too.
2 sets of them. You better wait. To your point, you don't use all them bullets in the chambers. Save one to the end.
And let's not forget, this is rare for NASCAR to do this. They've given the teams this option. They didn't have time to test this tire at the end of the season. They know the tire needs to be softer here, and to be able to get those I guess the thoughts of everybody and know what's too soft, to be able to run them in the race is like free testing.
And Chris, one thing to keep in mind is that Phoenix has been traditionally one of the hardest tracks to pass on.
Yes.
They bring this tire here because it's going to change it up a little bit. If you get on these tires, it's going to be easy to pass the guys that are on the harder compound or the slower compound tires. So to me, that's the thrill of this for us to watch, is who puts them on at the right time and to watch guys drive through the field or fade.
So strategy race, pressure on the crew chief, and the driver will do what the driver does best, given the tires he has to work with. All right, let's check in our tag team of pit reporters, and they got this 1 mile track covered. Here is Jamie Little. Hi, Jamie.
Hello, Chris. What a great race we had 1 week ago at Circuit of the Americas. One driver, though, that had a standout performance was the 9 of Chase Elliott. But it didn't start that way. He was involved in that lap 1, turn 1 incident. But that team went to work. They didn't give up. He didn't give up. He drove through the field to finish 4th. Now, this has been a tough start to the season. This team, this car has been wrecked in all 3 races. I talked to his crew chief, Alan Gustafson, earlier today. He said all we need today is a clean race to show the pace, the potential that we have in this race car. They had a great practice session, went out, and they qualified 6th. Now let's check in with Regan Smith.
It'll be on in a moment, Bumble.
Jamie Little, there is
I'm not wearing it
nothing
right now
like a
because I'm
home
doing
game, and that is
this, and I
exactly
was
what
doing
Alex
an
Bowman has
NHRA,
today. From nearby
watching the
Tucson,
qualifying
Arizona,
session
just a few
highlights
miles down the
earlier,
road
so.
from where we are right now.
It'll be
He
on
is
in a
looking
moment,
forward
trust
what's
me.
going to take place on the
As
racetrack.
usual.
As for the race team and what's been going on with them so far this season, a solid start. 2 top 10s. They've had speed in every race, been in contention in a couple of those races as well. But qualifying, one area that they have highlighted that has got to pick up, got to improve. That was no different yesterday. Alex qualifying 32nd position after having trouble coming to the green and on his up to speed lap. He's got his work cut out for him today. He wants to get his first career top 5
a good
here
run
in Phoenix,
today,
a track that
honestly.
he holds near and dear to his heart. He's
I
also
really
racing for a
want,
special cause today, Chris. He has got Best
run-
Friends Animal Sanctuary
Laney
in the
runs
car,
so
and I
well in
know
the
if I
fall
don't
race
mention that,
here, yeah.
you and Jamie Little will give me a hard time.
Kind of been so-so in
lovers
the
of
spring
animals, and
race.
you
I
too.
mean, I
Thank
think
you,
we
Regan
had
and
decent runs,
Jamie.
but
All right, we're going to continue.
not to the extent that we had in the fall race.
Training and soaking up the sun at the track. By the way, the 2 drivers that won the 3 races so far.
Well, it happened,
this year,
Bumble.
they led a combined total of
It happened.
19 laps. So that tells
Eric
you
outsmarted you
We'll
guys.
continue live from the desert.
Yes, I did see the highlights of it, so I know what happened.
Race day's ready to bring the heat from the Valley of the Sun. First, we catch up with
That's
Chase
two
Briscoe
Xfinity
and
races,
Austin
though, that I'm
Cindric.
aware of that
All
have
the
had those
news
kinds
from
of
this
finishes.
past
Hell,
week.
2021.
Next, we'll hear from Joey Logano on what it takes to capture the
2021,
checkered flag at this
the
desert
battle
football.
between Hemrick
Later,
and
we sit
Cindric.
down with 2-time winner this season, Christopher Bell,
Ended
to
that
talk about
same
how
way.
he set up shop in Victory Lane.
Yeah, I guess I love
Or
Super
similar
Speedways.
way,
Who would've
actually.
guessed?
And we start a new legacy today, introducing the NASCAR world to Catherine Legg, making her Cup Series debut as the first female driver in 7 years. Rhea Smith hangs out with 23XI Racing's early title contender, Tyler Reddick.
I was prepared to take a little bit of a break, but
Banging the line
would
of
tell me
Phoenix.
it's time to go to work.
All that.
And actually, I think that's
and
what they
more from
were,
Phoenix, Arizona, around the turn.
I think that's what
compete in the extreme wilderness.
they were hoping to get out of Phoenix when they moved the start finish line where they did.
Oh, we can hear him.
For $250,000, do you push
She's not gonna crash out.
or push the button to extract?
Anything that y'all can send me today.
Our survivalists are out there. We are playing a game in here.
I'm ready to go. Hit the button.
I'm not hitting the button.
I
Press the button.
Extract it.
almost put money on that.
Fox and watch
I don't think Leg's gonna crash out.
The UFL is history in motion. It's the gunslingers.
He knows how to race.
Cold-blooded, and a dynasty stacking 3 straight. This is the UFL.
These drivers are a different breed. There are heroes and
She's a former champ car driver, so of course she knows how to race.
that can't be
Started, I think she started Indy. I don't know how many Indy 500 starts she's had, but
on FS1.
started Indy 500 time or two. When ARCA has run.
The game is on the line, and I've
Well, she's also running back marker equipment too. She's not running for Penske or Ganassi either.
And get any footlong on the menu for just $6.99. Fresh sliced deli meat, fresh crispy veggies, fresh baked bread. Wait, can I get a timeout to talk about that bread? No timeouts. Ugh. What else? Get it now on the Subway app. Any footlong for just $6.99. Deals only here until March 13th. The clock is winding down. Use code 699FL now.
Who wins when the Toyota RAV4 and Honda CR-V compete with the Subaru Forester? 96% of Forester vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road today. That's more than the RAV4 or CR-V. The 2025 Forester is also an...
Well, there's being really realistic, Corey, and then there's being dumb.
It also holds its value better than any other SUV in its
So-
class, according to J.D. Power.
Which Bumble's right.
It's on a new Subaru Forester during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Bumble's right.
Going on now.
Same comments I'm seeing about Leg, I've seen about Danica, I've seen about Haley, I've seen about Deegan, or well, Deegan's the person, but Decker. Let's see, Mocha Duno. Who else have I seen? Aaron Crocker. Literally, about every female driver I've seen the same comments for. And also, one of the best... Okay. Shirley Maldoni. Do you complain about her? 3-time NHRA world champion. She had the same comments against her, too. So, yeah. Erica Enders. Yeah. Not to mention, not everybody succeeds in their first starts.
Downtown Phoenix, about 20 miles from where we are at Phoenix.
Need I remind anybody what happened to Chase Elliott in his first Cup start?
With Bob Pockrass. What about Bob?
NASCAR is taking its shot at Michael Jordan.
And that's a guy that had was
an
an Xfinity Series champion too.
As part of the ongoing antitrust
So,
litigation. NASCAR alleges that the teams and Michael Jordan's business partner Kurtis Polk illegally colluded to obtain better terms in the current charter agreement. The team's attorney called the countersuit a meritless distraction. Chase Briscoe is back in the top 16 in the standings after an appeals panel rescinded his 100-point penalty from Daytona for the holes in the spoiler base being altered.
I'm on it today.
A 4-race suspension to crew chief James Small and a $100,000 fine to the team also was wiped clean. Austin Cindric was
I'm coming in fired up today.
for intentionally
Don't ask me why, but I am.
in the race at Coda. While some of these right rear hooks have
Oh, we'll get into that
resulted
once I get done with
NASCAR
that.
determined this one didn't reach
We'll get into that
level,
incident
as it was
later.
done at slower speed, and there wasn't extensive damage to Ty Dillon's car. Cindric won't appeal the penalty.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Bob. We did ask Austin Cindric to join us live for an interview, but he respectfully declined. But we need to talk about this because there's a consensus by many, not those who make the decision.
Oh yeah,
obviously,
the
that
Briscoe
guy
penalty
should have
incident.
been suspended with the other punishment.
Well, I agree. I mean, this is an awful call. I think that, you know, as a driver, with the way that things have gone, and in this particular car, and the way that the injuries are with the head, this is something unanimously decided on, from the driver's side of it, that needs to
Not
be
often you see a penalty like that
now
rescinded.
we're back with this restart thing, or the finish.
The
on caution
penalty that
flag.
was
Now we
at,
don't know exactly where we
severe.
stand, and whether you're going 35 miles an hour or 135 miles an hour,
But,
should have been suspended.
Yeah, I would say that the one thing that stuck out to me was that there's almost this gray area of like, well, what's too fast or what's not fast enough to
because it was a
result
road course,
in a suspension. They said it was on a road course, it was at lower speeds, and it didn't draw a caution. But I think intent is intent, and if his intent, I mean, he chased him down the racetrack to get to him. You can't really deny what happened right there. I'm with Kevin. It's just has to be black and white. If you hook somebody, you're getting suspended for a race.
And exactly. All right, so I know that it's a penalty. Why on earth would I go do it right there when you know that's a penalty? Go to the top of the hill and take care of business. Then it's all behind you. That guy's taken care of, and you don't get a penalty, Chris. Be smart about how you pay him back.
Yeah, and I think in this scenario, now the next time we have this scenario,
All right.
suspend a guy.
Let me put the hat on first.
And then it's going to be, well, you
Gotta get my NASCAR takes ready, so gotta put my hat on.
Of just getting the consistency of what we're doing. This is a really simple call, and I feel like they missed it bad here.
I don't like him doing it on Wednesday. To your point, do it right then and there, take care of business, and get it out of the way. If it's a right hook, it's illegal. It's a right hook, and it's illegal.
Mostly a safety issue there, right? The danger of hooking somebody.
And it's just cheap, right?
Okay.
Like,
My
it's
whole
just
thing
a cheap
is,
shot. And,
NASCAR's already proven what they were doing with this.
It's very obvious to see exactly what he did.
They did
He
it
definitely got away with
to
it.
Kyle Busch.
Let's check in on the other NASCAR
They did it to Bubba Wallace. They did it to Chase Elliott.
standing by with the driver involved. Regan?
Austin Cindric should be sitting a race.
Spectrum is a driver who gained 100
Straight
points
up,
back this week.
100%
Chase, I know you've had a lot of
should
good
be
weeks in
sitting a
your racing
race.
career, but I don't think you have ever gained 100 points in 1 week. How nice is it to not have
He
that
right
hangover
hooked somebody.
you
That
had?
was. He should be sitting a
Yeah,
race.
it's definitely nice. It's nice to have more points than the general population again.
The blanket rule should be, and Kyle Busch put it best too, because I seen his interview with it.
Situation, obviously
is
trying to go win races, but at least let you.
If you right hook somebody,
play out a little bit more.
you
So
should be
just have to
sitting a race.
110% every single time.
Straight up.
So yeah, it's definitely been a good week for us as a race team.
It doesn't matter who the driver is. If Blaney did that, I'd be saying the same thing.
My life a little bit
He should be
harder
sitting a
today. I
race.
stepped really bad in qualifying, but I think our Bass Pro Shops, Toyota was pretty good. So yeah, see.
It should be a blanket one race suspension.
Get some of those points back too.
You mentioned making your life a little bit harder today. You do have to start 30th. I don't want to bring up bad subjects, but
Exactly,
instead of 30th,
Bumble.
We've got this option in this prime tire today. The hard
Because a right hook is intentional. The intent is clearly there.
to manipulate gaining that track position.
Yeah, I feel like nobody really has a.
Majority of the time, the intent is there.
I feel like it's gonna be somewhere in the middle of what North Wilkesboro was in Richmond. Richmond fell
Doesn't matter.
far,
He
but it
he
wasn't
right
good.
reared him, John.
Yeah, somebody's gonna.
Doesn't matter where the car went after the fact. It's the fact that he right reared him. He clearly meant to spin him out.
It'll definitely be interesting. I think for us, it's going to all determine by just how fast we can get going forward. If our car is pretty good and we're able to drive into the top 15, top 10, then I think it definitely changes when you're going to put them on. But if you're struggling, I definitely think you're going to see guys put them on earlier rather than later. So just hard. You want to have.
I mean, we
that land at the end. You're going to
again.
feel really bad about it if you put them all on and then a caution.
It shouldn't be a matter of getting semantics with the incident. It should be you right rear somebody, you're sitting a race.
It's like the Brady Bunch. Marsha, tires. More on that when we get to the race. I want to go back to the punishment or how he was not granted the punishment. Seems like there are some variances, Kevin, in some of the parts, and that creates an issue.
Yeah, the first thing that these teams do is they go through all the parts. They'll order doors, they'll order spoiler bases, deck lids, and they'll say, okay, this one goes on the short track, this one goes on the road courses, this one goes super speedways, this one goes downforce. And some of them are higher, some of them are lower, some of them a little left, some of them a little right, whatever that variance is. There's variance in all the parts. So I like the fact that they overturned this penalty because there is some of those issues that the teams have to work through, and you don't really have a choice when you get into that box. These are the parts that you're given, and they presented a really good case, it sounds like, and got this righted.
Yeah, glad that they were able to get that turned over. And as Kevin mentioned, you buy all these parts and you just put the ones on that favor you.
Oh, I was discussing the Cindric deal.
The thing that stuck out to me
Rory.
is that he was so fast at Daytona, and then when all of a sudden there was an issue with the spoiler, you're like, oh, I bet
The Cindric Ty Dillon deal.
But the reality was,
And how I personally think Cindric should be sitting a race.
the piece just was a little bit out of sight, and they used it to their advantage.
And now I'm saying that a right rear should be a blanket one race suspension.
Happen very often. So they obviously had a strong case. 100 points, folks. That fixes everything for Chase Briscoe and company. That is a big deal.
You didn't see that, Corey? You were here.
Sense of relief. You can see, I think the drivers' meeting is.
Surprised you didn't see that.
Some of the drivers are coming out. We're going to talk to them live on the red carpet before we.
Yeah, when Austin Cindric hooked Ty Dillon last week.
Christopher Bell trying to win back-to-back, 3 in a row, and we will talk to him. And Joey Logano, who was awarded another championship here, back at a track where he's comfortable, has led the most laps this year, trying to get to victory lane. And there's one, Michael McDowell is going to have to move to the
Yeah, you go back and look up the incident. I'm sure the clip's on YouTube. Well, I just uploaded my stream of it, so to my YouTube.
Why would I use HIMS to have my ED meds delivered to my door? I love pharmacy lines.
It was clear it was a right rear. But the debate has come in because of NASCAR kind of basically slapped his wrist, kind of. So. And that's where the criticism has been this week is, you know, why would you make that call when in past cases you have parked the driver a race? In other words, it's just more NASCAR inconsistency, really.
Survivors put their fate in their families' hands.
I don't understand this. Oh, we can hear him.
Do you push your loved one or push the button?
I'm not hitting the button.
Extracted. All new Mondays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Correction. It's been a mess for NASCAR officiating. That's for an agreement, Bumble. That's why I said it needs to be a blanket rule. If you right rear somebody, you should expect to be sitting a race. There should be a blanket rule across the board. That's why I still maintain to this day NASCAR screwed the pooch when they didn't suspend Jeff Gordon a race. For what happened at this very racetrack in 2012.
But sometimes you gotta put on your game face. That's why Tylenol provides fast, effective pain relief. That's Tylenol. That's
You should have been sitting a race.
The UFL is history in motion. It's the gunslingers, the cold-blooded, and a dynasty stacking 3 straight. This is the UFL.
Yeah. Well, actually, the first one in Atlanta, yes. The Atlanta one, he should have been at least parked for. Gateway, I don't think so much was him right rearing as it was holding his ground. I think he held his ground closer to Keselowski, and when Brad came up out of the corner, they hooked.
With Liquid IV.
I don't think he so much meant to right rear Brad and Gateway as he did in Atlanta. But yes, he should have probably been parked for Atlanta.
Decided here. Drivers out of the meeting and signing for fans. There's A.J. Allmendinger, who is making his 450th Cup start and hoping for a little success over this 1-mile track.
Doesn't matter. If you right rear somebody, you should be sitting a race. Period.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate it.
And that's what we're talking about here is a right rear. We're not talking. It's a right rear. You hook somebody in the right rear, especially on a straightaway, you should be sitting a race.
Searching for that first win. Do you feel, despite all the outside noise, and I know you've handled that well, that you're getting closer to getting to victory lane?
Yeah, I mean, we've been fast almost everywhere so far. We were running like 5th or 6th at the Clash. I spun myself blocking, but like we were 4th at Coda in qualifying, and I didn't take care of the tires great, but you run second in Atlanta and then qualify third here. Our cars are getting a lot faster, and I think our setups were good last year, and it just took us to
No, they should be sitting a race. Drive the point and the message home that you're not going to tolerate it. I mean, we said this. The whole discussion got after. Well, I agree, Bumble. I mean, he's already punched above his weight there at Spire, but
everybody aspires fast. Where is his speed coming from?
I just think there's so many different things, right? You know, from Hendrick Motors, we're getting more relationship with Hendrick.
We said it after the Chase Elliott deal that I think they should have. I think NASCAR needs to even turn it up more on the right rear penalty because we've seen more than one incident already.
Talented guys, and obviously Rodney and Travis. There's a bunch, so it's just balancing all that out.
Come on, dude. Seriously, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
That's all right. Okay.
You know what I'm talking about. There's a clear difference between that and actually a right rear. Again, I've listed the drivers. Kyle Busch,
Here's the question I have.
Bubba Wallace, Chase Elliott. Go back and rewatch those incidents and tell me, oh, that was not a right rear. Those were right rears. They were clear right rears. That's what we're talking about. And what happened last week was another one, too.
Because it's a whole different game than just trying to survive.
Yeah, well, I mean, being able to start up front, right? Like, I can kind of, like, relax a little bit more. You know, I'm still going to be me and be aggressive and just be on the limit. But, like, you know,
There's a clear difference. That's what I'm saying. It needs to be in the rule book. When it can be proven that it was intentional, you should be sitting a race. I should have clarified that, said that if it can be proved that it was intentional, it's still make it a rule like that, though. There's got to be a rule in the book so that way it's standard across the board. So we don't sit here and have like what happened with this weekend. So Diesel, no. I think he should be sitting a race. And again, I'm the Penske fan guy here. You know, I love Ryan and I like Penske in general, but yeah, Cindric should be sitting a race. You should not be racing today. Because it was clear the intent.
Take advantage of every chance I get.
Yeah, well, and I appreciate you've gained a lot of fans and supporters along the way. I loved your boy band line too. You got the T-shirt, but thanks for coming by and saying hi.
Thank you guys, I appreciate it.
Carson Hocevar, one of the great young college drivers. Thanks, guys. Going to step across. Well, we have the experienced driver and the three-time champion Joey Logano, familiar face. You didn't bring any pizza here. It would have been nice.
Yeah, we're going to have that in Victory Lane later.
Well, yeah, KB. I already mentioned. I mentioned Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace, and Chase Elliott were the three that have been penalized. Kyle was the most severe of the three because he had to sit the whole weekend for the Xfinity race and the Cup race. Then nationwide race, but
it's a fun racetrack, and I think this today with the
and you know the clincher in all this, and somebody have to go back and look at it. Somebody have to look it up for me because I can't remember. Yeah, Matt got 2 races for his. Granted, Matt did take out the leader of the race. He didn't take the guy running for 5th. So I can understand why Matt's a little more severe. But the thing about Matt's, and that's why I compare Matt's to Jeff Gordon's, Matt only took out one other car. He took out just Joey. Whereas Jeff Gordon collected Joey and Eric Almirola. 2 guys that had nothing to do with the incident and yet were caught up in it. That's why Gordon should have been sitting a race after that deal in 2012. Anyway, back to what I was saying, namely Diesel's comment. Ron Hornaday did the exact same thing at Rockingham. I think it was 2 years later. He did it to Bubba Wallace. He right-reared Bubba Wallace and yet was not sat a race. Yet people forget that one.
this year, well, we have speed in our cars, right? Dakota, we have more speed in our car than we did last year. Phoenix 1 compared to Phoenix 1 last year, we're already got more speed than that. So I feel good about.
Now that's actually incorrect, Bumble. Now granted, they didn't park Robbie a race. They didn't park Robbie a race. But they did.
Not that that's our goal to do.
I figured if it was they either penalized him laps at New Hampshire or they parked him for that race when he collected Stewart and Mayfield after he got payback on Biffle. But I forget which one it was. I forget if they sat him a couple more laps or if they instantly parked him. But I do agree he should have been suspended for that. He should have been parked a race. Now Robbie got parked for the Cup race at Pocono after the deal at Montreal. That's what Robbie got parked for.
What were the kind of the balance offsets that needed to be there? And Paul Wolf and the guys do a good job at trying to make an educated guess on what that adjustment needs to be. And we had that time yesterday in practice to work on that and get an idea of what that is. And I feel pretty good about it, But I think
I've said it before. I think it's been even said as a joke that the only thing consistent about NASCAR is its inconsistency.
On the option tire, the red one. So what happens if you got to run 60? What happens if you got to run even more than that? I'm not sure.
All right, whatever the options are, hope you have the right one. Thanks for coming.
Robbie's into NASCAR kind of started though when he went to try to start his own team. Now, to be fair. When he left RCR to start his own team is kind of when the downfall started for Robbie. Because it's an uphill battle to try to run your own team, and I really don't believe that Robbie really had the resources to
The fans will be moving to the
do that.
We'll talk to more drivers if you stay with us.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi.
If you had to choose, would you listen to elevator music all day or deal with payroll compliance?
Payroll compliance for sure.
Wait, for real?
Switching to Gusto makes staying compliant much easier. On top of seamless payroll, they automatically calculate my taxes and file with the right agencies for me.
Can Gusto help my small business with compliance too?
Definitely.
Yeah, he really was.
Choose payroll compliance without the ups and downs. That's working with Gusto.
You see, the problem is Robbie let his temper get the better of him more than once. You see, unlike Tony, where Tony actually was able to back up and go out and win 3 Cup championships, Robbie never could put himself in a situation where he could run good. I think he would have been okay at RCR, but the RCR was also still trying to recover after the death of Dale Sr. and then you had all the deal with what happened between Jeffrey and Kevin Harvick at Richmond in 03 that led to the wide swap and last week, Diesel proved to me that Kyle still has the team under him. I think that he can win races. I don't know if he's going to be a title contender anymore. I think as far as a title contender, I think Kyle's not a title contender anymore. But last week proved to me that that team still has the ability to win races. I think they can. They literally just need just a little bit to go there. They just need a little bit of luck to go their way. If we hadn't had the one last yellow, literally the Denny Hamlin Austin Dillon deal, I think Kyle Busch wins that race. I think he wins that race if we don't have the Denny Hamlin Austin Dillon yellow. But the yellow caused, the whole tire difference to come into play. And then at the end of the race, he was doing everything he could with what he had, but he was just outgunned on tires. And that was clear because once he lost the lead, he lost a couple more spots because he just was on as good of tires.
Also won and went on to victory lane. Jamie Little caught up with the Oklahoma kid.
Yeah, Bo won this race last year, kind of going away too.
Well, congratulations.
in what was, to me, the worst race of last year.
It's been absolutely
Least entertaining race.
dream of to start the season. Whenever you start the season off with Daytona, Atlanta, it's always a little bit scary because it can go either way, and thankfully it went really well.
You see, I don't know about that one. I'm going to kind of disagree here with Corey because it all depends. It all depends
I've
on
loved my job ever since I started in the Cup Series.
who you pair Kyle
You know, I mean,
with.
going dirt racing probably doesn't hurt.
What was the change of heart for Coach Gibbs after 5 years of being with him to finally say, all right, you can go race dirt again?
We finally put enough pressure on him, Jamie. That's for sure.
He's free. He has put the pedal down.
The car keeps getting better.
That's dangerous for the competition.
So let's go back to the first win of the year. Atlanta, the way it all shook down.
Battle for the lead. Caution! Christopher Bell scores in Atlanta.
But there was one moment when you got out of the car and you're like, I love speedway racing.
I love super speedways.
How does a dirt racer all of a sudden embrace that style of racing and love it?
It was definitely sarcastic.
Well, we don't know. On paper, that looks like a great combination. But would they actually gel? You know, that's the thing. You can look at it on paper and say, oh, that's a great combination. You know, Cliff Daniels is a great crew chief. You put him with Kyle Busch, they win X amount of races. But would it actually work?
Season, I know you had said at one point, like, you had Coda circle. Like, you knew you could get it done.
This is a fantastic race. It's on.
So take me back to your battle with Kyle Busch. We know what happened a year ago.
Oh, no!
What did it mean to you just for him to come up after you got the win?
Yeah, Kyle, you know, we have a lot of history, and I was shocked whenever he came up to me in 2024 all angry. He gave me my first opportunity in pavement racing. I owe a lot to him because he was a huge part of why I'm here today.
Got a little wide there, and Christopher Bell goes back to back.
Well, I'm just saying, some driver crew chief pairings work well than others. I mean, we've seen that. Some drivers, you get the right driver crew chief combo, and it takes off.
Let's move forward to Phoenix.
But
you're going for the three-peat, something that nobody has done in this generation of race car. You guys think that you can get it done?
Well, if there was a place to do it, it would definitely be here. Phoenix is probably my best track statistically as a driver. I didn't have Atlanta circled, but Coda, Phoenix, Vegas, even into Homestead, those are all racetracks where we felt like we could win.
Well, Vegas, honestly, they could have. It was last year, the year before, they could have won one of the Vegas races.
He's the first driver to win 2 of the first 3 races since Kevin Harvick did it in 2018. Of course, overall, Kyle Larson's the last driver to have won 3 straight. And how about the kind of driver he's become, or where he can improve or get a little better? You were listening closely as he was talking.
Well, I'm not saying. I'm saying on paper, it's a great pairing. I mean, you look at the results for both, it's like that would be a great pairing. I'm just saying, would it actually work in practice? And that's the difference. We can sit here and debate on paper which driver crew chief combos are going to work. The question is, and this is why the team owners make the big bucks, you know.
Christopher Bell is a championship there are a lot of variables today, and I think for them, already having been
being able to put together those driver crew chief combos.
It's important to make sure they leave here with the right notes for the softer tire.
And if you're looking at just overall motorsports, the 2 best at doing that are obviously NASCAR, Rick Hendrick. But Roger Penske's another one that's been really good with that. Putting the right people in place. Chip Ganassi in IndyCar is another one. Putting the right people in place with each other.
About Christopher Bell is that if you look at the last 2 races, he's won, you know, on a drafting style racetrack and then a road course, totally different. He's also been able to win at Martinsville, which is a completely unique racetrack. He can win at any type of racetrack we go to, and I can't explain how hard that is to have not only a driver that can do that, but the team that's able to get that done. It's super impressive.
It just puts you in that elite category. You know, all the drivers are good drivers in this series, but to be able to win, that's exact. There's only probably 3 or 4 of them that I would consider elite.
Yeah, if you're making a race all over, like you mentioned, Larson, Kyle Busch, when he was winning back in the day champion, same kind of thing, would race everywhere in anything. By the way, Bell, the only driver from Oklahoma to have won a Cup race, gives the Sooner State some
There's
credit.
Catherine.
When we continue live with the guys and counting it down to the start of the race, Catherine Legg making her Cup debut. More on that in a moment.
Thanks for getting these sub bowls. Of course, no problem, big bro. Let's eat.
She's gonna finish all the laps. I don't. She's not gonna. She's running the 78 car. She's running a car that already is down on pace, so I don't expect a lead lap finish from her. But she's gonna finish the race. She's gonna finish the race and get a lot of experience.
With Pro Plan Sport, incredible.
You're not gonna see yellows today. The spring race notoriously has not ever been a crash fest. It wouldn't shock me if the only yellows we see today in this race are the stage enders.
But it starts here. Pro Plan Sport, advanced nutrition for strength and
No, she went feral on the other dumbasses that are saying she's going to be a dart without feathers, so to say. There's a difference. Now, realistically, what you're saying is right. She's going to finish several laps down, but she's going to finish a race.
The last 10 years are still on the road today. That's more than the RAV4 or CRV.
Get special low rates on a new Subaru Forester during the Subaru A Lot to Love event. Going on now.
Eczema isn't always obvious.
Eczema isn't always red.
But now, eczema isn't always going to stop you. With Ebglyss. Ebglyss is a once-monthly treatment to help those with moderate to severe eczema find real itch relief and real results.
Like skin that's still more clear at 1 year. Don't use if you're allergic to Ebglyss. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Ebglyss. Before starting Ebglyss, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection.
Skin that's still more clear, even at 1 year? Clearly, it's possible with Ebglyss.
Talk to your doctor about Ebglyss for eczema.
And we move the crew over to the starting grid as some of the drivers early with Byron. Talk about Melvin Championship. There's another guy who certainly is capable, backed by Hendrick Motorsports. Well, we spring forward in most places, not Arizona, but you set your clock forward 1 hour. Before we go forward, let's take a glance back, a little rear view mirror of the season so far.
Have a good day. 3, 2, 1.
Yes. Steve Miller Band, Jungle Love.
And here we come for the start. High speed in Atlanta. These cars are glued together. Caution is out.
Easy money with Chris Bell. I love super speedways.
The Echo Park Automotive Grand Prix gets the
Personally, I think last week was the best race of the year so far. Because that was a great four-way battle for the win there.
All right, so Byron and Bell, I know it's early here. 3 races to go. We go week to week. We get a big
And actually, Byron did something in that 24 car that Jeff Gordon never did. Jeff never won back-to-back 500s.
Are you all in, or are you pumping the brakes on On a little buzz that's out there from fans and others, Christopher Bell, not only the championship favorite, but he will win the championship. Where are you on that? And I know, Clint, you're a big fan of his, but are you pumping the brakes, or if you had to make
I don't know. I'm
your guy, and if not, who gives him the greatest challenge?
Just like he's doing in that race car, push that loud pedal through the floorboard.
Okay, you're not pumping the brakes, all right?
Yeah, we aren't even at Kansas yet. That's true.
Going straight to the championship
Who
for
could challenge him more, Kevin, if somebody that's not Bill?
I'm of the opinion that in order to be the champ, you got to beat the champ. You're gonna have to dethrone Joey Logano. Those guys are solid. They don't make mistakes,
Well,
and that is what it comes.
Kevin, I say you have to dethrone Penske Racing. Yeah, you have to dethrone Penske at, especially at Phoenix, in the fall race. That's where you're going to have to defeat him there. I think Bell, I had Bell picked last year to win it.
All right, how about this on the concern meter? Ty Gibbs, he's always been 2-1, but lately he's been in the 30s, including at the end of last season. He's finished 30th or worse 7 times in the 8 races, of the last 8 races that he's run.
They just had a rough spell.
Jamie, are you worried about him long term, or are you pumped?
Gonna have to restart the app again. I figured because when I started it, I was gonna have to restart it again. Better to happen now during the pre-race. Oh yeah, for sure. They've won the last two of the last, or 2 of the 3 that have been run.
They really haven't had the performance.
Joey won the first one, and Cindric won last year.
Well, I'm gonna stay on the gas on this one because I'm concerned too. And
I thought we had a meter. Are we on the pedal?
I'm concerned too. Okay. I'm highly concerned too, and I think right now, you know, as we saw that little slump as we got towards the end of last year, that's carried over into this year, and now they just need to right the ship. But he's got a whole new team this year. They're almost starting over.
Fair.
Oh, again.
Which pedal I'm supposed to use.
So really did that at Martinsville last year, Corey, to try to get William Byron in.
You better hit the brakes with this guy. He is in trouble. They need to right the ship. You said it, Kevin. This goes back. This isn't just this wild card first start of this season. It goes back well into last season when this started. Something is going on with Ty Gibbs in this race car. They've got to get what he needs underneath of him to get out and do
But
his
they
job.
had incredible performance at the beginning of last year, so they can get that turnaround.
Yeah,
Great team.
he's got teammates that are doing pretty well. I mean,
He has the ability. He has the teammates. He has everything you need. It's just not firing in all 8 cylinders right now. And when you're not doing that in this series, it puts a hurting on the face.
Well,
all right, how about
what
Ford,
Ty just needs one decent run.
Team Penske?
You get one decent run can turn that whole thing around.
Top 5 finish from a Ford.
So
Kevin, are they
I think it's an overreaction to jump on Ty Gibbs already.
a little bit earlier, but your thoughts?
You give him one decent run,
Last year, I think that they let
can
him
turn it
out
off.
laps and didn't get the finishes that they needed in the first couple races. But when you look at qualifying and the things that we've seen this weekend, I think they're in the game to start the season, and that's way in front of where they were last year.
Yeah, and I mean, that's where I would go with this, is that if you look the last couple of years, Joey was able to win at Atlanta kind of early on last year, but it's been the 14th, 15th race that they've been able to get to victory lane. The fact that they have speed every week makes me not worried at all for the Fords.
Well, a little bit of the concern is the reality. The reality is those first 3 races that we've seen where they've dominated the laps led, right? They didn't get the finish, but they dominated the laps led, which means they were up front taking care of business and got wiped out because of the scenarios of a super speedway or the craziness of a road course. I want to see, I'm not ready to just say that they're going to be dominant all season because of what I saw last year. After these 3 races coming up, Phoenix, Las Vegas, and then Miami, that report card's coming out to all these teams, and now I want to see where these Fords are stacking up.
I think it's much more even this year than when we started last year, just because of the way that they've got themselves put in a position to understand their cars.
So none of us agree. There you go, Miles.
I like that. Whether you're hitting the gas or pumping the brakes, you cover topics that fans have been talking about. All right, when we continue live from just outside,
Well,
Tyler Reddick, Phil Regan.
you say that, but that's not where he ran when he jumped in that car.
We're going to hear from English-born Catherine Legg.
I mean, this is literally just,
Debut. In attendance today, we have fans
you
from
know what, 7 races into,
20 different countries. There's the most popular.
well, it said the last 7 races, which include last year's races. And this is Ty's 3rd season in that car, too, so. We'll see. But flip side of that, would Kyle still be running that well in that car? Compared to how 2022 ended, would he still be competitive in that car? And that's where I think it wouldn't be much different.
St. Petersburg, Alex Palou charges ahead as the IndyCar Series heats up in thermal. March 23rd on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
Actually, I'd argue since 2020, Bumble. I think that team had the hangover after the title win in 19.
Eczema isn't always going to stop you. With Eblis.
Because 2020 wasn't all that great. Obviously, they didn't win till the fall race to Texas. They almost had the winless season in 2020. 2021 was so-so. 2022 was so-so. I honestly don't think that Kai would be in a better situation if he had stayed. I think he would have probably ended up being in the same situation.
Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection.
Skin that's still more clear, even at 1 year? Clearly, it's possible. With Eblis.
Talk to your doctor about Eblis for eczema.
Which is why the oddity of 2023 stands out. You know? And that's why the question has been brought up so many times. How can you win 3 races and then just drop off the radar? You know? But honestly, Bush's 2023 kind of reminds me of William Byron's 2022. He won 3 races early in the season, was considered a title contender, and then dropped off the radar. Obviously, the next year for Byron, he came back and ran better, won a couple more races, and ended up a championship 4 contender.
Driving the 78 car in today's race, Catherine Legg. She starts 37th. She's about to become the 17th woman to compete in a Cup race, and the most recent since Danica Patrick. Well, it's worth pointing out that Sarah Christian competed in the very first NASCAR back in 1949. She also had the best finish for a woman at 5th. That has stood over time. As for Legg, making her debut, she brings plenty of experience from a number of other series in racing. She'll tell you how she feels about today and racing.
The only thing I think sucks for Catherine is the car she's driving.
Catherine Legg, driver of the 78 Live Fast Motorsports drop light car here in Phoenix.
Yeah, she's driving a BJ McLeod car, so yeah. It's a BJ McLeod car.
I'm from Hazelmere, England. I've heard every iteration of my last name.
I knew that.
It's Legg, but it's been said Leggy, Leger, all kinds of exotic answers that I might adopt one day just to be different. I've been inspired by a number of drivers, ranging from Ayrton Senna when I was wanted to be an F1
I got a friend.
Dixon and Jimmy Johnson. Yeah, he's pretty
Well, somebody I knew that really liked Legg back when she raced the open wheel cars.
My home track. I raced in Formula Ford. I've raced in MGF Cup. I've raced in Formula Renault, Formula 3, Atlantics, aluminum. What the hell, guys? Champ car, IndyCar, sports cars, IMSA, ELMS, WEC. No. I don't know that I've got any hidden talent. Formula E, ARCA Series, Xfinity Series, and now the Cup Series. I'm sure I'm missing some.
Do you want to put money on it, Diesel?
Still have.
Because I'll tell you right now, Catherine Legg is not going to wreck a race car.
Shopping carts if there was a championship for it.
She's not going to wreck the car.
Like when I'm out there, I just think
She'll be several laps down because it's a BJ McLeod car. In fact, I won't be surprised if
talking about.
The only reason she's not going to make the laps is if that car has a mechanical problem.
Even as a kid was something she had to.
She's not going to wreck that
racing
race
out
car.
there with the guys, as she put it, to be tough enough. But it's tough. It'd be tough on anybody making a Cup debut at this track.
Oh, I can't imagine. She's 44 years old. She's raced a lot of different cars, different series over the years. But to come here to get in one of these cars, get 45 minutes of practice, and then go out and try to do a race.
Well, yeah, she's driving a BJ McLeod car.
Let's check in right now.
Of course she's gonna. You put Kyle Larson or Kyle Busch in a BJ McLeod car, and they're not gonna be finish on the lead lap. Not in that car.
You're back in the desert. You've been pretty good here. How you feeling about your chances today?
Well, we messed up in qualifying. I was super.
You put David Pearson, one of my favorite all-time NASCAR drivers, and
so much fun coming out.
probably one of the best. You put him in a BJ McLeod car, he is not going to finish on the lead lap.
It's a little pre-race prep for what we get to do later in November, race for the championship. So, our Long John Silver's car was good in practice. We didn't quite do a good job in qualifying, but looking to have a lot of fun, make a lot of passes, and make sure you
So,
guys,
yeah.
drink a lot of beer today, and we're gonna put on one hell of a show.
Regan.
I think the real gauge is compare her to where BJ McLeod normally runs with that car, you know?
You gonna keep it up there all day long? Yeah, I hope. I think we needed to be a
Exactly.
little better in practice on the long run, but family
No, he
care,
doesn't.
got speed. We seem to have the quality.
Maybe on a super speedway. But he doesn't finish on the lead lap. What are you talking about?
Proud of the effort, proud of the speed, and like I said, hopefully we can make the whole race work.
Like, there's numerous races where you see that car being lapped. That one, honestly, that one made me laugh, Diesel. That one made me laugh.
I don't know what's happening with me right now, but I'm still here, so.
Damn, AJ's 450 a start?
Appreciate me keep tricking you.
Man, boy, AJ.
Yeah, what a
450 for AJ.
That was gonna have an opportunity to be here for 450 starts. So now with that said, try to make the Celsius Chevy go to the front and have a really good day.
Cheers, get it done. Regan.
Josh Berry starting fourth later on here in just a little while. You're a short track guy. You know all about multiple different tire compounds. What do you think about this today? Reds, yellows, hard, softs. What do you got for us? Yeah, it's interesting for sure.
Yeah, because he can't finish on the lead lap anywhere else. That's why he only runs super speedways.
So that makes it a lot easier having track position early on. And our car was really fast in qualifying, fast like.
He only runs super speedways because he knows that.
Try to keep it up front all day and see what happens. All right, good luck keeping it up front. Good luck getting through intros here.
Because he knows he can't finish on the lead lap at any other track.
It's not as crowded as the pickleball court yesterday. We saw Regan out there in action, and the drivers ready to get into action. But we continue live.
Honestly, I'd rather see Catherine run the. I actually didn't know she was running the 78. I would have liked to see her in the Trackhouse 90 in the 91. Same car that Helio ran at Daytona. Because that's better equipment.
The UFL is history in motion. It's the gunslingers, the cold-blooded, and a dynasty stacking 3 straight. This is the UFL.
I'm surprised the UFL has lasted as long as it has now. Seems like every competitor to the NFL eventually has either merged with the NFL, like the AFL did, or dissolved completely.
Ultimate Hut Bundle, great here at Ultimate Pizza Hut Peeps. I got beef burgers and double pepperoni. Ron, we got double pep.
I get double pep.
Dude, Bundle Bros.
Bundle Bros.
Bundle Bros.
Build yours starting at $24.99. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
This is what joint pain looks like when you keep moving with Aleve.
I'm surprised that the UFL is still
Just one Aleve.
around.
12 hours of uninterrupted joint pain relief. Aleve. Strength to last 12 hours.
Toyota has 3 NASCAR Cup teams. 2311 owned by these two, but this guy actually races for his team. And they both share the track with the team owned by this guy. 3 teams, 4 legends, all going after 1 cup. Now you're up to speed. You in?
Pizza that you can dip into. Made with Hidden Valley Ranch. Oh yeah. A ranchy, cheesy, dipping delight. Hidden Valley Ranch. Only serious about flavor.
we'll see.
Out here on the West Coast, one of my favorite racetracks, Phoenix. It's finally Phoenix Raceway time. Looking for a tailgate king. Jimmy Johnson?
Dude, fresh tortillas. Come on.
What? Is he qualified for this?
I mean, that's a good-looking tortilla. I'd say so.
Jimmy, this is not exactly what I was thinking about, looking for a tailgate king, but you're on.
Come in, I'll show you more. Come on, buddy.
Oh, random Jimmy Johnson up here. Random. Roots. That's Marutz's call. I can't do his call. I almost thought about doing Marutz's call, but it was like, no, I don't. That's his thing. I ain't gonna do that. If I did do it, I'd tell you guys to clip it and send it to him. But no, I'm not gonna do that. That's his call. That's his thing.
I got a question. Do you think he's got what it takes to be a tailgate king? Yeah! I think it's official, buddy.
Take it, man.
It's yours.
What an honor. Thank you.
My man. Guys, without a doubt, that was the classiest tailgate.
Oh, there you go.
But you know that's what you expect out of a 7-time.
There you go.
Jimmy Johnson, a lot of fun up there.
Hiya, Matt.
Getting into turn one. What a great seat that they have, and a lot of guests over there. A lot of fun. Not exactly what I consider my kind of people tailgating, but if I was gonna do it and sneak
Love
into
Matt.
one, that'd probably be the one I want to go.
You look sharp. It was a good crowd. What they got? By the way, your kind 50.
Yeah, I think he's a
spots around here over 300.
driver consultant. Yeah, Jimmy hired him. I think he's a driver consultant over there. If I'm right. Because I remember reading that not too long ago.
For all the campers, you show up, your stuff blows up, they'll fix it.
I thought
You can buy another one.
Jimmy hired me. Yeah, or he is there as because him and Jimmy are friends.
They start like Monday.
Yeah, that's a great view. All right, so after 2 super speedways and a road course, next
So.
a bit of a reset. The track, the places we go. After Phoenix, Las Vegas, mile and a half, Morgan Freeman.
West Coast swing.
All right, and they should give it more than just that to say. And then the next track, of course, as we continue Las Vegas right after this. And
Across to Miami.
Obviously, a lot can be decided so early in the season here. What do you look to add or look good on?
Well, we start this season off in such a wild card scenario. 2 super speedways and a road course. Anything can happen. This really sets what I consider kind of the nuts and bolts of the season of NASCAR. That being said, short track here at Phoenix, you go to a really fast 1.5 miles. Las Vegas, I need the horsepower and I need some grip to steer the ship, right? Then you go to this old wore out surface in Homestead, Miami. You need a ton of downforce there. That car has to handle. So when you leave Homestead, you're going to know what areas you need work in and what you don't.
Yeah, and I think when you leave Homestead, you're also probably going to see Bell, Larson, Reddick that has won the race. I mean, those guys, you have to run up next to the fence right there, and there's just it's a place that just really favors those guys. So same kind of thing with Vegas. So it'll be an interesting few weeks. We're going to learn a lot.
Yeah, and I look at just the importance of this weekend and next weekend at Vegas. I mean, obviously we come back here in November, the championship's going to be decided. So you want to run well here this weekend so you feel going into November. And then Vegas is also in the playoffs. So 2 races at that track. You want to run good at Vegas.
Tyler Reddick was a championship Ford driver at this track last year. This year, 2nd at Daytona, 3rd at Austin, hoping to put Michael Jordan's race team with Denny Hamlin in victory lane sometime soon. Yesterday, he took Regan Smith on a bit of a road trip, a unique road trip.
And we are ready to duel in the desert.
Find the brakes. I don't know how to use the damn brakes.
These guys think they're racing on dirt.
If I do hands up right now, I'm wrecking. Wow, this is terrifying.
Look out! There it is!
Yeah, you're doing pretty good.
When we said we're getting on scooters, I'm like, what the hell are we doing?
I know,
There's no
at
way.
the start we were going 1 mile an hour and you about wrecked. I'm like, oh boy.
Tyler, I've seen you out here on these scooters all the time, and I wanted to come see what these track walks are all about.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to get on the scooter, learn about, the track, its conditions, the elevation, all those sort of things. And you can get to do it a little bit faster too, which is nice.
Thinking back to last year, what was the moments after that championship race?
It was peaceful. It's tough.
Tyler Reddick gave it a run, but he'll end up today 6th.
Bid for a championship, we'll have to wait another year.
When you give everything you have and it's not good enough, but Sometimes that's just part of life.
Got beat today, everybody.
I mean, you gotta be proud of that 45 team, though. They went from flipping at Vegas to being a Championship 4 contender, you know?
During the off season for this year, it was very easy to find motivation.
Burn this Toyota to the ground.
You know, the year's really, really long, but you just gotta be honest with yourself sometimes. My mind and my body were telling me it's time to go to work as soon as we got back from Phoenix.
2311 as a whole, you guys seem to be jiving really well. It just seems like there's a good vibe over there right now.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Tyler Reddick and his teammate in the front row, that's Bubba Wallace.
Right from the get-go, everyone's just really gelled well together.
I mean, I think everybody in the Toyota camp leans on Tyler. Who's going to live first into one? Me. I'll go ahead and get it.
The chemistry is already really, really good. So I think everyone's done a really good job of getting to know one another, so we can all have a good start to the season.
This weekend, you mentioned having to perfect Phoenix a little bit.
I need to get a lot better around the bottom of this place, in this corner in particular. We're coming back here hungry to find more speed, and we'll be able to learn what we're missing.
Be careful out there. Reddick, 8 career wins. I don't know, does it feel like he's on the verge of having a breakout season? He's been to the championship 4, so I guess a championship, but a contender for that more seriously. What defines a breakout season for him?
Well, first of all, I like Tyler Reddick. I love watching him as a fan. I love calling these races when he's out there in it. If I was a team owner, I want a driver like Tyler Reddick behind the wheel of my race car. I think 3 races won this season is a realistic number for him and his race team. But I think it's important.
Absolutely, I agree with the 3 races.
Well,
for sure.
Get better here. And we heard him talk about that last year. They have to be better at Phoenix. And when you look at the results, they've been okay. But you're going to have to be able to win this race when you come back here in November. I feel like
also, if you're just joining me, I'm doing the NHRA eliminations that follow the Cup race.
I mean, I think he has.
Well, I'll probably split those streams up, so I'll probably start it and then restart it after the Cup race is over tonight. So.
He is in it. I think he has the ability to be in it. A lot of things have to play out, but they're going to have to get.
Full extra motorsports today, like I did IndyCar last weekend.
Being able to win at any type of racetrack, I would say that the weakness for Tyler Reddick has been short tracks. I think about Martinsville, it sticks out specifically to me. But I love the fact, I mean, riding the scooters is I think, a great way to go out and look at the track. But as I listen to him talk, he's studying, always trying to figure out what his weakness is and where he needs to get better. And I don't know that.
I like Blaney. I like. Again, just assuming when you say Jeff Gordon that you mean Byron. I like Byron. Bell, obviously the defending winner here.
He's looking for a double. His second win here and his second championship.
The other 3 I'm iffy on.
If you stay with us as fans.
The other 3 I'm iffy on.
Race fans starting out early. They want to hear the noise.
Now Larson and Elliott both have won the fall race here. The championship race here, 2020 and 2021 respectively. But I haven't seen much of them here at Phoenix since then.
Yeah, it does. That doesn't matter.
The best Hendrick car in recent years here has been Byron, 2-time winner of the spring race. And as much as I say that Blaney would be a good bargain pick, because I know he could finish top 10 here, his better race is the fall race. Where in the 3 next-gen races, his worst finish is 2nd in the fall race. So, I don't know. I like I said, I like Byron. Byron and Bell for sure should be in your lineup. After that, I don't know. After that, I'm iffy on the rest. For the spring race. Fall race, Blaney would be a great pick for the fall race. And Larson and Elliott being former winners of the fall race. But the spring race, I don't know about the spring race for the 2 of them.
Just 1 Aleve. 12 hours of uninterrupted joint pain relief. Aleve.
Hamlin has a couple wins here. But in recent years, has he really been a factor here? I don't know. I guess the only 2 I say that are firm good ones are Byron and Bell. Other than that, kind of up in the air on the rest. But hey, that's just my word for it. That's just my word for it. You can take it with a grain of salt, or that's just my 2 cents on it. I didn't watch it live. I did see the finish, though. Like I said, I've said it before, and I've stated it in here. I have no interest in Xfinity and trucks. I just have no... I just have no interest in watching Xfinity and trucks. I mean, I'll do obviously the opening race of the year at Daytona and the finale race, but that's about it.
Carson was just introduced to the fans, and he'll be joining us in just a moment. As
he's here.
We are at his car.
He's doing a little dad right now. Got rid of Owen.
On the way. Thank you, Kyle, for coming by and saying hi. Appreciate it. All right, so how about so where you're starting? By the way, the guys, the average starting position for the winners this year is 18th or beyond. So I think you're in good shape for today. How's the speed in your car?
I think it's okay. I don't really know though. Like it's hard to when you have a practice with option tires. It's really I think hard to know kind of how you are. Especially us. We were off sequence of kind of the guys. So we started on reds yesterday, ended on yellows. A lot of people started yellows and on reds. So. It looks really good, I thought, and then the yellows look.
Because FS1 is their
kind of transitioning, so we'll see here.
Is their
What's the thing
big
that
one.
You concentrate on the most here? I always felt like, you know, the braking had to be really good to be able to be aggressive throughout the run, to be able to pin the car on the line with the left front.
Yeah, they're going to the Mexico. That's confirmed, Pub. They're going to the Mexico road course this year. They're not going back to the Daytona road course, though. Unless that comes out later. They make more money off of FS1 than Fox. I think that's why. It's also contracts. They do a certain amount of they got to do a certain amount of races on FS1 versus on Fox.
We'll see. I do think we're better.
Because Fox isn't a paid-for channel.
This has never been a track where I felt like
so they're not going to make as much money on the standard basic Fox station as they're going to make on FS1. Because FS1 is not a basic cable channel. So from a business standpoint, yes, that's why they do it.
It was fun. So
obviously, from a viewer standpoint, you wish more exposure if you're on the basic channel, but it's not going to make the money if you're on the basic channel.
Out of the yellow tires, like, oh, I'm free in. Okay, well, that fixed it. I'm tight in the center. Well, that fixed that too. And then I
hadn't seen anything about that, Pub, so
it's fun. It's fun as a driver.
This is the first time hearing about it.
Start the season, 2 super speedways, then go to a wild card race again with a road course in COTA. Are you finally excited to be back to the basics and what we know of the short tracks and around here?
Yeah, we actually got through COTA good, so I was like, man, we're like a week ahead of schedule here, and then COTA just didn't go right for us. The second stage kind of got a mess, and then we overcame the 2 laps down, and I felt like we had a great car, and then we got spun, and then so I finished 32nd or something, so that was a bummer, but yeah, happy to be back at a somewhat.
Honestly, ARCA needs to take a page out of what IndyCar is doing.
Get some rhythm to our season and get some momentum and just get off to a better start than we've had here the last few weeks.
You mentioned the tires, you and Kevin talking about it, and I feel like Cliff does such a good job at coming up with strategies and maybe getting off sequence. What are those meetings like, Kyle? Like, do you guys have a plan going in, or is it just when the caution falls we're going to make a game
Hang around.
Decision? It's tough because I think there's like so many different scenarios out there, and two, you don't really know what the right call is or wrong call until you make it. So I think you can have plans and all that, but you also have to adapt to the cautions and the way the race is flowing. So it's like I told them before I came out here, they were talking through all of it. I'm like, man, this is stressful, you know? So
it's gonna be fun to watch, though. I think. For us.
Yeah, I did the adult thing yesterday. Granted, it only took me 15 minutes, but did my taxes yesterday.
Will it open up and give you those options?
Thank God for TurboTax.
Within that first stage pretty well, but the good cars still, like, you never see Harvick running off the bottom. Like, the good drivers, good cars, I feel like are always really good at running the bottom, and so that's an area where we try to focus on. So yeah, we'll see. I think you can make like the middle of the top work early, but I think once it gets too rubbered up there, it kind of migrates back down like most racetracks do. But we'll see. Hopefully our car is good. We can maneuver around and pick our way forward.
All right, well, thanks for coming by, and good luck to you guys.
Yep, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Have fun. Good luck, Hendrick Chevrolet in the 5 car. All right, let's take a look. He's one of the favorites, by the way, despite just one win here. He's sitting a little bit uncertain. But Byron, who's on the pole, his teammate, and then you see Blaney, Bell, there's Kyle Larson, Reddick, who we talked about, Logano looking for that first win. Kyle Busch, who almost ended that 60-race winless streak last week, and Hamlin and Chastain among the favorites.
I'm going to try something new for the predictions.
Stenhouse, Ty Dillon, who's had his struggles.
I'm surprised they even have odds on Catherine Legg,
Debut, although experienced in other
especially considering the car she's driving.
for our DraftKings sponsored driver picks. And Kevin Harvick, we always like to know who you're thinking is going to win the race here at Phoenix.
Actually, Joey is starting second. I didn't know that.
I just like the way that his car has been. I like the things that that team does.
Hey, I like that, Kevin.
Car to turn through the middle of the corner. He might be loose to start the race, but usually by the end of the race they figure it out and they.
But they usually do that.
He's quiet.
They usually do that.
Starting at the front row, starting on the pole, the number 24, William Byron's your winner.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with the smarter one of these two. I'll go with Ryan Blaney as well.
I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Hey, make sure that we document that.
Tell him to quit sucking.
You guys are on.
He's got the gig.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just look at his results at this racetrack. I mean, 7 top 5s in a row, and 4 of those are second place finishes. He's really good.
What's
here.
the crack?
He's really good here. I think
Cocaine.
you can get it done today.
I'll be watching Carson Hocevar. It was fun talking to him. All right, DraftKings Sportsbook, an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and this week, new customers can bet $5, get $150 in bonus bets instantly.
Like I said, I'm doing something different for the prediction this time. The channel point prediction, something new, something different. You just have to tell me what you think of it.
The sunshine's nice. It's good down there. The crowd's gathering. This is fun down here.
Come on,
Do a little versus. Do a little head-to-head.
It's great to have all this time to hear the experts talk. They filled you in. You should know who's going to win the race. Still watch, though. It's going to be exciting. We'll continue opening ceremonies and a little grid talk with Jamie and I. Some more of the drivers before they hop in the car. All right, stay with us.
Hey racing fans, DraftKings Sportsbook has you covered on all your NASCAR betting action this season. From race winner to matchups and everything in between. This week, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Just download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code TRACK when you sign up. And you can download Kevin Harvick's Happy Hour podcast on your favorite platform to stay up to date on all the storylines on and off the NASCAR track. The crown is yours.
The UFL is history in motion. It's the gunslingers, the cold-blooded, and a dynasty stacking 3 straight. This is the UFL.
Jersey Mike's Sub Bowl is any sub bowl without the bread. And this is not my real family. What did you do with your uncle? Oh, don't worry about that. Can I crash you? Your favorite sub, hot or cold in a bowl. It's a Jersey Mike's thing.
12 amateur survivalists put their fate in their family's hands.
I don't understand this game. Oh, we can hear him.
Do you push your loved one or push them? Extracted. Only Mondays on Fox and watch anytime.
I can, like I said, Blaney would be a good pick again if we were doing the fall race. The spring race he's been decent in. Not necessarily, I think, shown the race-winning speed in the spring race, but, you know, he could go and prove me wrong, which I'd be happy if he did, but Penske also has a habit of just seeming to run well on these flatter tracks, too. Or shorter tracks that have, like, sections, I guess. But we'll see. Should be fun to see who makes it work, and with having the option tire too is gonna could throw strategy all up end and everything else. So oh, Hamill, what did you do? What did you do? Yeah, I may have to call that one out as a crackhead bit because Phoenix. I mean, Kyle only has one, or well, no, he has 2 wins here. I forget because he won once in the Hendrick car. His second career win was here in the fall race. And then, well, no, it was 3 actually. It's 3 here. I thought, yeah, 3. Because I know 05, 2011.
2 weeks away, but in Arizona, especially
Was it 16 or 19?
region, it's here.
I think it was. Hey, get Blossoms.
The town is buzzing. It's vibrant. It's alive.
Well, you're forgetting a lot. Oh no, I'm thinking that's right. Jeff Gordon beat him in 11. Jeff Gordon beat him in 11.
The crowds have traveled to hear the hits and to see them too. And the biggest hits are still to come. Because today, the NASCAR Cup Series drives around this town in the form of the mile-long Phoenix Raceway.
I mean, if I'm being honest, I don't really like Hey Jealousy that much.
Most notorious moments, but it isn't about that.
My favorite's Allison Road, but
This is Phoenix.
also they had a pretty good cover, I think, of one of Tom Petty's songs too, that I heard.
Starting inside the top 10 with Jamie McMurray, Chris Myers. We're counting it down to opening ceremonies. We're going to talk to him in just a moment here. I want to ask you about last week because it was the story of the race in Texas just until
I hear it from you.
He called himself a butthead with the move he made
From Empire Records.
and almost ended that winless streak.
Yeah, I mean, it was hard.
Hamill, we're gonna throw hands here.
They got off sequence on tires a little bit, and Bell was able to capitalize on the win. But an epic run for Kyle Busch, who
But we're in agreement that
win last year.
I think HLC is their weakest one, but
I mean, the guy, he's won here 3 times. He's been a champion.
between Allison Road, found out about you, till I hear it from
A
you.
little bit. You've talked before about him that he's been cheered in some places because the win hasn't come in a while. But I think he's realistic about it at a stage in his career and where he's running. He's got to have the right kind of race team and car to compete with the best. But just getting that first one out.
Not today.
He had that string, that record string of at least 1 Cup win.
Not today.
To an end last year, and I know he didn't
What's
say
up,
much
by the
about
way?
that, but with all the tracks he's won on, all the victories
No, I don't
he's
think
had,
Kyle
that's
wins
something that
today.
bothers him
I don't think it's going to happen
put a
today.
finish, an end to that, and I know you think he's close.
Yeah, and I mean, you said it. I think his attitude is a little different than we've seen in years past. Becoming a dad, just being able to do some other types of racing. I know we talked about that with Bell and Larson. Kyle's doing the exact same thing. So it's been fun to see him kind of step out and do some different stuff.
And we were just talking about you. I'm sorry to be to interrupt with the family here. We're talking a little bit about last week.
Chris just walking over and just shaking Kyle's hand.
You got to feel like you're close, especially where you're starting.
Yeah, I mean, we unloaded it. It felt really good, you know, but the way that it felt didn't really transpire to that top 5 speed that I was hoping it to get, you know. But overall, you know, I like the Reds. The Reds feel really good. They make me comfy, and you know, I'd like to have more sets of those. So, but we'll deal with what we got and get this Zone Chevrolet up front.
All right, the tires.
I see a lot of my regulars are jumping in now. It's that time.
So general consensus, everybody wants more of the faster tires.
Yeah, that's
Chris.
what it sounds like. But are those the ones? Those are the ones that wear out faster?
They are going to wear out a little bit quicker, and you know, talking to Larson, he talked about it just made his car do everything a little bit better. Kyle Busch saying the same thing. Let's see if we can find. There he is, right there, Ryan Blaney.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's here's a guy sitting very.
How's it going?
Very casual. By the way, he picked you to win the race, so you got a little added pressure.
Jonathan Hasler sitting next to him.
Picked you to win the race. Boyer took someone else. I told him I was going with the smart one. How do you feel about your car today?
Well, thank you and Kevin for picking me. That really means a lot. And Boyer obviously has no idea what he's talking about.
That's what he said.
He knew that. But, no, I feel like our car was pretty good in practice. From the primes to the options, it was a big change. But
I see my guys jumping in here.
Yeah, the Ford Mustang's pretty good, and it's always nice to come.
Well, I hope you feel better, Anderson.
Everybody always does a good job of knowing what we need here, and hopefully we can finally get one in the win column today here. We've been good here for a long time, and hopefully you just keep putting yourself in contention, and maybe one works out for you.
Yeah. Well, let's talk to Jonathan. A little bit of pressure on you. When are you going to try to use those 2 sets of tires today?
Yeah, I think the tires are a definite advantage. You know, if you want.
In fact, Ryan has finished second in 3 straight fall races here, all 3 with this car.
Thanks for for your time. All right.
Good luck today, guys.
Very cash. So we got one more. We can talk to one more driver. He's one of the few champions, Ryan Blaney, who has not been able to pull off victory here at this Phoenix Raceway. Of course, again, we're the champions.
No pressure.
I think they'll just say, yeah, just walk right by.
We thought we always have something valuable to say. So
I love Bill messing with him.
Race, not from Denny Hamlin, but overview. What kind of race will we see? Because we've had speedways, we had the road course. We're looking forward to this, where ultimately the champ is crowned.
I think that this is Mike Ford from NASCAR.com's dream. He's going to have the record amount of green flag passes in the history of
Yeah.
Phoenix Raceway. So
He loves those stats.
So I'm thinking too, John. Is this supposed to be the grid walk? Because this is different.
I mean, we're talking now about the strategy and whatnot, and like when do you take them, when do you not? Again, if we knew when the cautions would fall,
Yeah, the channel point prediction is up right now.
Who knows? And I think you're
For at least the first one.
different times.
All right, and I'm sure you'll give them the right kind of feedback. Thanks, Denny. Good luck in the race. Meanwhile, live on FS1, opening ceremonies. Thanks for being with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able, remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as Luke Air Force Base presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation,
There's Cody.
please welcome from the 56th Fighter Wing at Luke Air Force Base.
I said it before, Cody, but thanks.
Heavenly Father, hear our cheer. As engines roar, we feel you near. Bless the drivers, fast and bold, with steady hands and hearts of gold. Through every turn, through speed and test, keep them safe and guide their quest. With love to the rescue, we make our end. In faith most true, we pray. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome international recording artist Nayo Jones.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the
I'll be interested to see what happens if we have the limited sets of reds. Because if they limited them, that's going to be fun to watch. Which I think they did, so that's going to be fun to watch. When do you take them? And... well, yeah, it's as live as you're going to get, Daniel. It's as live as you're going to get. Outside of actually watching FS1.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Greatness hurts. But sometimes you gotta put on your game.
Oh wow.
That's why Tyler
I've seen that a couple of times, Daniel, where people said I'm ahead of others. So.
UFL is history in motion. It's the gunslingers.
Are you my crew chief analyst, Hamill? Make you my crew chief analyst for my broadcast? Make you my Larry Mack? Larry, how many stages are we running today? What's the strategy today?
Remember when we were here last? Joey Logano takes the championship. Yeah, this track is for champions. But it doesn't matter when they race here. That championship mentality is required.
This is the moment we live for. Good, thank you.
Excellence.
I can see it in his eyes.
Risk.
He's got that dog in him.
Precision.
But the confidence that he has in himself.
So let's get this part.
Last year, Bell pretty much dominated this race. See what happens this year. We've had pretty fun first 3 races. But I will argue that last year this was probably the least entertaining race of the year.
37 drivers at the ready to tackle this 1 mile
The spring race.
kind of an oval. As we get ready to race for you here on FS1. Hi everybody, you've met Clint and Kevin. I'm Mike Joy. Nobody has had the success on this racetrack as Kevin Harvick. Give me a little smoke to blow in his direction here because he has just been awesome with 9 victories on this racetrack. And you've been saying all
Yeah, the winningest Cup driver on this track is Kevin.
3 wild card tracks to start the year. But if you're going to run for the championship, this is the weekend when you really need to start putting it together.
Well, you said it, Mike, and running for the championship is the first key to this race. So we have 2 different styles of tires that you have to learn. You have all kinds of things happening, but this is the first race this season where the drivers feel and the teams feel like they have more control of everything that's going on with their situation. They don't have to worry about as many wrecks or scenarios from the super speedways and the road courses and all the things that went with these first 3 weeks. So as we go in today, we're going to see who the stars are that are going to have the speed and who the guys are going to have to go home and do some work.
Harvick Raceway.
Who are those guys? Yesterday's practice session with those 2 sets of tires, these guys were thrown for a loop. Qualifying was thrown for a loop. You've got William Byron, old Willie B on the pole, Logano up front. You got some Chase Elliott. Keep an eye on Chase Elliott. That 9 car is fast, but you have some big names in the back. Kyle Larson, 17. Chastain, 24th. Briscoe, and that new ride of his, he's clear back in the trunk of 30th. So keep an eye on these guys. The field is really...
Yep, Catherine Legg.
Well, and with the option tire, we thought some teams in the back might start on the option tire, but that may not be the case here today. So 3 races in the books so far on 3 very different racetracks, as we've discussed. Let's take a look at the hots and nuts. There are the tires. The yellow sidewall tires are the primary tire, and the red the option. Christopher Bell, 2 wins in a row. Sure, he only led 1 lap in Atlanta, but
2 wins in a row, and he's led 9 laps between both races. Just proving that he leads when it matters.
For the season. Now, of the drivers who made the playoffs last year, including our champion.
Well, I don't know, Daniel, if you're looking at the chat, him will explain it more than I can, but basically Catherine has experience in just about everything. IMSA, Champ Car, IndyCar, ARCA.
We've been talking about him.
She literally has experience in just about,
as we see right there, they've got to
probably 4 or 5 different racing series.
Hey, let's just get a top 15, get this thing back on the track so that we can at least get our season moving in the right direction.
And for many of us fellas, it's just been a case of bad luck or wrong place, wrong time.
Well, a lot of those tracks are wild card tracks. 2 super speedways in a row backed up to a wild card of the unknowns of strategy and everything else that a Dakota road course will throw at you. This really starts at the regular season. As
you know, everybody was talking about Spire. Watch Eric Jones today, too. Eric Jones had a good qualifying run. Yeah, that's I said that earlier to Anderson. It sucks that she's driving the BJ McLeod car. I would have liked to see her run the Trackhouse car, the 91, but... Well, Spire's been already talked about. That's why I didn't mention Spire, but I mentioned more Jones.
He comes to us from Shriners Children's Hospital as an international patient ambassador. But today, he is our Grand Marshal, ready to say the most famous words in motorsports. Take it away, Grayson.
I know I'm ready. I know you're ready. So I only have one thing to say. Drivers, start your engines!
Yeah, Josh Berry, we'll see how he runs. He's been... I think he had a great run going in Atlanta.
On the warmest day of this weekend in Phoenix by far, NASCAR is ready to duel in the desert.
Yeah. The Champ Car crash.
With Pro Plan Sport, incredible happens here. But it starts.
That was Road America, yeah.
Pro Plan Sport, advanced nutrition.
I think she got against the catch fence, if I remember correctly, too. I know she definitely hit against the wall and got in the grass and went into the wall, but I'm not sure if she got the fence, too.
That's fast, effective pain relief. That's Tylenol. That's care without limits.
Fresh off a win, Alex Palou powers into thermal as the IndyCar Series heats up. March 23rd on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on earth.
I am somebody. I may be young, but I am somebody. I may be small, but I am somebody.
Consumer Reports has named the 2025 most reliable automotive brand, Subaru. It's no
Yeah, I mean, that car
also named
disintegrated.
Subaru the best overall automotive brand. Get 2.9% APR for 72 months.
I can't remember the last time I actually seen it. You know, I think it was in that video I was watching that had all the... It was like a compilation of like the worst IndyCar crashes that weren't fatal. So I had like that one in there. It had Kenny Breck's wreck at Texas in there. Was Davey Hamilton at Texas. I think there's a Briscoe one in there. Ryan Briscoe. Yeah, Chicago. I thought it was Chicago. I didn't want to say for sure. Yeah, Dixon's wreck, which I was at that race, just on the opposite end of the racetrack. I remember them showing the replays on the billboard, the crowd reaction when they showed the replays on the billboard from him getting airborne.
Nice crowd on hand, under a cloudless sky and temps in the high 70s. How about we dial up our pulse hitter, Kevin?
Let's do it. Hey, William Byron, Kevin, and the guys up in the Fox booth, man, there's a lot of things all over the place today. What are you focusing on? What are you thinking for today's race?
Yeah, it's honestly just an execution day, trying to get back in our rhythm here on a normal style oval, and a lot of notes we need to get out of today. So we need to have a smooth day to learn a lot about the racetrack.
Think Briscoe from 30th can pull it off, Mark?
Yeah, victory lane.
Does he start in 30th?
Wish you luck today, man. Good luck.
Yeah, appreciate
Yeah, Dario, what was it?
All right, let's run down the starting lineup for the Shriners Children's 5.
Baltimore in 2013?
Has his second Phoenix pole, his Hendrick Chevrolet.
I forget what the track was, but yeah, he had a bad one.
Who has won 2 of the last 5 Phoenix races, and of course, those were both 2 champion deciders. Let's go to row number 2.
Houston, okay. I didn't know what track Hamill. I knew the year, I just didn't know what track.
Top 8, back-to-back top 5 starts for Carson, and Josh Berry for the Wood Brothers has his best Phoenix start ever. Clint.
How about you, Carson Hotsfarts, and the boys up
Like I said, there's some guys that are up in the top 10 starters here that are not normally up here. So
Spire Motorsports, you in particular, another good run right here, starting position 3rd. Tell me about your outlook for today's race.
Yeah, man, we'll be able to start up front. Like, hopefully we can keep those reds on the box for when we need them. This Spider Chevrolet is really good. It's the first time with me. You know, first time with Spire Motorsports with them. They got over 100 employees here. It's awesome. You know, this car looks great.
or card at Texas, Hamill. I mean, that's the one everybody should note is the card at TMS. That debacle. Or Formula One in the at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Well, man, it looks good on you. Go out and get you one, all right?
Thanks, good. Appreciate it.
All right, row 3 with his second top 5 start of 2020.
The old layout.
Jones and Chase Elliott.
The old layout. I've never really gotten the hang of the new layout of Phoenix. I personally don't like the new layout of Phoenix. With the dog leg, I've never been able to get a handle on this track. It's probably my worst oval track in video games because I just can't get the hang of this track with the dog leg.
Here's Regan Smith.
Well, Mike Clint's right. Talk about hot. Christopher Bell has been absolutely on fire as of late. Of course, the last 2 races winning. With those wins comes the opportunity today to win 3 in a row, something that doesn't...
Oh, it may be a skill issue, Bumble. I'm not going to argue that, but this track just sucks for me.
In that same 20 car. Keep an eye, Christopher. They did tell me the car was just a little off initially in practice. They got that refined quick. They feel good about the opportunity for the 20 car to get another win.
Thanks, Regan. Starting lineup on the left side of your screen and shotgun on the field.
Now, if you guys want to watch a driver get lucky at a racetrack, go to my YouTube channel, which is it's the same name as this, just dropped to 30, and watch the PRA race. PRA race from Phoenix this year. Talk about getting lucky. I should not have won that race.
I just want to have a solid race, finish all the laps, show the other drivers the respect that they deserve. And
Corey, they're going to be 3 and 4 wide after the drop of the green flag, as long as they don't do it until past the start-finish line. We know this.
Good luck to you today.
As soon as they get past the start-finish line into that dog leg, they're going to be down 3 and 4 and 5 wide almost. We've seen it before here.
Yesterday was the fastest lap that she had turned all day. Let's take a closer look at today's tire choices with our crew chief Larry McReynolds.
Yeah, they did an old interview.
Drivers and teams, they have so much to deal with at this 1-mile racetrack, 312 laps, 312 miles, and yeah, you guys have been talking about it throughout the pre-race. Hard, soft tires. So let's go to our Toyota cutaway car and let's take a look at what the major difference truly is. We're actually going to use 2 of our Toyota cars. Now the white Toyota, it has the hard yellow letter tires. The red one has the option, the softer tire, the red letter tire. But what truly is the difference? It's not necessarily top end straightaway speed. It's down in the middle of the corner.
Yeah, Corey. Absolutely it was.
The harder yellow tire when they're brand
not to spoil much about it, but let's just say I had engine damage. I was not fast.
That's 8 miles per hour faster.
And I went from like 5th to the lead. That was, yeah, should not have won that race.
Well, and that is exactly what we need to learn. These things are going to be faster, up to a half a second faster. That means you got to be able to move around, be maneuverable.
Question is when you take them and how long do you go on them?
They wear out quicker. They go faster, and
probably
somewhere around 40 laps, Kevin, is what we saw yesterday. They
wrong command.
Out and those times fall off, but it is a lot warmer today.
Yeah, and that warmer is going to make that crossover point pretty interesting where the softer and the harder tires.
Yeah, and we're warmer today, too.
But we heard Kyle Larson say it in a pre-race. That softer tire, it fixed all my handling problems.
Each team will have 6 sets of primary tires sitting and 2 sets of the softer option tire. Stage length 60, 125, and 127. It's going to get up to 78 degrees here today. That's 10 degrees warmer than it was in yesterday's practice and qualifying. Well, Phoenix is a unique oval because of the dog leg. Back when they used to have an outfield road course, it re-entered at that point.
Yeah, and it's good for the chiropractor, too.
Yeah.
Usually on Monday your back hurts, but it's definitely 50 feet shorter, and you have to use this on the restarts. You need to cut that dog leg and get yourself in a position to not only protect yourself, but maybe gain some spots.
What do today's drivers think about that?
I do not cut the dog leg most of the time.
You have to cut the dog leg because it is a little bit faster.
For
resource in the race, everyone's going to cut it?
At the end of the day, in the race, you're going to have to do it anyway.
I cut the dog leg if it's somebody I'm trying to pass.
Our team tells us not to. Damages the car. But I will do it.
An honest man.
Well, you can't worry about it, Mike.
Nope.
You have
It's because the length of the track, Mark. It's because of the way the length of the track and what the length of the track is why it's 500 kilometers.
Be mindful though on this start. Cross that line before you.
Because the lap count matches 500 kilometers when you go by kilometers.
Every year when somebody gets bit by that.
All right, race one. Let's go.
On the gas, and we are under green in Phoenix.
Didn't take them long.
The other thing to watch too, because of the way this track is, the high lane down on this side of the racetrack is the better of the two lanes.
Well, that's going to be one of the big battles as we see a battle for the lead right here between Joey Logano.
I mean, Logano's already trying to take the lead from Byron here using that top lane. The dog leg may be quicker, but when you get down to those two corners, the outside appears to have the advantage.
As both of those guys elect to stay up on the racetrack, that Byron's able to pull him back to him.
Half the field running the shortcut across the dog leg on lap one. Still side by side for the lead.
Ooh, Byron! Now he's clear.
Byron establishes himself. Logano led lap one. Byron will lead lap number two with Hocevar, Berry, and Jones.
Jones in fifth. The battle right now is for sixth between Reddick and Chase.
Look at the difference when they cut that off it makes, but they really use the apron early on these tires. See them cutting way down on the apron off the racetrack.
Gonna watch my boy today and see what time he can make up.
Good, he wears off the tires. And they get
Again, the battle's still going on there for sixth.
The only driver to lead every race this season.
Well, there we see what is one of the cars that we think is going to be really good today, and that's the 9 of Chase Elliott. As you see him take that shortcut, clip right against the wall.
That's as short as you can cut it.
That's as short as you can cut it.
But this is the disadvantage. That's what I'm saying. I think that high lane down there in those two corners is the preferred lane.
Yesterday in the Xfinity race, Austin Hill was following close behind another competitor, and he actually hit the inside wall.
Look out. Who's going to
3 wide.
None of them. We're still 3 wide. Wow.
Stop yellow's out.
And on the back straightaway.
Looks like Herps. Now his leg's slow. Doesn't have any damage to it.
And caution is out at lap number 4.
Did you just get out of it? It's weird. There wasn't any damage to that car.
Right. Catherine Legge, we'll see.
Let's see what it's for.
Here it is, caution on lap 4. Catherine Legge
It broke loose on her.
goes around coming off turn number 2.
Yeah. Broke loose on her. Man, that sucks for her because I was repping her up saying she wouldn't spin the car out. She spun it out. Yeah, I'll eat my words on that one, Diesel, because I would have lost a bet to you on that one. Now, she didn't damage the car, but she still spun out.
NASCAR Cup Series is red. Ready and roaring on FS1. These drivers are a different breed.
She did not damage the car, though. I'll give her that. She did damage the car.
Unleashing emotions that can't be contained. All in a thrilling battle for the checkered flag.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, she probably did what half of us would do if we were in, if not all of us would do if we were in a cup car. A real cup car, mind you, not a virtual one.
March 23rd on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
Consumer Reports has named the 2025 most reliable
Yeah, she did.
automotive brand. Subaru. It's no surprise they also named Subaru the best overall automotive brand.
Get 2.9% APR for 72 months on a new Subaru Outback during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
We took our fan favorite Little Caesars Crazy Puffs and made them even better with bacon. They'll make you say, whoa, crispy applewood smoked bacon. Whoa, delicious cheddar cheese sauce. Whoa, there's 4 of them. Whoa, only $3.99. Whoa,
They look delicious in slow motion.
the new bacon and cheese Crazy Puffs for only $3.99 at Little Caesars. They taste like whoa.
Pizza.
The Big East Tournament, March 13th through the 15th on Fox and FS1.
Whoa. 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 Lewis, this isn't my Batman coat. Sorry, I can't do Peter Griffin.
Your engine to perform like new. Restore and protect. Another first from Valvoline.
NASCAR fans, you are in the driver's seat. What are you waiting for? Sign up for the free NASCAR Fan Rewards loyalty program today at NASCAR.com/fan.
Leg broke loose off of, I forget which turn it is, turn 3. Looped it, didn't hit anything. Byron leads.
Work done in the garage area pre-race. During this caution, Chase Briscoe and Alex Bowman were on pit road. Catherine Legg also came in after that.
Let's change those tires.
Turn number 2.
Man, look at the flat spots on that.
First caution flag. Here's her description of what happened.
Hey guys, I'm sorry. I'm so tight. I have so much wheel in it that it got loose on exit, but it's because I'm so tight.
Well, that's a natural characteristic that I'm sure they'll walk her through as you go through the first part of this race. But when you get out there with all those cars side by side all over the racetrack, these cars have a natural tendency to just shove the front tires because of the air not being on the front of the car. And that's why you see so many of these cars move around to try to find a spot to get some air on the nose of that car.
You have to anticipate that.
We're only 9 laps in. Nobody has yet, PRK. You're 9 laps into the race. You're not going to see that till later on.
Joey Logano, the Hunt Brothers Pizza Cam.
Because they're also going to want to save the tires too.
NASCAR Cup champ. Denny Hamlin will be carrying our Toyota Cam today. Ryan Blaney, the Ford Performance Cam for last year's championship runner-up.
I don't know how many sets they said.
Busher will be making the Thomas's Breads Cam rise.
Like what you did there.
Oh, you mean that guy? I have no idea who he is.
Larry Mack, what have you noticed about the top 3?
I don't know who he is. I honestly don't know who he is.
Very unique. The 2 ends are different. The straightaways.
I had to have the guys in my Discord tell me who he was.
But what I'm seeing with Byron, he stays in 4th gear much longer on both straightaways than Logano and Hocevar.
No, you can't, Port. I don't think.
Inside of Joey Logano will lead us back to green as we complete lap 9.
Yeah, let's see which lane prevails here. I still say you want to be the high lane.
See 4 wide back there in the middle of the pack, but this is.
Look at Jones trying to get to the outside of Barry. Chase to the outside of Denny and Jones. Oh no, that's Reddick.
They didn't get through that, Kevin.
Of Stenhouse. I think I cursed this race.
Did not hit anything.
You did get bumped.
You did get bumped and you did get turned, and that's
they were
right.
3 or 4, maybe 5 wide back there.
And that's what
Custer and Stenhouse.
the same as they do on sticker tires.
Custer around as well. Let's go back and take a look at that.
Yeah.
I think I cursed this race because I said earlier on, I was like, oh, I think the only yellows we're going to see today are the stage break yellows.
Like happened in the first incident.
It's pretty much all
2 yellows of the first 11 laps. Oh yeah, Gregson got into Custer. Custer gets into Gilliland, into Stenhouse.
Racetrack catches Custer in the right rear. Lucky they all got.
Yeah, that was Gragson into the back of Custer. You could see the way that car moved. Gragson got in the back of Custer. Got him sideways. He got into Gilliland, who got into Stenhouse. No, that wasn't Ricky. That was because we were running, 4 and 5 wide from the dog leg. Gragson got into the back, probably nicked Custer a little bit, got him out of shape, and Custer trying to save it, clipped Gilliland, and Gilliland clipped Stenhouse. Well, I'm doing the NHRA eliminations from Gainesville are on later tonight after the Cup race, so I plan on doing that after.
With the new Ultimate Hut Bundle, create your Ultimate Pizza Hut feast. I got meat lovers and double pepperoni. Rock, we got double pep. I get double pep. Dude, Bundle Bros. Bundle Bros. Bundle Bros.
Oh yeah. Manufacturer, I probably would be pissed too.
It's made up of races where you go as fast as you can, as best as you can, as sideways as you can, and whatever this is. Our team, Toyota Gazoo Racing. We make some seriously fast cars. Like this one and this one, definitely this one. And they all have great drivers, ones that win a lot. Look at all these legends. The hottest
Rain check tickets. Well, what do you mean? I'm assuming those are tickets that you get a refund if rain washes out the event, but or I don't understand the phrasing there. I know what a rain check is. I just don't know how that refers to when it refers to tickets. G-head.
The Barn Bar, the county's best hangout, just got better. Here's the Living Smooth, with the always smooth, easy drinking Keystone Light.
Doesn't matter, Mark. The channel point prediction is if whoever finishes, whoever's the highest finisher in the stage.
Up to 100% of deposits. Restore your
So if they both have issues and don't finish the race, it's whoever's listed higher in the running order.
Shane Van Gisbergen's WeatherTech cam had this view of this caution.
Well, I was one.
Yeah, I told you. I said it was Gragson into the 41.
34 car into the 47 car. That's what happened. I missed the 4 car the first time.
Yeah, and you see Alex Bowman down there on the bottom. It looked like he ran over the splitter there in one of the cars on board with Chase Briscoe, who pitted, and this is the...
Bowman was so close to getting wiped out right there. I mean, it was close.
Yeah, that was...
No, it's just I don't wear my hat that often as I should, fools. That's what it is.
All right, I got one, guys. Ryan Prius went to the Reds, boys.
Now we got one.
With the soft tire
Priest is on the Reds.
So he's the only car on the option tire. He's one of 5 cars that pitted under this caution.
Priest is on him.
Stenhouse and Gilliland with damage. And Riley Herbst was also in.
This should make that cape a little bit longer. It can fly a little better.
And it should also fit right into this window now that we're coming to lap 14.
Oh, end of the stage. Stage end, Mark. It's just the same thing like a stage ending prediction one. I just wanted to do a versus this time instead of true or false one. Like I said, I'm trying something different, so it gives me ideas for later in the year for doing those.
We'll just make it 5 right there.
Yep, 5. Back to 4.
Tight quarters with Haley, it looks like, and Blaney. Haley backed out of the gas. Thought better of it.
Ooh.
Didn't like that.
Boy, rush
I thought oh, Ryan did a good job to save that because that car was sideways.
4 wide again. And again.
I know I saw that car sideways.
With Zane Smith,
Yeah, it's just to the end of the stage, Mark. If they wreck out, because we've had that happen here before where a driver's wrecked out.
For a couple laps, but you still have to do
I don't pay him off until the actual stage ends.
As you see, 3 wide again here through 3 and 4.
There's another way to.
Even though, yes, it is realistically no way it's going to change.
NASCAR is reviewing the restart.
Because they're probably got to check and make sure that nobody jumped below the line before the thing.
I think it was just Logano waiting until the end of the zone. Everybody trying to anticipate it.
Oh, below the yellow line prior to start finish for Joey Logano is what we're hearing from NASCAR.
They're going to post him. That's huge.
I'd have to go back and relook at that replay because I didn't see that.
Right off the bat.
Kevin's right. I didn't see him jump below the yellow before the start finish. Maybe, stop and go on the restart. I would want to see that again because I don't think he was below the yellow before the start finish.
Before the start finish line.
Did he? He's not down there yet.
Right there.
Oh, that's nitpicker there, Kevin. That's close. That's close. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. That's close. Yeah, you can't tell from that angle. It looks like he's on it. It doesn't look like he's below it. It looks like he's on it.
I don't know. Let's see if they.
I don't think he was below it.
I don't think they're going to change their mind. They're not changing their mind.
It's also the easiest call that they can make. If it's
Yeah, I don't know about that one, NASCAR.
the yellow line right there, that's you got to call it.
Whether you hate Joey Logano or not, I don't like that call. Because that's very nail-biter. Now, I think if you're Joey at this point, I think your options are limited. I think you have to take the option tire here. Because of where you're at.
Yeah, and Ryan Preece is making up positions as quick as possible, and this is worst case scenario for Joey Logano with as long as this pit road is.
Yeah, I know. It's a pass through, so
as the leaders are starting to come up.
He's a lap down now. I think his options are kind of limited now.
Like what you said there, Sparty picked up 17 positions on those soft tires. You think them things are going to make a difference today?
Also, in all that chaotic shuffling, look who's second.
Here it is. I mean, you can see just barely he turned under it.
Ooh, I don't. That's still so close. It looks like he's on it. I wouldn't say he's below it. I'd say he's on it. Well, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. That's close.
More minute than a little bit.
Well, in addition to being our crew chief, Larry Mack is also our rules analyst. Larry.
Yeah, I went down to the NASCAR control tower. They went over the video with me, and no part of that race car, no part whatsoever, can go below the yellow line until you completely cross the start-finish line. So that call was correct.
Okay. So Joey Logano trying to rebound. Ryan Preece marching through the
Yeah, and he's up to 13th.
Demonstration on how fast the option tire is from fire off. He restarted 33rd.
But now the question is going to be, when does it fall off? Right now, there's a major gain. But when is the fall off too? That's what we want to see, is how far it's going to go before it falls off.
Well, I mean, just look at that. It looks like so much fun until the roles reverse.
Exactly.
Everybody else is on them and you're not.
Well, we got to go 60 laps. We saw 14 of them there taken away from the first part of that run. So these guys are looking to score some stage points right here. So now it's just going to be, when do they fall off? We think it's somewhere 40, 45, 50, right in that range. So that's going to be right at the very end of this run.
Well, meanwhile, there may be some steam coming from the number 22, and I don't.
Yeah, it's understandable.
I don't mean the radiator.
I mean, geez, I mean, it had to be, if it was at all, it was freaking nothing. That's ridiculous. Copy that. Stay in the game. It was right at the start-finish line. Literally right at it.
Well, and you want to cut it right
Watch.
at the start-finish line because you want
Watch, because I guarantee if somebody else is going to do that, they won't get pegged for it.
from the start-finish line straight to the pit wall to keep anybody from driving.
Man, that 60's on the move.
Part about that leading the race. How can it happen?
Preece is going to crack the top 10 here.
Seeing what runs are coming. you're not necessarily looking at the windshield because there's nothing there.
And in his defense, it got pretty violent there with the host of our car running into the back of him as everything stacked up. There was a lot happening right there. You're getting slammed in the bumper, you're having to shift gears, and just lost track a little bit.
Priest is going to get another one off that corner.
But regardless, NASCAR made the call, and Logano now 21.8 seconds off of the lead, but we're showing him still on the lead lap. Did not lose a lap with that long.
No, Joey did. Well, he was the race leader too.
You feel like Superman, don't you? You put that cape on.
Logano was the race leader when he got penalized, so that's why he's still on the lead lap.
Pit road is taking notice of what Ryan Preece is able to do here.
Well, you only get 2 sets of them, so they're all learning that they still are faster. Just
Oh, only 2 sets.
You're going to have one for the end of this race, so everybody's going to put 1 set on.
Ooh, this is gonna make it even more interesting.
For a guy like Ryan Preece,
because they only have 2 sets.
Some of these races, they were like, hey, we're in our window.
Okay.
We're gonna do it. Let's take the points, get the track position
So.
first stage, and get out of here with a little bit of insurance.
And on the other side of thinking of that down that line, Kevin, I heard you say that not having those at the end of the race gets you in trouble too. Just like you said, having trouble finishing these races.
You know what, Hamill? If we don't see overtime, when would you take him? When would you take him? I'm asking my crew chief. When would you take him? If
and our balance was awesome. He said even putting the option tire on, we didn't have to change much. And so far, he just told the team, so far no complaints. This car is good. He's up 7 spots.
final round of stops.
From Denny Hamlin, Ryan Preece.
Bye, Priest. It's just going to be interesting to see when the fall off, you know?
William Byron leads at 30 laps.
To watch the fall off. Because you got 2. Keep in mind, you have 2. So I see the consensus seems to be in chat to take one of the last run. But what about the other set?
This sport isn't for the weak. These drivers are a different breed. The NASCAR Cup Series in Las Vegas.
It's the other set that I think is going to be the question. Well, yeah, if things stay the way they are, but as we've seen in these races, John.
Don't miss the reality show phenomenon.
Tired of watching good people do bad things.
The survivalists realize they have no control.
What kind of game is this we're playing?
Oh my God. Extracted, all new Monday on Fox.
With the new Ultimate Hut Bundle, create your ultimate Pizza Hut feast. I got meat lovers and double pepperoni.
Rock, we got double pep.
I get double pep.
Dude, Bundle Bros!
Bundle Bros!
Bundle Bros!
Build yours starting at $24.99. No one outpizzas the Hut.
Did you know Toyota has 3 NASCAR Cup teams? We got Team 2311, owned by this guy, and 3-time Daytona winner Denny Hamlin. But Denny Hamlin races for another team, Joe Gibbs Racing. Yeah, Super Bowl winning head coach Joe Gibbs. And they both share the track with Legacy Motor Club, co-owned by 7-time Cup champ Jimmy Johnson. 3 epic teams, 4 legendary owners, all going after 1 cup. Now you're up to speed. You in?
Find a pet-friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating nearby, and text it to Luca. Find it.
Welcome back to the Shriners Children's 500 on FS1. 36 laps complete. William Byron leading Tyler Reddick, Josh Berry, Carson Hocevar. And this battle back for 7th and 8th. Today's aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Since 1925, the Goodyear blimp has been inspiring fans to keep looking up and keep driving forward. We're very proud to have the Goodyear blimp with us today, giving you these pictures.
We're also very proud that Goodyear has brought this option tire with him. This is obviously a big test for the championship race to see how soft they can get these tires for the end of the year and be safe. And Ryan Preece is going to put him to the test right now, Clinton, on how far we can go. Larry?
Well, let's see. Preece stopped.
About this whole softer tire and maybe
when did he stop?
45 laps here.
Lap 11, lap 12. We put them on. So he's run, what, 28 laps on it so far? 14? So yeah, it's 25 laps now on them tires.
Preece is still laying down lap times in the 28s. Most everybody else except for Byron and Reddick have drifted up into the 29s. But we've run now roughly 25 laps. He's still got to run over 20 laps. I think they're still concerned about where.
Well, let's see. Again, let's see. The only way we're going to find out is run through it. By the way, Blaney up to 7th. My boy up to 7th. Another top 10 run.
He told me, I'm not sure how we're going to be to start this race. We were very good on the red option tires yesterday, but not so good on the yellow prime tires. Didn't like the car quite as much on those. Well, right now he's fast. He's out front. Might be a bad sign for the competition if he's this good this early.
Byron with 1.2 seconds on Tyler Reddick. Josh Berry in 3rd. And did Byron brush the wall here a lap or so ago?
Yeah, he did a little bit.
Put a couple scrapes on the right side. That's
little Phoenix stripe.
That whole entry, but big arc. One thing that I worried about when we used to dominate these races at this racetrack, and you get these leads at the beginning of the race. Sometimes I felt like as we got towards the end of the race, there were weekends where I felt like we didn't keep up with our car like the rest of the field was.
Well, the interval keeps shrinking between Byron and Preece.
That experience in traffic, and if you got in
as he continues to close the gap to Berry, Josh Berry.
Most likely at some point by somebody who's on reds or something different. So you're going to have to deal with traffic, and there'd be a lot of times you'd be running this fast, and then you'd catch the back.
Yeah, he's catching the 21.
Stop because your car wasn't very good.
I don't think he's going to catch Byron before the stage end, though.
To catch the back of the pack.
All right, now here's Josh Berry for the Wood Brothers in unfamiliar blue. Right behind him comes Ryan Preece, Larry.
Yeah, going back to Ryan Preece right
well,
now, who has moved up.
We'll see, PRK. I mean, they've proven in the first 3 races, you know, Bell winning 2, Byron winning his second 500. They win early on.
Maintain a pace right now, not overwork those tires.
2880s to the leaders, 29 flat. About a 0.2 fall off for Preece after 30 laps on the softer option tire.
Yeah, and I think that in order to maximize what you're going to do for the penalty that you're going to take, I think you want to push him as hard as you can push him unless there's something I'm missing, because you're going to want to capitalize as many points as possible, because you're not going to get them when everybody else has those soft tires on them.
Yep. Run them hard.
Back a little bit, holding your hands back would be if you were worried about a tire blistering and having a problem. That's what I love about having that car, that one car out there that, you know, rolled the dice and showed us the potential of these tires.
Well, I think there's more to this than just let's see what the option tire will do. Certainly, he is now the test pilot for his whole RFK team. They're going to share the data on.
He's going to get this 3rd position from
They're racing for stage points. Remember last
Berry?
year where Preece stayed out in stage 2, won the stage, and notched his second career stage win 1 week ago.
I want to give props to Josh Berry right there in the Wood Brothers car. It just got passed, obviously, but we know the reason why.
Also, go play Slot Machine right now. Carson Hocevar in 7th. 777s.
New to that car, new to that
37 car in 7th.
And these are the days that you have to capitalize on for Josh Berry and that 21 team. Now you're racing in the front. Now it puts the pressure on your pit crew. It puts the pressure on the driver to get up and down pit road without a penalty. All those little things to capitalize on a day.
Yeah, absolutely great move by that Preece team, at least for this first stage.
A couple of the races this year. So that 21 car is a good sign for them to be able to do this on a flat track like Phoenix, so what we would call a more normal style racetrack.
Well, we only have 2 sets. So...
Started in 7th.
And you see him, you heard Larry talking about...
yeah, 360.
Shifting to 5th gear. You saw Denny right there. Not downshift or anything. Really good one through that lap. But he,
I don't know. He's gonna have to gain more time than that, though. You got to gain almost 4 seconds in 13 laps.
Instead of wasting time on 2 shifts.
Now Ryan Preece.
Like I said, I think it's too big a gap for him to make the stage win, but.
Exactly what we were talking about. Will they last?
Yeah, I think they're in a position where they could just ride at this point.
All right, Byron leading, Reddick second, Preece 4 seconds back on the option tire with 12 laps to go in stage 1 at Phoenix.
You're right, Corey, because you get more points that way.
From imagination to the track. Your driveway.
Granted, I think the penalty kind of interfered with it, but you guys kind of like my doing the driver matchups. Driver matchups for stage wins or stages like that instead.
That's right. It was one of those books that smelled bad, but in a good way, you know? No, man. Oh, didn't think this through, did you? No. You go without me. The owner and I aren't on speaking terms. Apparently the refills are limited. Okay. It's not okay.
Welcome back to Papa John's. I'm hand stuffing this mozzarella to make our epic stuffed crust pizza.
Epic.
Epic. Hey, we're making you an epic stuffed crust pizza for $13.99.
Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
This is Toyota Gazoo Racing. We've got fast cars and even faster drivers. They're all part of a big, happy family of speed demons. Now you're up to speed. You in?
It's the fastest, most unpredictable speedway on Earth.
Iron made this place. Mined, smelted, forged. And every spring, we gather around and celebrate. Iron, sharpening iron. But in order to take it all home, you need nerves of steel. The big one is back. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
I'm trying to think of what the next matchup I want to do. I know I want to do 2 guys that are running near the front.
It's the gunslingers, the burners, and the cold-blooded.
I think I know what I'll do for the next stage.
Dynasty that went back to back to back. This is the UFL. The stories.
Then obviously the final stage will be the driver one like I normally do. The driver ones with the field.
In stage number 1, William Byron has been out front for 48 of the 53 laps. Joey Logano has led 5 after starting the race from the outside of the front row. Christopher Bell
He's about
restarted
2.5 seconds back, about 2 seconds, 2.2 seconds back. I don't think he's going to get to. I don't think he's going to get to Reddick.
Circuit of the Americas. First since Kevin Harvick in 2018 to win 2 of the first 3 races of the season, and trying to match that.
Like I said, I think that fall off is starting to come into play now.
2018, with his success at Phoenix, Christopher Bell is today's guaranteed 5th, sponsored by eBay.
He's looking good.
So they're going to have a solid 3rd though in stage 1.
Spring winner here a year ago, top 10 in 6.
Blaney might get buried there for 5th.
Well, and this is really where you make your money right here at Phoenix. You're able to be able to have your car hang on in the beginning of the run, but as you get towards the second half of that run, it's a lot easier to pass cars. And we've seen Christopher Bell be good on the long run at so many places that we go to.
Yeah,
today,
that again.
I think if anybody's going to contend with William Byron, now that Logano is out of the picture for now,
yeah.
Get up through them, we're going to see. But if anybody,
The most interesting thing is going to be what happens
Well, here's what we talked about earlier. When you catch the
when we get
slow down, because that's always
that last run, especially if that last run, if we get a green flag run for like the final 60 laps or so, that's where you're going to have to make a decision. Because you're going to have to make that decision without betting on a overtime.
He came out of the pits in 37th, so he's gained 7 spots, and looks like by the end of the stage he will not be in danger of going a lap down.
Well, it's good to see Hunt Brothers on the side of that car.
Yeah, Priest has kind of maintained the gap between himself and Reddick. It's about 2 seconds, so.
2 to go in the stage. Pit road has closed. William Byron has led more today than Hendrick Motorsports has led this year entering Phoenix.
Wow.
Like we talked at the beginning of the show, Mike, this is really
kind of a surprise.
Who's got the best cars for the majority of the racetracks that we're going to. And now William Byron, as you see him right behind Ty Gibbs, who's had a tough start to the season, but he's going to fight for his life.
Last lap, stage 1. Looks like it's going to be Byron winning the stage.
He's laying some really good lap times down, especially there at the end of this stage.
Final lap of the stage. There's Reddick in second, 1 second back. Priest another 1.5 seconds back. Will pile up 8 stage points.
Well, that's going to be the question: is who's going to take him here at the end of the stage here, if anybody will. I can see Joey doing it. You're right about that, Ark. I can see Joey doing it.
The most he's won at any racetrack. Reddick, Priest, Bell, and Blaney the top 5. Berry, Hocevar, Hamlin, Elliott, Larson the top 10. Byron first.
This is what joint pain looks
Pay that one off first.
Moving with a leave. Just one a leave. 12 hours of
Like I said, I could see him doing the option tire. I think that's a good play on the 22 team if they want to get their track position back.
That doesn't matter. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's, where the subs matter most. Yeah. Ooh. Focus on the subs. Where the subs matter most. The Jersey Mike's thing.
12 amateur survivalists put their faith in it.
I don't understand this game. Oh, we can hear him.
Do you push your up one or push the button?
I'm not hitting the button.
Extracted. All new Mondays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
From racetrack to road, Mobil 1 Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
Stage 2 prediction is up.
Don't worry, we'll be back. I can't believe they're leaving. Like, who would ever want to leave this paradise?
A paradise you'll want to lose yourself in. Book your escape to Celebration Key, Carnival's exclusive paradise.
At Napa, we're the pros that know how to make your business our business. Pros everywhere you need us, with every part you need. From brake pads to stock your shop in Orange County, California, to oil filters for your fleet in Orange County, Florida. It's why we built a nationwide network of parts and exceptional service, all driven by one mission: to keep businesses big, small, and everything in between moving full speed ahead.
The Big East Tournament, March 13th through the 15th on Fox and FS1.
He's done enough in his career. As much of his trophy case is full, it's like it really wouldn't be any reason to come back. You know? Unless it's just a racer in him wants to come on.
You get whatever trophy, try to win. No matter. Lowest power catching on fire.
I should have you look up Dale Earnhardt Jr. has his podcast he does. He had John Force on. I don't know if the whole thing is on YouTube or not. Yeah, just the clips from that, listen to him. But he was telling stories about
Who will rise up in the world's most famous arena and take the conference crown? The Big East Tournament live from Madison Square Garden. Coverage begins Thursday on FS1, Friday and Saturday on Fox. Pits will open soon. Here's Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, Phoenix Raceway has been a great track for Chris Buescher. So we thought, what the heck? Let's introduce you to his picture. They've been getting the job done. They're a nice mix of brains and athleticism.
Jacob Prohl, front changer, two-time All-Ivy League receiver for Brown University. Travis Edis, rear tire changer.
You see, the thing is, Bumble, I think they need to. And as much as I want there to be as little X factors in the final race, I think it would make it interesting.
Led by Scott Graves, they are ready to go to work.
I feel like that's maybe how they explain our booth sometimes.
Just to see how people would, just to see mainly how the Championship 4 would play it. You know?
No?
Larry, help me. What are we going to see here?
Well, I just think there's some drivers that's made no hay. When I look at Ty Gibbs back there still in 34th, when I look at Michael McDowell 26th, John Hunter Nemechek in 31st, I think this is a time to do what Ryan Preece and Derek Finley did.
Exactly. You're going to see a couple of these guys near the back pull this off. They're going to do it. Now, if you're the leaders, I think I like the call that like Corey's been saying, I know Hamill's been saying, you save the one to the end. But some of these other guys, they really don't have anything to lose at this point. Put them on. Put them on and see what happens.
As they head for pit road, Jamie.
Tyler Reddick comes down. His car was pretty good, but started to get a little bit tight.
See what Tyler and Ryan do. Looks like Tyler's going to go with the primary. 17 looks like they're taking the primaries. I can't see Larson back there what they did.
The 24 of William Byron leading the race, very good so far, but told the team, I am loose right now. I need an adjustment for that. It stayed the same the whole run, but he needs some drive off.
Like they went the primes on both Hocevar and Byron.
Something hasn't felt the same since then.
Byron will lead them off pit road, and the pit timing line has been moved here at Phoenix, further away from the #1 pit stall to lessen that advantage.
Great stop by Hamlin's bunch and Chase Elliott.
I don't know when you left, Sonic, so I don't know what the first thing you saw, what the last thing you saw was. I can't tell you what you missed until I know what the last thing you saw was.
Does our mascot look like Danny DeVito to you? That doesn't matter. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's.
They did show a better shot of it, Fiverr. But to me, it's razor thin. It looks to me like he's on it, that he was on it, not that he was below it. But again, they obviously saw different. It was close. I mean, it was razor thin close. Not a zoomed in close up now. They gave us a better shot than the one we had, but even then, it was razor thin to try to tell it.
Lucky contestant is here and ready to play. Start playing today for a chance to win up to $250,000. Knowing your limits is always the best.
Yeah, it was all right. I mean, I've heard better, I've heard worse. So I'd say it was kind of middle of the road, maybe.
Like, who would ever want to leave this paradise? Do I miss my other half? Of course I do. But do I regret my decision to stay in paradise?
Yes, that's true, but again, that is so close. If you saw the shot they showed us, it is so close. It's so close because of where he is compared to the start-finish line, too. I mean, he was like right on top of the start-finish line. Watch the spoilers, Cody. They haven't said anything here yet, so... Cindric's on him, okay. Well, I'll say this is the blanket one. Granted, most of the regulars in here know it, but for any first timers, that if you don't see something here, don't say anything until you see it here. It's just that way I can keep it from being spoiled for people that are, you know. That's the only reason I say I watch the spoilers, is because I just don't want people being spoiled to something before we see it happen here.
We're actually working. We're live here. So I'm sorry, you're a young fan here. What's your name and who you're rooting for?
My name is Julian Solis, and my favorite racer is Byron 24.
Oh, good pick, because he was on the pole.
He did way better than the guy at Atlanta who did not answer you, Myers.
We didn't know where we were, but tell me what you're keeping an eye on so far from this great spot.
Yeah, well, I mean, Joey Logano, he had that penalty early on. If you're going to have a penalty, have it early so you can recover from it. It's going to be interesting to see now that they've reset Chris. Is he able to drive him through the field, get back up to the lead where he was?
Yeah, it's a great view, and thanks again. We were going to go on a Rattlesnake Hill. Too many lawyers.
I was okay with that.
You know, it's really named Monument Hill, but when Buddy Joe owned this racetrack, he named it Rattlesnake Hill on the track map so people wouldn't go up there. I mean, snakes, you know? Then they cleared them all out and they terraced it, and now it's a fan area. It's all good.
There's the brains of the booth that you were talking about.
Yeah, well, the brains.
That leaves you out, so I don't know what you've left yourself. I don't either.
I'm home
I've
now.
seen you play basketball. Or any
I told Ren already.
Did you even notice that we took the side-by-side? We didn't take a car?
No, because I never know. I wouldn't be able to see the car anyway unless it went out of the garage.
The 60 team
So.
Side-by-side.
Reese's
It
run
was nice.
on the option tire.
Good call, Derek.
Good driver.
I know we passed cars. I don't want to kiss, though.
Shit, I didn't want to. Yeah, it started to fall off there at the end.
Yeah, it was manageable. It wasn't terrible. Lacking a little bit of right rear side bite. Felt like it was manageable, you know.
Well, I think it's fair right here. That's what that cape extended with those softer tires. I want to hear that conversation after these next set on here. It's not going to be near as pleasant, but he got the track position that he needed, and that car will drive better because of it.
Now, Ross Chastain was penalized for too fast entering on the way down pit road to his pit. So he came back in to serve his penalty and put on the option tires.
Well, this is a tricky pit road with the way that corner is and where the pit stalls are. It's really easy to get that speeding penalty, but it definitely, that shows you how important the track position was. And when you went all the way to the back, they were like, the heck with it. We need to make something out of this stage in order to put ourselves in a position. They don't think they can obviously win today because of the fact that they've got themselves.
I don't know bowling. If you have to pay, I don't think it's the track you're paying. Oh, here we go. Swerves is on it. Haley, Nemechek, Gibbs, Chastain. Cindric is the highest running that's going to be on him. Herbs Custer, SVG.
One of those in the running order is Austin Cindric in 14th. He's on the option, so is Justin Haley.
So watch the 2 car, because that's going to be the first one we got that's highest up.
Riley Herbst, John Hunter Nemechek, Ty Gibbs.
Now he's starting further up than what Priest did. Priest was 34th.
As we mentioned, Ross Chastain. They will start stage 2.
I don't know that one, Mark. I know they only have 2 sets of option tires, but I think by the time they finish using them, they're usually worn to shreds, so where they can't use them again.
Is to try to
So.
get some stage points and a little bit of track position.
Byron and Reddick on the front row, ready to restart.
All right.
Have been made. Let's see how these cars react.
See what happens now.
Byron's led 65 of the 70 laps so far.
Yep. Only been 2 different leaders so far today, Logano and Byron.
Green flag.
Watching my boy on this restart. Had a nice gain in that first stage. Came from, what, 11th? Ooh, got loose there. Loose again off that corner. Watch Cindric go, though.
A little bit of 4 wide, but pretty orderly this
time. Ooh.
Look out.
Yeah, there's a lot.
There's going to be ones coming from back here on those fresh tires that.
To be able to move around.
Watch out.
Get situated up off the corners. We see Gill and way back. Yeah, we see Gill end up the racetrack and SVG get stacked up on those red tires.
Damn, Cindric's already up to 8th. He's eating.
Those red tires are going to go right around the outside of him.
Austin Cindric plus.
Austin's already after his teammate. Yeah, he's probably going to be leading the race before too long here.
So you want to be as aggressive as possible.
He took off really good too.
Cars are as close together as possible. It's easier to make up time when you have the restarts.
Second place.
Bell trying to get around Reddick. That's the channel point prediction. That's the battle, Reddick and Bell.
Right there with Hamlin and Berry.
Got his tires dirty. Tyler Reddick's trying to clean them
Right
up.
now, Bell is ahead of Reddick.
In that last run, I'm impressed with Bell's speed. Can anybody contend with Byron and all of this? It's clean air and the speed that he has in his car. We know that car's fast. It was on the pole from yesterday.
And I think the second half of these tire runs is really when Christopher Bell is going to shine. Now he's got that track position. Won't lose as much time to Bell.
Look where Austin's running too. He's way down there on that flat.
So I feel like those are the best 4 cars currently. But Austin Cindric is running 6th right now, and he's going to be on a mission to get to the lead.
Yeah, he's got to. When you're running the option tire, your goal should be to try to get to the front before those tires fall off.
10 on the option tire right now. Others will move up as this stage rolls on. Watching from the Ford Performance Cam.
Yeah, he needs to catch.
I don't like that being all the way down on that flat. I'd rather see the right side of those tires from Austin Cindric's car on that yellow line. I think when you're on the flat, it allows the car to slide more, and you abuse the tires worse than trying to really hug that line with the right side tires if you're going to use the apron.
Cindric up to 5th. You see
He needs to keep Bell or Byron within sight distance so he could have a chance to get by him before the fall off.
You know that yellow line was kind of soft there that almost locks that right rear tire and the right front tire in. That'll hook you right around that corner. If you're not on that, it just uses all 4 tires sliding.
Look at that battle at the back, 3 wide. That's Cole Custard. It says up over the door. It really does. That's how they painted it this week on the 41.
Ooh, they're going to be 4 off at the start finish line.
Brad sliding up into Jones, I think, a little bit. Then hear the rest of them come underneath of him.
Nemechek, Herbst, Kozlowski, and Jones.
Around him, except for
SVG. Oh, he sent that in there.
To lift out of the gas again, but this is what these tires, these softer option tires, are doing.
Again, I'm shocked Logano's crew didn't go with the option tire there.
That's what we were looking for, and it's doing just.
Meanwhile, Cindric's up to P4, by the way. He gained another one, got around Freeze.
Pick and choose them wisely.
Right, 6 sets of the primary tire and 2 sets of the option tire. And yes, you have to change all 4 together. You can't mix and match.
Yep. No mix and match, which I like that.
Byron back out front by a second over Christopher Bell. Reddick, Cindric on the move in 4th, closing on 3rd.
Greatness.
Well, my Sharona as we go to commercial break.
Mike Subs. Danny DeVito? Are you my freshman roommate?
And that doesn't matter. This is a Jersey Mike's commercial where the subs matter most. I mean, look how big that is. We eat that for lunch and for dinner. Hey, we eat that. Hey, who let the rents in? You want a Jersey Mike's?
Introduce us to your new roommate.
It's Danny DeVito.
That's mine. Don't touch it. Where the subs matter most. The Jersey Mike's.
As much as I like Jersey Mike's, I'd be more stoked at Danny DeVito being my roommate than I would get the Jimmy Jersey Mike's sub. As much as I like Jersey Mike's, don't get me wrong, I'd be more stoked about Danny DeVito being my roommate. Like a Danny DeVito, man.
But it starts here.
It's the Penguin.
Pro Plan Sport, advanced nutrition for strength and stamina.
Want to get your paws on some cash prizes? Play Michigan Lottery's new online game, Meow Money, for a chance to win up to $150,000. Sign up on our site to play. Knowing your limits is always the best bet.
The Subaru Forester versus RAV4 and CR2. 96% of Forester vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
Twins, Matilda. He directed Matilda too, so.
Forester during the Subaru A Lot to Love event. Going on now.
But for me, he'll always be the Penguin. Probably what is my favorite Batman movie, Batman Returns. Michael Keaton, Michelle Pfeiffer, Christopher Walken, and Danny DeVito. How's that for a cast? Byron right now, Frank. Byron won stage 1. He leads right now over Bell. Cindric's on the option tires, trying to chase him down.
For a new kind of madness. It's the college basketball crown. 16 teams from the top conferences face off in an all-new postseason tournament. Tip-off is March 31st on Fox and FS1. Here in Phoenix, Austin Cindric continues his march to the front on the option top.
Yeah, and Cindric just got second. Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
Option tires.
He's going to be the leader here in a minute.
Option tires.
A half second and got to close in really fast on William Byron, and then the key to the equation here is if this doesn't go and have a caution.
You're thinking of Batman Forever. Batman Forever is the one that had Kiss from a Rose.
Or whoever is in second place at that particular point. So
that's the Val Kilmer Batman. Val Kilmer, Nicole Kidman, Tommy Lee Jones, and Jim Carrey. Two-Face and the Riddler.
Two different compounds of tires here to Phoenix.
Mike, we did it twice last year. We did it in North Wilkesboro, the All-Star.
Oh, Justin Haley's up there now. Suarez, Chastain, McDowell. But look at again. Look at the option tires.
This is the most high-speed track we have tried this at. The ultimate goal is to see if overall a softer tire combination will work.
Yeah, those are like the tournaments before the March Madness tournament for it.
Everywhere we showed up with a softer tire, Watkins Glen, Martinsville, the racing was better.
You don't get March Madness till like later in March, which is funny because it's considered March Madness, but you don't see the actual March Madness tournament until like later in the year. Or later in the month.
And he said they feel like they took a step in the right direction here in the fall, so they built on that. And so far, the handling of this car is good. Now, Brian also told me that if they couldn't drive into the top 10 by the end of stage 1, they would put these option tires on. Well, he wasn't able to make up much ground at all, so he restarted 14th. They put those options on.
He's in there. Justin Haley's up to 4th on those option tires. As I said, Suarez, his teammate Chastain. McDowell's up to 10th.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Haley, Suarez, Chastain. But I want to point out, look at Preece. He's still up there. He started 28th, put those tires on, got him the points that they were looking for, but it also got him established up front in the cleaner air, and the car's going to handle better. And you can, he's obviously holding court right there. So I think he's...
Again, this is an entirely different race now with this option tire.
There's no way of getting around that. The closer you get to the front, the better your car is going to handle.
Ooh.
Oh, got trouble. Somebody locked up there.
McDowell, and I think he's in the wall.
Here he is in turn 4, and yellow is out.
Now, did he have a left rear or right rear going before he hit the wall?
I don't know. Did it blow up? Looks like the right rear might be flat. I think oh yeah, it is. Right rear.
Yeah. I wonder if he had the right rear going and it finally came apart.
Having too much heat and blowing out, so
I think it went down, and we've seen it before. It dumps all that. These cars are so rigid. Obviously, he's right there.
He happened right in front of Preece.
Takes the weight off the front, and it won't stop. That's where he locks the brakes up. See, it took all the weight. When that right rear goes down, with these things being as rigid as they are, it takes the weight off the left front, locked it up, and wouldn't stop for him.
Yeah, what he got away with them.
Yeah, McDowell was on the options. But that was caused by the lockup.
This one for the hometown favorite, Michael McDowell.
He locked him up, and when he locked him up, I think the tire went down. I'm not positive on that, but
sometimes you
what it looks like to me.
That's why Tylenol provides fast, effective pain relief. That's Tylenol. That's care without limits.
I am somebody. I may be young. But I am. Somebody. I may be small. But I am. I must be respected. Protected. Never rejected. But I am.
Somebody.
The NASCAR Cup Series from Las Vegas on FS1. We took our fan favorite Little Caesars Crazy Puffs and made them even better with bacon. That'll make you say,
Well, it's the trade-off. The Reds are meant to be faster, but it's
Raceway, the 45. Tyler Reddick is in. Cars driving better that time. Just an air pressure adjustment. The 2 of Austin Cindric. He went to those softer.
it's to be faster, but the trade-off is they wear out quicker than the regular ones.
Most of the cars around him, he likes that. Happy overall with the car right now. The yellow primary tires going on his, and the 24 of William Byron. Entry and exit were better, but he got too tight when the two car got in front of him.
Well, this is what jumbles the order could do to pit stops, is when you get the... Yep, Joey went with him.
Here in stage number 2. That's Christopher Bell, first off pit road ahead of William Byron.
All the small things.
Does our mascot look like Danny DeVito to you?
That doesn't matter. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's, where the subs matter most. Yeah. Ooh, focus on the subs. Where the subs matter most.
Really?
It's a Jersey Mike's thing.
The UFL is history in motion. Built one story at a time.
I'm assuming you meant to start this season, Bumble.
It's a dynasty that went back to back to back. This is the UFL. The stories continue. The UFL is history in motion. It's the gunslingers, to the cold-blooded, and a dynasty stacking 3 straight. This is the UFL.
They're good. They really are good sandwiches, Fire. If you ever get a chance to go to one, go and try it out. They're good. Might depend on where you are. There might not be one where you're at. I'm just saying, if you ever get a chance. Good subs, good subs. Very good subs.
Welcome back to Phoenix. Tough pit sequence for Legacy Motor Club. Eric Jones and John Hunter Nemechek both speeding on pit road after leaving their pit stall.
Another.
McDowell still on pit road now with the hood up. Some further damage there after that cut tire and spin.
Yeah, you see those plates on the front tires. What they're doing is checking the toe from the front of the tire to the back of the tire to make sure that that tire's set to the appropriate toe setting they want.
Well, they weren't the only ones that had trouble on pit road. Josh Berry, I think they left a lug nut loose there. He had to stop and back up into a stall, so he'll be starting at the back as well.
And we noted Joey Logano on the option tire. A very
Joey did take the option.
By Paul Wolf, pulled back the yellow sidewall tires and put on the reds. And let's see how far Logano can advance from.
I think he's the only one on him right now. We'll see.
Restarts, one of the best restarters in the business, so I would say a lot.
Yeah. Well, I think for him, he needs to get there as soon as possible, because if this thing goes green, I don't know that those tires.
Yeah, that is 90. That is 90.
Like, that
Well, 87 laps at this point, you'd have to go.
on fuel at the rest of this stage.
With this softer tire, I'm seeing a lot more rubber on the racetrack. Marbles at the top of the track. Those are the things that we haven't seen in a long time. Watching those cars go around there, you can see it on the outside. Reddick earlier got up in the marbles per se and had to clean them up.
And we saw it yesterday. That rubber was caked up on those crush panels behind those front tires.
Cody Ware got the free pass, and they also put the option tire on his number 51.
Yeah, just remember the fuel window is about 92 to 98 laps. With that stop there, you can make it to the end of stage 2, but that's asking twice the distance that anybody has run on those red option tires on the 20.
Yeah, that's the only risk there. Is the wear that's going to come from those tires. Kyle's right. You got the track position.
Track position later, and he's going to be the benefactor. Have those softer tires later. That's going to come full circle. They needed that to go green, and it didn't. They're going to wish they had those now.
All right, Kyle Busch will restart.
I guess Justin Haley is still on him.
Cars on the lead lap. Bell and Byron, a Toyota and a
Because they probably haven't changed that yet.
On the outside of Daniel Suarez.
Yep. Here we go again. Defending race winner, now the race leader. Watch that 22. All the way down on the flat and 4 wide.
Christopher Bell got a great launch right there. We've seen the 24 car of William Byron be a little bit better.
Oh, big checkup, big wreck.
Big wreck. They're still wrecking.
Herps, Custer.
I think that was Herbst.
Keep rolling if you can. Keep rolling.
I think that's McDowell down there. Kozlowski.
I think that was a win.
Or not McDowell. I think that was that Hocevar? Yeah, that's Hocevar down there. Justin Haley.
Yeah, and a lot of times what happens, you get off that corner from the flat.
SVG with big damage.
Will take off as we saw earlier and hit the guy on the outside of you, and that starts a chain reaction.
Justin Haley, Riley Herbst involved.
That was a 4 wide that came together. I think somebody got the wall and got pinballed back down, but I want to see a replay first.
Looks like all but 3 got away.
Yeah, a lot of times on this back straightaway here, it's just so narrow. Once they start wrecking and the smoke starts building up, it's just hard to be able to tell where to go.
Much like the first one, it starts.
Watch right up here.
You see him, the funnel
Somebody slides up. Oh, that.
Into Briscoe.
I think it was Gibbs. I think Gibbs slid up into the car in the middle.
Into Haley seemed to be the first point of contact.
That's Gibbs. I think Gibbs slid up and forced Haley up the hill.
They all get squeezed, right? Oh, you're right.
No, yeah, and there wasn't even contact. Haley just ran into Briscoe after. I think he tried to give Gibbs room once he knew Gibbs was down there and slammed into Briscoe.
But it looked like the 19 and
well, nobody lifted. Nobody was willing to lift.
Those wheels grabbed.
Boy, did they.
See it again here.
Yeah, so watch this.
Because I think the contact actually comes from the 7 and the 19 first. Yeah.
Wow. Boom.
Wow.
Happens fast.
Yeah, the Gragson spun. Somebody said Gragson was involved. I didn't see him now to the replay, so this is gonna hurt. Listen to this. Over the wheel one car into the side of another one. Yeah, I didn't see him in the replay, John. That's why I was saying I didn't see to the replay that he was in it. SVG. I said he had a lot of nose damage, so I knew that he was in it.
At least 7 cars involved in this pileup.
Well, to be fair, at least 2 of those we've seen because it ramped off the other car.
And all 3 Spire cars have been in an incident today after all qualifying up front in the top 8.
Yeah, there wasn't even contact between Gibbs and Haley. It was Haley and Briscoe first.
Puts us back under yellow.
With Pro Plan Sport.
Actually, I'd say that reminds me, if you go back and rewatch the race, the 2017 fall race had an incident off that. I think it was 17 or 18 had an incident right off that same corner. Very similar to that, where somebody I think it was Kurt Busch got forced into the outside wall. Got squeezed and came back across the track.
This sport isn't for the weak. These are the predictable breeds. The NASCAR Cup Series from Las Vegas on FS1. NASCAR Cup Series is
Well, two of those three were the same driver, too, John. Yeah, it was Denny and Kurt in 18. Yeah, that's right. Briscoe caught a little air after he basically went over Justin Haley's right front wheel. So it lifted the side of the car in the air a little bit to back down.
Consumer Reports ranks car brands on more than 50 road tests.
No, that was the spring of 17. The wreck I'm mentioning was the fall of 18.
Safety ratings from IIHS. And for 2025,
Newman's last Cup win was the spring of 17.
is Subaru. It's no surprise they also named Subaru the best overall automotive brand.
Get 2.9% APR for 72 months on any Subaru Outback during the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now.
I don't think anybody's going to stop here, but we'll see. So anyway, just stopped the previous yellow.
It would have definitely tipped Kyle over the edge if he would have, roughed him up too bad. I think that, he was still in a position there where he probably could have been a little more aggressive, but I think that we talk about it with Carson Hocevar last week. You earning the respect of your competitors. Sometimes you have to use those situations to try to earn that respect, and I think Christopher, listening to his victory lap interview, really wanted to earn that respect from Kyle. Hey, I do want to race you correctly. I do want to do things the proper way to get this win.
Join Kevin and the crew every Tuesday and Thursday. Is this the best podcast in NASCAR? Tune in and see. It's Kevin Harvick's Happy Hour, presented by Ethel Automotive. And let's show you that finish last week that Kevin was talking about. Racing each other with respect. Great finish.
It was a
Yeah, it
good
was.
finish. See some contact right there.
There was a little contact, but
Each other really hard, really clean.
nothing wrong with a little rubbing. A little rubbing is racing.
Tire advantage. And was
But the
able
actual pass for the lead was clean.
and drive away for the win. But it wasn't just Busch. William Byron, he would, with as hard as those two guys were racing, William Byron got himself back into it, but ultimately Christopher Bell was the winner.
And look which two drivers we're talking about today. Exact same two.
Christopher Bell coming off 2 straight
Well,
trying to tie.
I wouldn't necessarily show that stat though,
1992, 3 in a row.
because the one stat that isn't shown there. Oh yeah, wow, Briscoe's car did really come off the ground, and so did Hocevar's.
We had 7 cars involved, but the more
Damn.
the more we count.
That was a lot harder hit to the outside wall than. Jeez. Both of them caught air.
Goes around.
It's
like Dylan sneaks through.
Showing that stat earlier, they showed.
Yeah, it's just that's a tough spot where
Kevin Harvick didn't win the championship those years either.
but it is so narrow. As you see the right front tire there on
Obviously, Bill's is the notable one, the '92 championship finale, and then Harvick,
finishes to go with it, Clint.
him, Busch, and Truex, the big three as we called them at the time.
All right, we'll step aside.
They lost to Joey Logano for that championship. Yeah, great. I'm gonna have to reset the app again, I think, as it comes back. See if I give it a second. No, I'll have to reset it. That's okay, we'll reset it. I can do that very quickly here. But man, that was a hard lick for both those guys, for both Briscoe and Hocevar. I didn't realize how much air Hocevar's car got.
Don't miss the reality show phenomenon.
Tired of watching good people do bad things.
The survivalists realize they have no control.
What kind of game is this we're playing?
Oh my gosh. Extracted, all new Monday on Fox.
With the new Ultimate Hut Bundle, free your Ultimate Pizza Hut piece. I got meat lovers and double pepperoni.
Rock, we got double pep.
I get double pep.
Dude, Bundle Bros!
Bundle Bros!
Bundle Bros!
Build yours starting at $24.99. No one outpizzas the Hut.
Yeah. They'd be in real worse shape if they hadn't won the appeal. I still think they're going to do well, though. It's just that it's unfortunate that they've had misfortune to start this season. Waiting to come back from commercial break.
Next week, NASCAR rolls into Las Vegas with all 3 national series on track starting Friday with a Craftsman Truck Series under the lights at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, that was Foreigner. Double vision.
Still cleaning up from the lap 99 crash. Now Justin Haley was coming in the top 10, headed for the top 5 when he got caught up. Listen to Haley and then his crew chief, Rodney Childers, after this.
I love how they talk about Justin Haley, but they're showing Hocevar's car.
It wasn't worked on. Did he not just come across my nose?
Alright guys, sorry about that. Y'all do a good job all weekend. I had a good car.
Kevin, these are some really hard hits.
Yeah, that's usually
Yeah.
the way that those hits are there off of turn 2. You know, we saw the 54 car come up the track, and
Well, there's been some hard hits off that last corner. Johnson, when he blew the tire here in the fall of 2012.
but they all just squeezed into
Danica, the spring of 2013, had a hard lick off that corner.
So your leader is Christopher Bell behind the Chevy Corvette. Let's check with Regan.
There was another one that had
Fast on the racetrack all year long, too.
tire failure off that corner.
You can't get 2 wins in a row without a fast pit crew. Darrell Edwards, Jackman for Christopher Bell. You guys won the race off of pit road in that most recent yellow flag. What is the sensation like when you have a good stop like that and your driver's out first?
I mean, it feels really good. Like, that's all the preparation work that you do in the off season, and when you see it all come together at the right time, man, it just feels so good.
No, Matt, I didn't know Matt had a hard one.
4 years now. We just try not to be superheroes, man, honestly. We just try to give Bell the best shot and send him out there and leave it in his hands.
Mike Darrell's having a good day. Also, High Point University, where he played basketball, qualified for the NCAA tournament for the first time ever earlier today.
Darrell Edwards out of Baltimore, Maryland.
You don't think they're carrying speed here, but they do. They carry speed here.
5 seasons.
Saw those guys checking into the hotel yesterday. They're dudes, all of them. It's amazing the job they're doing on pit road these days.
Jamie?
Well, we're at the Infield Care Center waiting on drivers to get checked and released. Riley Herbst, the first one. That was a big one here at this 1 mile oval. What did you see there, Riley?
Yeah, I don't know. It all happened in front of me. Just kind of biding my time, learning, continue to work and build. they were wrecking off turn 2, and I tried to avoid it to go low and just got caught up, I think, at the very last second. So frustrating for sure, but get to go home next weekend, and hopefully we have a good run. So look forward for all the support, and yeah, thank you.
God, the 19 launched and then the 77 launching. We hit the wall.
And several drivers next week. Seven cars off track. Here's AJ Allmendinger.
450th Cup start for AJ Allmendinger.
Camera for the Dinger.
That's a mark.
Been up as high as 16th so far. Larry, how about Joey Logano? Started on the front row, came to the pits.
Now Joey is on the option tire.
Decided, let's go for the option.
Nobody loves to ride around under caution except Joey Logano and Paul Roof right now at 50 miles per hour. Because when we went back racing before that caution, there was 87 laps to go. They're the only car out there on the red soft option tires right now. That's too many laps. Every lap they can run under caution, that subtracts laps run under green. Right now, we've got about 75 laps to go. I think if we can get that number to maybe 60 laps, running to the end of stage 2 might be doable on those red option tires.
Well, either way, they're definitely in a box. Now that we've had some cautions, we know everybody's going to make it on fuel. We thought they could before, but now there's zero question about that. So
What happened was the option tires, Howdy.
they're hoping that they can run far enough.
He's been top 10 car. It's just you had a couple of guys like Priest, like Cindric,
Yeah, that too.
that played like Suarez, that played the option tire strategy that got the track position. That's why the track position is kind of flipped around here.
Yeah, and it looks to me like the back straightaway is still.
I still think
cleaned up some.
Brian's got a good car. It's just he's lost a couple spots because of the option tire.
That, to say the least, it's shaking the starting lineup up, and they're enabling them to make moves that we haven't seen here in the past, and I like it. I'm a fan of it.
Well, right off the bat from practice yesterday, when you looked at the timing sheet,
Well, you got to be in the race to finish well, Bumble, and she definitely is. Outside from her early spin, she's definitely kept a clean wheel.
4 or 5 wide that we normally see, but it seems like you've got more cars being passed.
I mean, she's going to finish ahead of the Spire cars.
2 different tires. Jamie?
Well, Carson Hocevar was all smiles yesterday when you qualified third. Obviously a good car there, Carson, but what you see that ended your day?
Yeah, it's frustrating. Our car was fast. I felt like
And Briscoe
was pretty good, and we just got behind on a pit stop and just playing the tire game, and shouldn't have been back there is really what the result of it was, unfortunately. We had good track position, just the way that cycle worked out is we're just back there in the mess. So unfortunate, but our Spire cars are fast, and
All right, 200 laps to go. In the race, 73 in the stage.
Here we go.
Bell fires off good there.
Really got a shot from behind from Suarez there.
See what Joey does on those options.
About that. We've talked about this before, but you don't.
They're 4 wide back there.
The splitter loose from the front of the nose, because then that'll make your problems of being tight.
Busher, Elliott, Blaney, and Priest were 4 wide there for a brief second.
On those red tires.
Got squeezed a little bit there by Josh Berry. That was very close.
Let's see what the 22 can do. Alex kind of hanging around here, top 20.
Well, there you see those reds just
And there's the gain.
more options to be able to do what you want to do, and Joey knows that he has to take advantage of those reds while these cars are as bunched up as possible. If he has to,
There's where the real gain is, I think, is when you run that dog leg, you get down on that flat. That's where you're gaining your time. Is battle for 4th. Reddick trying to take that spot from Cindric.
Reddick and Cindric side by side. That's for 4th place.
Ooh, we got sideways.
way loose up underneath.
And here comes Kyle Larson. Haven't talked much about Larson today.
Lets Kyle Larson get right up beside him.
Trying to squeeze his way into the top 5.
Here he comes into the top 5, Kyle Larson. all the way. Started 17th.
And restarted 8th.
I'll tell you what's tightening up here, guys. This battle for the lead. Byron has chosen this outside line,
Well,
moving around, got Bell in the mirror.
A lot of people today said that a lot of the question could the battle for the win be between the two guys that have won this season, Bell and Byron. And here you go.
He's been better at the beginning of these runs than Christopher Bell. So if Bell can hold him off, we look for him to be better the second half of the run like he has been the rest of the race.
Justin Haley checked and released to the care center.
Yeah,
The heavy battle continues for fifth.
Him in 1 and 2, but I think that gap will shrink back up. He'll run him down. Probably had to clean his tires up here.
Yeah, and for the drivers in turns 1 and 2, you have to be able to chase that groove. You can't just go in there and run behind the car.
Ooh, Hamlin.
You've got to be able to run the middle. You've got to
By the door Chastain there a little bit.
Jamie?
Off that corner.
As mentioned, Kyle Larson, he told you at the start of the show that he's just confused here.
Joey's going to probably get 2 in 1 corner here. Get Kyle Larson and Tyler Reddick.
Lateral grip. They've been adjusting on it with some air pressure adjustments. Overall, though, he said the handling is decent.
Well, now he's going to watch Joey Logano just drive on by on those softer tires.
Well, all right, what's lateral grip? You hear us talk about that a lot on a flat track. Those rear tires just won't keep up with the front tires when the car wants to roll out.
So we're going to go to the top side maybe. Nope.
Rear end's loose.
Yeah, and this is a racetrack where we used to play a lot of games with the brake pads, and you'd actually, split the brake pads from left to right to be able to drive that car in the corner as hard as you can, and almost make the front end push, and then you'd work on the adjustment of the car to loosen that car back up to the center of the corner. But you'd split the hardness of the brake pads and make it so that one side was softer than the other. But we
Joey up to P5.
the brake pad split here. Richmond, some of those places, especially in this next gen car, and you hear a lot of these guys talk about loose end, and I just wonder if we don't need to be more aggressive on that split.
So as Joey Logano moves to 5th, Denny Hamlin.
Damn, Castle Egg's only a lap down.
For 10th have been trading pain.
That's even more of an impressive run than I thought she was going to have. She's only a lap down. Yeah, that was. I'm eating my words on that one, Bumble. I thought the only yellows we were going to see today were going to be the stage yellows, because the spring race has notoriously not been this action packed. So the fact we've had a couple of yellows is surprising to me.
Know that when you approach that one car, you got your work cut out for you. No problem with that.
Now here comes Blaney after Chastain for 11th.
And another one that we expect to be able to move towards the front as the longer this run goes on. Ryan Blaney is pretty notorious.
Yeah, I know.
For being able to run his car freer.
This worries me that we're not firing off that great.
It allows him to be really good on the second half of these runs when everybody else starts getting tighter through the center of the corner with the front end.
Still side by side there for 11th.
Well, let's see, let's count them. We had leg spin, the tussle off the corner that Grayson triggered, the stage end, McDowell, and the big wreck. It's 5 by my count. He has not, Bumble. Because the two that are lower in the running order, I'll mention 3 because I'll mention your guys, you and Portsboy too. But Blaney, Elliott, and Bowman have yet to use those option tires.
Track position, trying to overcome track position like Logano. 2 cars that haven't had to worry about that as Bell and Byron. They have the ability to keep those tires off of them till the time's right. They're the ones that are in the catbird seat. Everybody else is burning away. They're going to have 2 sets later.
Well, Reddick and Larson, I mean, they're
still in that group.
They're still in that group too. But most everybody around those guys, like you're saying, Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, Christopher Bell, Byron, Reddick, and Larson, those are the guys in the top 12 that haven't burned those reds up. So this is going to be a different game once those guys put those tires on.
Chase Briscoe checked and released.
To my knowledge, no. You don't actually have to use the option tire if you elect not to use it. There's not a rule that says you have to use it. There's just the gain of so much with it, you're going to probably use it at least once.
This is exactly what I'm talking about, though, right? The track position game is real here.
Byron, Bell, they have it. Logano had it, made a mistake, got a penalty, had to put those tires on early. That's going to flip-flop.
Also,
windows open and
top three, all three manufacturers.
Probably wondering, well, how are the guys
Toyota, Ford, Chevrolet.
Tires don't have the fastest lap? That's because they haven't had the track position when they have those new tires. That fastest lap will change once these guys up front that have had the track position get the opportunity to put those soft tires on.
Well, Joey's got it at about a second between him and Bell. And so far, Cindric is the only one we've seen actually go up and get the lead from having the option tires. So, oh yeah, it's another good reference. 20, 22, 24. Increments of 2.
And that's what you want to see right there. You see the 11 way up the racetrack, and you'll see Ryan Blaney able to, you know, stay tucked right on that white line or yellow line right there. And that's where you want to be. You see Kyle Busch down on the apron going up the track, and you're in the middle of the racetrack being able to cut through the center of the corner and back below that apron. That gives you the best option to put the throttle down when you don't have to follow that car in front of you. Same thing that Denny Hamlin just did.
Yeah, now the lead's 0.3 of a second.
And get that cut right.
Ooh, is Ryan going to try to get a bolt down here? He's going to be alongside of him. I don't think he's going to get the momentum now.
A lot of options when you get down to turns.
Well, I don't know. He might get Kyle.
And for the lead, here comes Logano on the option tire underneath Christopher Bell.
Well, that's what we expected. You know, we expected Joey Logano to drive to the lead. Now, the part that is the unknown that Larry's been talking about is how long will these tires last before they either fade to the point where the primary tires become faster, or do they just fall off to even, or do they blow out again like Michael McDowell?
Another new leader.
69 of 125.
Well, new old leader, really, because Joey led the first 5 laps before the penalty.
At lap 99, started with 4 cars abreast, and it ended up with 8 cars headed for the garage.
Legacy built one story at a time. It's the gunslingers, the burners, and the cold-blooded. It's the sidekicks, the MVPs, and a dynasty that went back to back to back. The next chapter, already in motion. This is the UFL. The stories continue.
This is gonna be ugly.
Fox Wednesday. One of these players has been keeping a little secret.
I have been lying about something.
That will rock the floor.
What just happened?
The floor is all new Wednesday at 9, 8 Central on Fox.
This is what joint pain looks like when you keep moving with Aleve. Just one Aleve. 12 hours of uninterrupted joint pain relief. Aleve. Strength to last 12 hours.
The Big East Tournament, March 13th to the 15th on Fox and FS1.
The new Ultimate Hut Bundle, right here, Ultimate Pizza Hut. I got meat lovers and
Yeah, it's the biggest incident we've seen today.
Bundle Bros. Build yours starting at $24.99. No one outpieces the Hut.
At Napa, we're the pros that know how to make your business our business. Pros everywhere you need us, with every part you need.
I'll put this out there again, granted. Just to let you guys know, when the NASCAR coverage ends, I want to watch the NHRA eliminations are on, so I'll probably stream that after. I'll split it. So I'll stop this one real quick and then pick it up to show that. I'm going to do that if anybody wants to hang with me after the Cup race. Like I said, I'm trying to do more motorsports as the opportunities present themselves. Like, do more IndyCar. In this case, do more NHRA because it's also on Fox. So I want to do more because I like watching the NHRA. So if I can do more. That will never happen, Port. Unless it's me probably playing an F1 game, I am not going to do F1. I would fall asleep watching the race.
Well, after serving that penalty, Joey Logano and Paul Wolfe came up with an alternate strategy to everybody else where they switched to the softer optional tire and then marched through the field from lap 60 on to where they are now the race leader. And we're running laps half a second faster than the field. But now that Logano has opened up a 1.5 second lead on Christopher Bell, he has backed off to about the same pace as the rest of the top 5.
Mike, that's exactly what Paul Wolfe told Joey to do.
Oh yeah, I get like quick channel point predictions as to which lane is going to win. Corey.
What we'd seen was Priest that ran 40 laps early in the race. They said get the lead, build a buffer, and let's just maintain, because they cannot afford to make a green flag stop. I still don't like the box they're in, being down a set of the red options, but I think this is their only option.
But it was the only option they had when they were once they got the penalty. It was the only option they had.
Regan, how about Ross Chastain?
Like another car that's in that box that doesn't have the second set of red options. Ross Chastain, 20 laps on these tires that they took off a little while ago. Take a look at this. I just want to show you. This is the right front tire that came off of Ross's. You see these dots right here. These are the wear dots. They are still there. They're not completely worn down, but they have been worn down some. This tire is the worst of all the tires in terms of that right now. The 1 car and the 99 car both have these reds laying on pit road still. They will reuse these later on in the race if they have to, so maybe down 20 laps worth of reds,
well,
but not the entire reds.
I don't know if I like the idea of using them, but
Brand new sticker prime yellow tire.
I know it was a completely different situation, but at North Wilkesboro last May, once the reds cooled down, they would fire back off and do pretty good. So that could be a good option to have, considering they're down a set.
So they're not out of tools. 5 cautions so far. That's more than the whole race here last fall.
Yep.
Well, and to that point, Mike, I think that this tire option has given us more things happening for sure, and it's definitely added way more elements to this race than what we had last fall.
I don't need to imagine it.
Right, here's Jamie.
It's happened already. I don't need to imagine it. It's happened already. It happened for 10, 11, 12, 13. It happened for 4 years.
Yeah, just on that restart, we're all kind of 3-4 wide, and I just climbed over the 7s right front. So
Well, yeah.
we were
Exactly, Tristan.
to the tail and drove back up to like 12th, 13th, and felt really good about our Bass Pro Shops Toyota. And I got myself in a bad spot. I was probably trying to fade a little more left, just showing that the 77 was on my right here, and climbed over the 7s right front. So yeah, unfortunate.
Well, the only thing I could think of, Bumble, is that taking that X factor out of it, but I still like the idea of running. They should run both.
And remember, he got his 100 points
They should run them.
after winning the appeal on that spoiler violation. Shane Van Gisbergen also check dam released from the Care Center.
Good 3-car battle here with Suarez, Cindric, and Reddick. Reddick was running the outside, run him down. Cindric pulled up and kind of blocked him, took his line away, slowed the momentum up, but these guys are...
Blaney catching Bell or Larson for that position. We definitely got a long run car.
That track position that they gained with those softer tires, and I think that's...
I don't think we're as good as Bell or Byron, but we're definitely got a long run car.
Probably going to be overruled as
Which, again, is exactly how that car seems to run here in the fall race. Granted, I'd like to run a little higher than 7th because of how we run the fall race, but...
Today's aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, the best seat in the house since 1925. Happy 100th to the Goodyear blimp, and glad to have you with us here today in Phoenix.
Got you riding that blimp coming up. Where are you going to... They come over and told you.
Imagine me streaming on Twitch the race. I mean...
Fly up in the air, Clint.
Imagine.
That's solid. That's really good intel.
Imagination.
Forgot where you're going. We're going to Florence. I had to think about it for a second.
Not the Speedway, the airport.
That's right. We're going to go to the Florence airport and fly in the Goodyear blimp.
I'll give you another indication. Joey
Now,
Logano
add a
is
little bit.
maintaining the pace. He's using a lot less brake right now than Christopher Bell and William Byron at both ends of the racetrack.
Yeah, and when you're in that tire savings mode, you lift a little bit sooner so that you can use less brake. That'll build less heat in the tires, slow that pace down, take a little bit of that lateral grip away, or need away, so that you.
Honestly, this is going to be the real test, I think, of that option tire. Is Joey Logano leading the race right now?
But Christopher Bell,
what he can do to conserve it.
About a 1/10 and a half, 2/10 faster than the guys in third place of William Byron and Daniel Suarez in fourth.
I'm telling you, Cindric's giving Reddick fits. He'll run him down and was making that outside work. Cindric pulls up.
Hendrick's making it difficult. That's what you're supposed to do as a race car driver. Got to maintain your position, right?
Took that channel away from him. And look, now all of a sudden Blaney's right on him.
And the reason that he's doing that is to take the air away from the front end of Tyler Reddick's car. So when he sees Reddick making ground up top, he's like, all right, buddy, I'm going to move up the racetrack and take your line away because I know your car is not faster on the bottom than mine.
So frustrating. But even if it was, you know Tyler Reddick. You look in the mirror, 45s, you know he's going to the outside.
Yeah.
That's where he wants to be.
Riding with Ryan Blaney in 7th place, about 13 seconds back of race leader Joey Logano.
Well, Joey was running good prior to the penalty too. I mean, you got to keep in mind he was leading prior to the restart penalty.
Grab that volume knob and crank it up for us.
So you got to keep that in mind too. Track position is king when it comes to this racetrack. We know this. This has pretty much been proven. Well, originally he lost the lead to Bell. Yeah, it was close, Bate. Very close.
Right now you're a half straightaway to P2, a full straightaway to P3. So quarter, bumper, and clear, 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 clear. P20 is the fifth car in front of you.
Well, 33 laps to go in the stage.
3-3-06 with a 30 chases.
Everyone wants a log. You're gonna want a log. New log from Blammo. Little Ren and Stimpy references. Port, you weren't even alive to know what Ren and Stimpy was, but
Teammates battling for 5th there, Cindric and Blaney.
trying to get that 5th position.
Yeah, and you see
I like where we're at.
behind
It's
this group, and that goes to show you that when Cindric took his line away, it cost Reddick another spot to Ryan Blaney. Now Ryan Blaney's on the outside of his teammate.
careful. I don't want to damage a. He was rubbing the wall a little bit. It's like, be careful. Don't want to knock out. Don't want to break toe link.
This car will continue to move forward of Ryan Blaney.
Uh-oh.
Right rear flat.
Another one from
That's another one for McDowell.
Sports started out with such a promising day. All 3 cars qualified in the top.
That's on the regulars too.
This is the only one of the 3 left running, and he's limping around. He's going to have to come all the way around to get to pit road.
And I don't know if he's going to. He needs to get it down off the
Yeah, he'll get it.
here, but if that carcass comes off, we may have a caution here.
Yeah, and
got it to the bottom.
Come on, McDowell. There you go.
So he's down on the apron, but still has half a lap to get to the start of pit road.
And that's the regular tire too, so you can't even fault the option tire. And why is he going back above the yellow line?
A little late for that.
I'm going to debate that right
Well, halfway.
I don't think they want it.
156 down, 156 to go.
Tires have a shot at making it to the end of stage 2. I just think
This is the car on the move, I think, though. Up to P4 now.
Happened to fall off, and you can't really tell on that because you know he's pulled the reins back. It's just riding along here, biding his time. No break.
Blaney definitely has a good long-run car.
The experience behind him as a champion.
McDowell did make it to pit road.
All right, so Michael McDowell makes pit road. We stay green. And we'll take a break and plan for the end of stage 2 in Phoenix. Joey Logano leading Christopher Bell.
Don't miss the reality show phenomenon.
Cody Ware was the other car, the 51 that took the option tires the last time.
What kind of game is this we're playing?
Oh my gosh. Extracted.
They're the only two who were on them
This is what joint pain looks like.
at this point.
You keep moving with Aleve. Just one Aleve. 12 hours of uninterrupted joint pain relief. Aleve. Strength to last 12 hours.
The UFL is history in motion, built one story at a time. It's the gunslingers, the cold-blooded, and a dynasty stacking 3 straight. This is the UFL. The stories continue.
Michigan Lottery's newest online game, Lucky Contestant, is here and ready to play. Start playing today for a chance to win up to $250,000.
Fairies derriere. So Fairies derriere.
Dynasty stacking 3 straight. This is the UFL.
Yes. Yes, I have, Sonic.
Racetrack to road.
I'm just trying to rhyme words because you could use anything for that.
Drive more beautifully.
We took our fan favorite Little Caesars Crazy Puffs and made them even better with bacon. They'll make you say, "Whoa, crispy apple would smoke bacon. Whoa, delicious cheddar cheese sauce. Whoa, there's 4 of them."
If you were singing that song while watching a rock singer in the 80s jump on a trampoline, it'd be, whoa, Steve Perry in the air. Logano's penalty wasn't fair. Okay, yeah, the Logano's penalty wasn't fair, yeah. Okay. Okay, Luke, you got me with that one. Logano's penalty wasn't fair. Oh yeah, that one wins. That one wins. Little bit. I love my chat, James.
And Joey Logano keeps picking them up, putting them down. He just lapped John Hunter Nemechek, the 22nd place car.
Bell's closing back on him, though. Bell is closing back on him as far as the interval. It's down to almost a second now. I know that's Joey in the lap traffic, though.
And Larry, if we run this out to the end of stage 2, does that make it an easy choice for these teams to use those 2 sets to get all the way through stage 3?
Well, we're going to go back racing with roughly 120
Not really.
laps to go left in the race when we get into stage 3. So that means you would have to run 60 laps apiece. Joey Logano in the 22, they're giving us a measuring stick right now that this may be doable. A lot of guys in the garage here told me this morning we'd love to save both of our stages for stage 3 and do that exact thing. But when I think about the 20 car running second, William Byron running third right now, they got a bigger playbook to work with. They have a win in the bank. They can roll the dice and do things differently, which is exactly what Rudy Fugel, William Byron's crew chief, told me this morning.
Good point. Now here's Eric Jones in 21st place, about to yield a lap to leader Joey Logano, and Christopher Bell has turned up the wick. He is closing on Logano. He's within about half a second now.
Where are we? Okay.
Race traffic.
Yeah, he is starting to fall off a little bit now.
Christopher Bell's car has.
We know Bell's car has been good too.
Gone through the day, and now we're starting to see is is Logano's car starting to fade rapidly because the tires are worn out?
But let's see how far we'll see how far he fades. Because again, where he was running prior to taking the option tires, he had to do what he did. There was I don't think there was any other choice that they had to do than do what they did. So
Logano seems to be stuck behind the 21st place car there of Eric Jones, trying to put him a lap down.
Right, that's a battle for 20th, and Logano's going to split him.
well, keep in mind that is Bell's teammate there in that 54.
And that puts them in the race for the lucky dog currently.
I know he's got the track position, but you say this thing goes green, say he wins this stage here. I'm talking about Joey Logano. I think they're in big trouble. These cars, these other two favorites that have been up front all day long, Bell and Byron, that started up front with him, by the way, at the beginning of the race before the mistake to call the penalty on the restart. He is going to be at a massive deficit at the end of this.
Joey Logano is going to be at a deficit for sure, but I think when you look at Bell and Byron,
Exactly, Olivia.
dominant cars, Bell in the long run.
That's why I said they had to make the play that they had to make.
Goodyear tires on. What is that going to do to who's fast and who's not? Like,
you mean amongst those two?
Well, you got Bell, Byron, Blaney, and Reddick. Those have been the consistent four contenders up in the front of the pack, and maybe it helps somebody a little bit more than somebody else.
My point is Logano. He's the one that's going to be in trouble.
7th place here, Hamlin and Suarez going at it for 7th.
Out there.
16 to go in the stave. Now William Byron led 83 laps so far. Joey Logano's been out front for 46. He's led twice, 5 laps and then 41 laps.
Clear.
Christopher Bell 34. Austin
But as we've seen this year, hell, Christopher Bell, the 2 races he won, he won led 9 laps between both those wins. So it's not necessarily when you lead or how many you lead, it's when you lead that matters most.
Finally got the pass done.
Fellas, we got a lucky dog battle behind Joey Logano. Look, there's 3 cars, and it may end up being 4, all racing to be the
Gibbs, Jones, Nemechek.
Bell clearing his teammate Ty Gibbs there, the 2nd place car, but Ty Gibbs, Eric Jones.
No dingers back there. I'm not sure who that is behind. I'm trying to see who that is behind Nemechek. Had a dinger.
They told Joey Logano.
Oh, it's Gilliland.
While he's boxed in back there behind those cars fighting for that lucky dog, that's exactly what Joey did for a few laps.
Well, the tire conservation piece of this, I really enjoy. We've seen this at a couple of the racetracks.
Nemechek might get them both here.
Gone to where we've had the softer tire, Bristol, where we had the tire wear out for an unknown reason, and now hearing them coach Joey Logano through, hey, save tires, and listening to Larry talk about him backing off and using less brake. Those are all things to conserve those tires. Those are things that
Suarez and Larson for 8th.
Short tracks around the country and in different series.
Right now, Josh Berry holds down the final stage point.
We know the difference that it makes in the race.
Ahead of Busch, Chastain, and Buescher.
Take off and have the speed, but you need to be able to manage that. It puts it in the driver's hands. When that fall off is alive, that's when the racing is at its best, in my opinion.
You want the tire to not be able to be run hard every lap.
Let's see, 11 to go in the stage.
Qualifying lap every lap, and they've done a great job of making these tires softer as we've gone to a lot of different places. So this is really what we want to see out of that softer tire, is that you can't just run it qualifying laps every lap.
No, we haven't seen much of is Chase Elliott. Last week,
exactly,
he got spun on the very first lap and climbed all the way back up to nip Kyle Busch for 4th place on the final lap of the race at COTA, and he's had kind of a quiet day here, Jamie, currently 15th.
Yeah, he really has. I've been listening to him on the radio. Hasn't said much recently.
We'll see, Rowdy, because I know we got Vegas coming up. You got Miami coming up. That should be good tracks for Larson, so I would expect him to show up probably within the next 2 races. Now, Phoenix, yeah, he won the fall race here in 21, but Phoenix has not really been the greatest track for him, so...
Everything. They have not put those on yet. They're saving both sets for as long as they can, and we'll see if that helps tonight.
That race last weekend, to your point, Mike, I mean, that is a race that could have been for that 9 car, and we'll never know. Speaking of racing that could have been, can these softer tires hold on? Because Bell's coming, he's right on it.
Yeah, he's got to hold him off for 9 more laps. And
Well, Chastain already has used it, the option tires earlier too, Dan. That also helped him recover from that penalty.
Well, you knew it was coming.
Kind of like what Joey Logano did. I think Bell's going to end up winning the stage here.
And Bell is there.
And you notice he didn't say he was there. That's the hardest part about this racetrack for spotters. He couldn't tell.
Honestly, that's the only thing he has over Ty right now, Axel.
Very difficult for a spotter to tell exactly where he's at. That's why he just left it on the apron.
yeah, you're trying to spot that car as it's going away from you. So just like you say, it's a very difficult spot.
Because I don't think Kyle would be doing any better if he was there right now.
Make the pass for the lead there. So that tells me that those.
Well, he's got a chance to do it.
Yeah, we're closing in there just on 70 laps, which is a lot longer than anybody has run these things all weekend long.
But hell, he was running what? He was running I think he was 20 something when he came and got the option tires. To end the stage and at worst maybe second. They needed to do that. They needed to do that to get themselves back to at least have a chance. You know?
And it's meaningful because at the end of the stage or the next caution, one of these cars is going to get to come around and be back on the lead lap.
Yeah, there's only 20 cars that are on the lead lap. There's only 19 cars on the lead lap currently. So,
Well, granted, this is the gauge for Gibbs, though. This is year 3. And I've always said you got to give especially a rookie, you got to give him 3 years before you really start to judge him. And this is Gibbs' 3rd full season. So.
Larson's up in 9th ahead of Berry.
Yeah, we're seeing some speed out of Chris Buescher as we get towards the end of this run. And that doesn't surprise me. Chris Buescher he's just one of the solid race car drivers that's developed through the years, that finishes races. Good on
But I think that's the way to do it, Drew, because you can't, there's no guarantee there's going to be a late caution. I mean, look at, since we had the big wreck, we've had nothing since. So that's why it's like, I don't know if you can play to thinking that there's going to be an overtime here.
Coming to 3 to go. And there is Cindric currently in 7th. Big gap ahead to Tyler Reddick. Short one behind to Denny Hamlin. There's Hamlin looking ahead at Cindric.
Well, Cindric's done a nice job keeping his track position after he got it, putting those
Yep.
softer tires on. You see Denny Hamlin way up the racetrack. I used to like running up there as the run would go on and just allowed you to make that arc bigger.
2 laps of the stage.
That's what it allows you. You get that run, get that baby rotated, and make that straightaway as long as possible. Drove right to the bumper as Cindric.
And we're on 2 to go for stage 2.
Well, you see some of these cars that are fading right now on the primary tire. When we put these softer tires on and you get to these end of these runs and you see more of these cars on that softer tire, we're really going to get to see some of these cars.
Well, this is the put up or shut up year, I think, for
take care of their tires for the long run.
For Gibbs
I
now.
like what you're saying there, and it takes me right back to the players that we were talking about in previous.
All right.
Bell, Byron, Blaney, those 3.
Christopher Bell, winner here last year, winner of the last 2 races. A lucky dog battle. Jones versus his teammate. Bell's going to win the stage. Who gets the lucky dog? Ooh, Nemechek, is he going to nip his teammate? Oh, that was close. Jones scored ahead. I think Jones got it. No, Nemechek scored now.
It's Nemechek.
Nemechek.
So Bell, Logano, Byron, Blaney, Reddick, the top 5. Christopher Bell's 2nd stage win at Phoenix. He won stage 2 when he won the race here last year.
Quality healthcare shouldn't take a long time. HIMS offers access to doctor-trusted treatments for hair loss, beauty, and weight loss 100% online. Answer a few questions about your health.
You are correct, John. I was going to bring that up, too. Both Chase Elliott and William Byron did not win till their 3rd season. That is true.
Get started today at hims.com.
With Pro Plan Sport, incredible happens here. But it starts here. Pro Plan Sport, advanced nutrition for strength and stamina. Who you gonna call? Fox Wednesday, the guesses go wild on Ghostbusters night.
Joan Jett, Robert Pattinson.
This is Madonna.
Madonna?
Yeah, like a prayer. I know her.
All new Masked Singer. Then, this is gonna be ugly. One of these players
Wow.
has been keeping a little secret
I have been lying about something.
that will rock the floor.
Why did this happen?
Wow. The floor is all new after the Masked Singer. Wednesday on.
Greatness hurts. But sometimes you gotta put on your game face. That's why Tylenol provides fast, effective pain relief. That's Tylenol. That's care without limits.
The Big East Tournament, March 13th through the 15th on Fox and FS1.
Racetrack.
That's the first I've heard of it.
One Motor Oils make whatever you drive. Drive my
Again, I don't think they'd be running any better if Busch was there. And all you have to do is look at the last couple of years that Busch was there. It's like after the title win in 19.
Be mindful of your tires. Remember, gotta be smart here early. I'll keep you up to pace what everyone else is doing on the tires here. Some of the cars are like red and yellow, so I mean, are they like they're doing something to the tire to make it look like you can't tell? It'll be a bit chaotic with the different tires. There's some guys on reds behind you there. Only a couple in front, but there's 5 or 6 behind you.
Now to Chris Buescher's point, we did see some teams putting red duct tape on the sidewall of the yellow tire to maybe confuse people which one they were running.
Surely not.
Once in 2020. I think twice in 21 and once in 22.
What's green and red? I don't have my color wheel with me.
The drivers that aren't listed, Gracie. The drivers that aren't listed in that prediction is what I mean by the field. So if someone other than those guys win, that's what the field is.
And Ryan Blaney pits from 4th, took off terrible, said they have to be better than that. As they went on, the right rear was losing security just like stage 1. The Reds will go on for the first time. The 45 of Tyler
Blaney's got him. I think Reddick's taking him too. I can't see.
options on that car as well. Regan.
Joey Logano was too loose to fire off on those red option tires. He used up the right rear as we saw at the end of that.
Well, they're going to go to Reds.
For these guys to put the red tires on, they originally had the yellows up on the wall, and the
Joey's going to go to his other set of Reds.
real comfortable right now. Told the team, I'm not sure that I need anything else.
I think Bell went to the Reds.
Got option tires and fires off from pit road. Here comes the rest of the field. Picked up 4 positions, did Paul Wolfscrew in the 22. Daniel Suarez +6. What a stop for them. Christopher Bell, your stage 2 winner.
Thanks for getting these sub bowls.
Of course, no problem, big bro. Let's
I
eat.
thought Nemechek was ahead though.
Danny DeVito? What did you do with her uncle?
Well, that doesn't matter. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. What matters most are these sub bowls.
Wait, has Danny DeVito been my brother my whole life?
I guess so. Don't tell Mom.
Your favorite sub, hot or cold in a bowl. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
12 amateur survivalists put their fate in their families' hands.
Okay.
I don't understand this. Oh, we can hear him.
Well, I guess the scoring didn't update to reflect that. I thought Nemechek nipped him because that's what they showed the scoring, and they even said it too on the broadcast.
But sometimes
Huh.
you gotta put on your game face. That's why Tylenol provides fast, effective pain relief. That's Tylenol. That's care without limits.
The UFL is history in motion. It's the gunslingers, some cold blood, and a dynasty stacking 3 straight. This is the UFL.
Kyle stated that too. I'm sure there's a couple of people that have even said that in my chat, that the practice format kind of ruined. But you got to adapt too. I mean, that's the thing. You have to adapt if you're going to get to the way things are now. I mean, that's what they are.
Live race coverage continuing from Phoenix Raceway, about 20 miles from downtown Phoenix, and a beautiful afternoon here live with
Well, we're talking about being race winning and competitive, Bumble, too. You know, yeah, 20 top 10s is nothing to scoff at. But when you got a guy like KB that is used to being a winner week in and week out, and not to mention his winning streak was on the line at that time.
Yeah, we saw Ty Gibbs slide up just a little bit of Justin Haley, and it triggered this massive wreck on the backstretch.
Yeah, that's the other thing. For those making the predictions, the field has won the prediction the last three in the first three races of this season. And Bell and Byron, obviously the two winners we've seen this year. Byron at Daytona, Bell the last two races.
Briscoe, Haley, Ty Gibbs, 11 cars total. And moments ago, Christopher Bell, who's going for a third win already this season, has won stage 2. All right, Jamie, so who are you looking at going forward?
Oh, I like Christopher Bell. I mean, you look at, he was the guy on the other tires here, was able to maintain with Logano, went on to win that stage, going for 3 in a row, the first guy to do it in this car. He looks to me to have the best car. It's going to be interesting to see if he can put it all together at the end.
Ryan Blaney said early in stage 2, listening on the radio, this is effing stupid here. He said the pickup is like crap. Meanwhile, they've done what they've had to do to get, so let's get it together, and they have. They've gotten within the top 5.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Ryan had a good long run car, but I'm interested to see what happens with him on these option tires.
In 5th place right now, Logano the leader. As we come to the choose, he takes the inside as every leader has done so far today. Bell to the outside.
I like what Jamie said about Bell, and I think it's spot on, but Blaney was really good that last run, and more importantly, they're all on soft tires. That will change the characteristics of some of these cars.
That's a good way to put it, Howdy. And Jeff kind of was that way. He fizzled out kind of after 2007. And really, I'll throw Jimmy Johnson too, really after 2017. Really, it was after the Pocono wreck for Johnson, but he was never the same.
So we'll show you points earned today in the 2 stages. As we get ready to go green, William Byron 18, Christopher Bell 17.
Guys, we're still crunching numbers, but as far as going red, the only driver in the top 10 that does not have that option is Joey Logano. He's on his 2nd set. Everybody else in the top 10 has 1 more set left.
Watch this.
Everybody can go red and red.
Lead lap cars still on the primary tire now are Ryan Preece and Ty Dillon.
So Ryan Preece and Ty Dillon are the only ones not on the primes. Everybody else is on them.
That restart right there.
Let's see what happens now.
See what NASCAR thinks of that. Whether Logano slowed down or did Bell just roll through the box in front of him.
Doesn't surprise me. You know, Reddick,
4 wide again.
Race car driver early on getting to the outside of Bell.
All right, the restart is under review.
He might roll right around the leader.
Well, that's what they're saying. They're going to check it.
Did not do it there.
With you tight on you, headlight higher. Bottom, nose ahead, bottom, nose ahead, bottom.
Logano holds him off, and here comes Reddick again around the outside in 2. No restart violation.
Nope, we're clear on the restart.
Great job on these harder.
Clear on the restart.
No, he's on.
Sorry, you're right.
Yeah, he's on the softs there, and I think that he's
still doing a good job.
He's doing a great job, you're right? And I think as you look at the leaderboard, all those option tires are on all these front cars, but now this really changes how you approach it from the driver's standpoint. We've heard all the drivers talk about how it locks their car down and how you have to be aggressive. But how long will these tires go? That's the big question. Logano was able to make them go a long ways, but he was saving.
And that's actually what I was trying to get out is Reddick. He had to be able to get to his right rear, or that option, right? That clean air was going to go away, and the benefit of that was going away. And Logano's held great. He held him off great.
Yeah, it should be a one-stop race from the start of the stage here.
Once again from Reddick.
We saw Ryan Blaney just feed the bumper to Chris Buescher there, getting into turn 3. So he's.
What's killing me with Ryan is they're not firing off that great. They're good as the run goes, but they don't fire off that great. And I think a lot of that is due to the fact that they choose the inside to start. I'd rather see him take the outside on the start than the inside.
Sorted out because just like we saw in Logano's last run, towards the end of these runs, these tires are going to wear out. I want to get to a spot where I can ride and protect my tires and make sure that they last the duration of this run.
Kyle Busch way to the inside, 3 wide.
Kyle was trying to take advantage of that fight.
Well, that's just what you said, Clint. Those guys needed to work it out. Now they've let Kyle Busch get to the inside of him, and might cost them both a spot there.
Did. He's clear.
Oh, maybe not, though.
And drops to the bottom, crosses under.
Ooh. Get a little rough.
Kyle kind of washed up the racetrack and took that line away from Buescher, and that's kind of defensive driving there from Buescher's side. He's like, look, I'm in a bad spot. I need to lift, unfortunately.
Also, great day for Josh Berry. A 21 car.
When I get the reds on, I'm going to have an advantage. Well, now everybody has that same advantage.
Well, there was certainly frustration in the 12 car. I promise you that.
And this is still going to get interesting as these guys get to lap 30.
Yeah, we're not firing off. I think if we fired off a little bit better, we'd be have a chance to challenge, Bell, Reddick, Logano, and Byron.
These guys all have to go hard in order to maintain their track position.
We'll see. It'll be 110 to go this time. At least one more stop, which pretty much we know everybody but Joey Logano is going to take those option tires.
And he probably doesn't even know how bad because of the fact that he was able to back his pace down so far. So pushing this hard is going to be really, really interesting around lap 30.
First driver on the option tire is at the bottom of the chart here. Ryan Preece.
They're not on the option tire.
Primary tire. Everybody else is on the option tire.
And the question I have here, Larry, is, Logano put the option tire on. Ryan Preece saved that option tire, both in a position not to race with all these guys up front with 2 sets. Which strategy do you like better? Because at some point you're going to be in trouble, and if it doesn't go perfect for Logano, he's going to be in trouble.
I want the strategy that still has me a set of red options laying in those pits.
Yeah.
Right now, that would be the 60. Joey Logano, Paul Wolf, they're in a box. They probably can't run more than about 60 or 70 laps, and they're going to have to go to the yellows. Ryan Preece, Derek Finley, they could run a little long and then put those red options. If we stay green the rest of the way, put those red options late in the race.
So there are 4 teams that have used both sets of option tires, and they are Ross Chastain, Austin Cindric, Joey Logano, and Daniel Suarez. Now, as Larry pointed out earlier, if you cool those tires off, you can use them again, but everybody else has 1 new set waiting.
All right, we'll see what happens here. We got 108 laps, 107 to go now.
And a lot of action left here in Phoenix, where Joey Logano leads Tyler Reddick.
A lot of racing left.
That doesn't matter. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's, where the subs matter most. Yeah. Ooh. Focus on the subs. Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing.
The UFL is history in motion. It's the gunslingers, the cold-blooded, and
That's not going to happen until at least the pit stop, Colonel, because of where the track position is right now. Dude, that's not going to happen until at least you get those last stops. When you start playing the different tire strategies, right now it's not going to happen.
But it starts here. Pro Plan Sport. Advanced nutrition for strength and stamina.
The Subaru Forester versus RAV4 and CR-V. Who wins? 96% of Forester vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road today. That's more than the RAV4 or CR-V.
I can vouch for that. As many as I've seen on the road. Especially up where I am. I mean, I'm not just repping Subaru because I drive a Crosstrek, but definitely know how to make vehicles that last. Vegas next week. We go to the bread and butter of the season, 1.5 miles. Personally, the bread and butter for this race car. It's 1.5 miles. I mean, I literally just said it. I literally just said it. Subaru Crosstrek. 24, actually.
Joey Logano continues to lead in a year that's had some records. 125 official lead changes at start-finish, most ever in the first 3 races. First time in the first 3 races, every stage has been won by a different driver.
Wow, that's a stat.
Grand total of 19 laps this season.
Jesus Christ. Wow. That last stat. We knew Bell was the 9 between the 3s, but again, 19.
31.7 miles an hour, 27.34 seconds. And he set
That's some stats for you.
We're now at lap 212.
Well, that puts him in position to be
Worst average starting position for winner in the first 3 races.
fastest lap, but I just got a feeling that
Man, look at the season.
another crack at it as having new
By far the season where the winner started the worst.
Blaney, some of those guys may have something to say about that before it's all said and done.
Chastain goes around Larson.
Ross Chastain inside.
Chastain's had a pretty quiet day.
Ross Chastain's car likes these red tires a lot better than the primary.
Then Ross, the winner of the fall race here in 23. He was the only one that wasn't a Championship 4 driver that's won the championship race out of this format.
With Eric Jones getting the wave around
Okay.
at the end of stage number 2. That includes Kevin Blake, who is 5 laps back in 28, ahead of Gregson and McDowell, who were both involved in incidents today in her Cup debut. A deal that just came together within the last 2 weeks for her to race here at Phoenix.
Ooh, and
Took out Suarez with it.
Trying to miss.
they jinxed her. They jinxed her. They put the camera on her and bounces off Suarez and
Guys, I feel like we jinxed her. Right as we put the camera on her.
jinxed her.
Chuck out high and
Man, that's a tough break for Suarez.
Because she was doing well, too.
To run up there in a
Just sit there running 28th. Sit there running 28th.
Barry was lapping her. She just
Doing everything that she needed to do.
spun out.
She was trying to stay off of Barry and just ran out of room there. And
That's a shame, too, because she was just
down on the apron right here, and I think she. Well, I'm not gonna.
walked it up the hill a little bit, tried to keep it off of Barry.
Off of him. and got into the side of him.
And she did a good job. She locked it down, and then Suarez just...
Poor Daniel Suarez. Going to be another frustrating end to his day.
And Blaney just got by on the inside there.
Man.
Had a good car. Daniel Suarez had a good car all day long.
Hate that for him.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
Yeah, and we've seen this so many times where you just touch that right front with these cars coming up the racetrack to the outside car. It'll spin them right around, and Daniel Suarez.
It's Daniel's defense. There really was nothing Daniel could do. I mean, he couldn't really turn down to avoid her. So, Daniel's defense, that's not an arc break moment. There really isn't anything he could do there.
They can make it from here on fuel. I think you're going to see a mixed bag here.
Do you take the tires, though?
Get that second set of red options, but I think a lot of them may come get the yellow hard tire and bank.
Do you play the tire game? This is the fun part right now.
That puts you in a position to run the whole fuel.
96 to go.
Make it on the reds.
Especially if you're in the realm of that, what I call
The tires will not last 90 laps. If you take the options, they're not going to last 90 laps.
dig themselves out of a hole.
Here we go. We're going to see 4. Pit road open here.
Back to yellows to the point.
Ty Dillon will get the free pass, we're told. First car 1 lap down.
Yeah, and if it gets down to the end of this race, you just have to have a set of those reds sitting in the pits in order to.
They are going to go with the yellows.
That car 22 is going to have the yellows on. I'm looking up. I see Bell putting yellows on as well as Byron up front here.
So, Larry, they must all be guessing we're going to have more cautions.
Yeah, I think that was the best option right there, because that's a long way out to 100 laps on tire.
I think it's like Larry's saying, Mike. It's the distance of the run more than anything. And if we get a caution at the end of this thing, you'll be dead in the water without those red tires.
Daniel Suarez, fine drive inside the top 10, runs into a spinning Catherine Legg.
March 13th through the 15th on Fox and FS1.
This is going to be ugly.
Fox Wednesday. One of these players has been keeping a little secret.
I have been lying about something.
That will rock the floor.
What just happened? Wow.
The Floor is all new Wednesday at 9 8 Central on Fox.
The UFL is history in motion. It's the gunslingers, the cold-blooded, and a dynasty stacking 3 straight. This is the UFL.
The UFL is history in motion, built one story at a time. It's the gunslingers, the cold-blooded, and a dynasty stacking 3 straight.
Suarez has got all the nose damage. Leg took it kind of in the door, so.
Stories continue.
We took our fan favorite Little Caesars Crazy Puffs and made them even better.
My mother and stepdad do Howdy. They like it. From what I've seen them as far as watching it.
The new bacon and cheese Crazy Puffs for only $3.99 at Little Caesars. They taste like whoa.
Pizza.
Fresh off a wing, Alex Perot powers of the thermal. The Indy Series heats up. March 23rd.
The thing is, though, that is the smart call to take the yellows here. The problem is, you're betting that there's going to be a yellow later. Now, the thing is the option tires were not going to last to the end of the race from here. So obviously you couldn't do the option tires, but yeah, but again, it's a major risk to take.
Produced incredible action like this. Trip Tatum's car bouncing off the wall and sliding across the drag strip. There's so much more to come. The NHRA is on next.
After we wrap up in Phoenix.
Shriners Children's 500 at Phoenix Raceway. There's the odd-shaped oval that we have from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, celebrating 100 years of an American icon. The Goodyear blimp is here today to bring you these views.
It shows you just how big
You see-
the dogleg is.
Let's check with Regan Smith.
Uh-oh, that's a penalty.
Just to update a couple of cars that stopped there. The 22 car, Joey Logano, on the red option tires on that last run.
Leg looped it. Looped it off the last corner, trying to stay off Josh Berry.
Yellow primaries back on the harder tire. They decided to free the car up just a little bit. And much like all day long, Christopher Bell in the 20 car has been pleased with his car. Just a little tight that time on the option tires for the first time.
That was John.
Decided not to change anything. He is always quiet on the radio. Very quiet today, Jamie.
Well, Regan, before that caution came out, Tyler Reddick came on the radio and he said, guys, I've got a vibration. And then a couple laps later, he said, I've lost power steering up high. Then they reminded him that his teammate Riley Herbst had the same sensation in practice, and it wasn't a power steering issue. Perhaps it's just something that comes with the option tire as they run. So now they just pitted. They put those primary tires back on. So I'll keep a list
Now-
and see if that problem persists.
Thanks, Jamie.
Again, you're betting a lot here that there's going to be another yellow. And the other question that's going to come in, especially late in this race, especially how many laps are left in the race.
Option tires, so when he came into the pits, they had 2 sets of them left.
Ooh, so Ty had an extra set.
Patience is a virtue.
Ty had an extra set of reds. I think Ty's on the reds.
On the tires there to fool some people, but
those are reds. Those are option tires. That's right. For Ty Dillon, Eric Jones, and Ryan Preece. Now 3 cars took the wave around, so they're on red tires with a lot of laps on them. AJ Allmendinger is one of those.
I did see that,
with Todd
Hamill.
Gilliland and Ricky Stenhouse. See how they fare.
There's a couple things that we have to debate here because how many laps to go and where you're running is going to determine whether you take those options too. Because I think if you're running like 14th, 15th with say 4 or 5 laps to go, I think you can get there.
I think that may have come from you originally. He had horseshoes. He had all sorts of stuff.
But you drop like into overtime where we only have 2 laps to do it. It's going to get a little more crazy at that point. Because depending on where you are, there's only so many spots you can make up. Although the tire is going to be quicker, there's only so many spots you can make up.
A gold fork. Why wouldn't you have a gold fork? Why not? The view. This is nuts. Well, guys, I got a question. Do you think he's got what it takes to be a tailgate king? Yeah! I think it's official, buddy. It's yours. Thank you. Amen.
I never would have thought that man, once a competitor to me, would be out doing hospitality, but he did it right, man. Gold Forks, it was insane. They had a professional chef out there, the tacos, and don't you think...
We'll find out in 89 laps. So we're going to get, when we actually get the lead, flag,
No, it's hot out there.
you can't mix sets, Tristan.
Bring that food up here, though.
All right, Christopher Bell will restart inside of Tyler.
If you come to pit road, you either have to take 4 yellow or 4 red. You can't mix them.
90 to go.
well, you got to reset here. You're not on those reds anymore. You have to reset.
All right.
Remember how these tires fire off. They're not going to feel near as good.
How long can we go under the green flag? Bell and Reddick, Byron Logano.
We'll see if that helps him, Rowdy. I think the reason he hasn't been firing off as good is because he's been taking the inside. I think being on the top is definitely going to help him a little bit more than the previous restarts.
Well, you see that 5 car of Kyle Larson right up
4
there.
wide.
Restart.
Look at Chastain, almost 5 wide.
Position, and you see it get tight off of turn 4, turn 2 there
did
again.
not have an exit of turn 2 very
And who's that on the very bottom? Brian Preece down there. Preece is on options. I didn't realize Preece was on options.
Christopher Bell is setting sail, looking for his 3rd straight victory. As everybody fights for position behind him.
I didn't realize Preece took the options.
Blaney's loose on low air pressure. Lost some position.
Bowman and Cindric side by side back there. Kyle Larson had a pretty good restart, fired off, good.
Tyler ran for 45, second fastest lap that last time by. He just radioed and said, guys, I have no power steering. So Clint, Kevin, how difficult are these cars to be racing without power steering at this point in the race?
Extremely hard.
Yeah, and these cars are set up way more aggressive than the front end settings would be completely different if you had no power steering. So that's going to be a long day if it's 100% out.
I don't believe we've had a race this year absent power steering issues somewhere in the field.
No, we've had a lot of.
That's what I was wondering, Joker. I wonder if he put on the used reds they had.
Much everything that you could possibly imagine with the racks and everything.
Not the full set.
Well, he's doing a hell of a job. He seen wiggling his tire again, trying to maybe, I don't know, wake the rack up or something if it had air in it. I don't know what he's doing, but I'm telling you, that thing is extremely hard.
Because remember, they saved that set of used reds.
Coming back for third, and right behind him on the option tire, that number 60 of Ryan Preece making some noise.
Well, you see him slide up the racetrack right there.
I wouldn't be surprised, Joker.
Option tires have so much more grip.
Ooh, Larson tried to almost squeeze him out of room.
There, but Preece didn't lift.
Preece was not going to lift. He takes that spot. Spots. Grab two in that one corner.
Joey Logano took the low road.
Dropping on the paint. 2 paint, 1 paint.
Well, that's the battle for the best Hendrick car right now, too, Byron and Larson.
3 behind him for 43.
Chase Elliott and Alex Bowman run 15th and 16th, respectively.
Joey Logano doesn't want to have any more cautions. He's out of that option red tire in the pits, and if this thing runs green, he's gonna feel like he has lucked into what a day could have been really, really bad. But if it goes and we have a caution and those option tires get put back on, it's gonna be a long road to hoe for Joey.
He cannot afford to lose any more track position. It'll just keep compiling, just like
Tires on those options, Hamill. He saved both sets of option tires. That's only his first set.
Worse yet. Bubba Wallace fighting for 7th with Eric Jones. And behind them, Ty Dillon, who restarted.
I'm telling you, that
yellow and black car
play they made.
Restarted 20th. He's up to 9th place on the option tire.
Might want to watch his 10 car.
Another set of those option tires sitting in the pits too.
Jones Logano for 6th.
Yeah, and it's almost hard to keep up with what should happen with everything that's going on with the tires. As you see Eric Jones on the inside of Joey Logano and making his way towards the front on the softer tire. But this has to play out with this long run here.
I don't think he was in either wreck.
With Ty Dillon and the fact that he still has another set yet. That patience, the discipline to hold on to those.
But again,
is going to be a virtue for that team.
We're stretching a lot here because we're assuming there's going to be another yellow before the end of this thing, where they can take those tires again.
It'll be questionable that they can make it all the way on these softer tires. So this is going to be interesting because you're going to have some things fall.
Well, I know he hasn't been firing off good, Bumble, so that's why I was worried maybe it was just that not firing off good, but they got a cylinder down, then
It's like a lot of the leaders do.
Larry, I know we did
that's going to hurt even further.
We're going to get all the way to a checkered flag here without at least one more caution flag.
Well, 6 races here with the Gen 7 car. The average of the last caution is lap 271, which is about 41 laps to go. We've only had 1 overtime finish, and that was March of 23 with the Gen 7. Mike, let me remind you, all of our racing here this weekend, ARCA Menard Series on Friday night, Xfinity Series, went into overtime.
But looking at just the trends of the Cup race, only 1 overtime finish since we went to this car.
This for 6th place here as Dillon tries to get away and go after Eric Jones and the top 5.
Yeah, for Ty Dillon, he's been on the other side of the fence all day, and he's been like, man, are you ever going to give me anything that makes this...
They said it was 2020. It was either 2022 or 2023. I don't know which one went to overtime.
All the leaders driving forward.
Yeah, I think it was 22.
And that's hard to do. Wait right till the end of the race, because what you don't want to do is in the race and not ever.
Look at this, guys.
In that race with them.
Battle for the lead. Here comes Ryan Preece.
77 to go for the lead. Ryan Preece on the option tire versus Christopher Bell, who has consistently been one of, if not the best cars on the prime tire all day long. And the Berlin, Connecticut driver goes to the front. Ryan Preece leading with 76 laps to go in Phoenix. We'll take you Fox side by side.
That's my team out there.
If our network goes down,
And what you're betting, Hamill,
Our comms?
is that those tires
That's
will
why we're
last.
working with Verizon Frontline, the network that truly prioritizes first responders.
so we don't worry about getting through. And they're the most reliable 5G network in America.
'Cause right now,
Reliability is
right now you
Or
cannot.
routine. Verizon Frontline delivers.
The #1 network choice in public safety.
Yeah, that is right.
Your mission is our purpose.
Once upon a time, Goldilocks took out the Ram 2500 Rebel. Next, he tried the Ram Charger.
Unless he's using, unless he's using
And they were all just right.
the set they saved.
Right now during Ram Truck Month, get $6,500 total cash.
That's what I'm
allowance for
saying.
Select 2025 Ram 1500 trucks.
I'm thinking they got the scuffs on, not the full new set.
Featuring our world famous Baja Chipotle sauce. Listen, that's the Baja Chipotle talking. Well, it's actually me talking, but
And we were talking 89 to go when we actually got the restart.
Welcome.
So the tires will not last that long.
Where the roads don't have limits on how fast you can go.
Hey, crew, we're going to have to fall out right here.
Or the sights you're gonna see.
Where this is going to get interesting is if this race goes green to the end. Because I think fuel-wise they can make it. I don't know if we're going to see another stop for fuel. I don't know. We'll see. We've got 72, soon to be 71 to go. We'll find out from there.
The Big East Tournament, March 13th through the
Hmm?
15th on Fox and FS1.
Like I said,
Ryan Preece for Roush Fenway Keselowski has now led the last 6 laps. Out in front on the option tire, but still 56 laps to
the
go.
question will be if we go green to the end. That's going to be the question. If we don't see a caution,
Fox around the turn coming up next here on FS1, the Gator Nationals.
will somebody bite the bullet and try to play the red tire game?
Next Sunday on FS1, 2 o'clock Eastern, and IndyCar is back.
That's what I'm curious to see.
Thermal Club Circuit, Sunday, March 23rd, 3 p.m. Eastern Time.
You're tied up to P4 on those options.
Let's listen in on what kind of issues Ryan Blaney is fighting. He's back to 11th spot now.
Well, he actually gained a spot. I mean, they're managing. They gained 1 spot. They were running 12th, now 11th.
Tyler Reddick, who was reported had a steering issue earlier.
It just keeps coming and going. It's really weird. Copy that, bud. I know it's tough. Do what you can there.
Yeah, Clint and I were talking about this 45 car. If that power steering is completely out, I would assume that it wouldn't be long, and he would have been pulling into the pits. But when it's going out, in and out, you don't know what to expect as a driver. You'll go in the corner, and next thing you know,
Reddick's still running P3, so
straight away and everything's fine. And so in and out is it's not comfortable, but it's better than all the way out.
Well, like most everything else on this next generation car, that power steering pump, rack, the components all come from a single supplier, chosen and designated by NASCAR, who is also in charge of quality control for those parts. And I would say the number of failures and issues we've had with power steering already this season, beginning with the Keselowski team having to change all of theirs before the Daytona 500, and it seems every week it's something. To me,
Buescher and Chase battling for that 15th position.
Consistent issue that this car has had has been in the steering with all the problems that have been in that department. So it's definitely a continuing issue for this year as well.
Well, Ryan Blaney has some interesting streaks going here, which are going to be at risk if they can't resolve this power issue, as he currently sits in 11th place.
The thing is, he gained a spot on Chastain, so...
He's had a lot of success here. 7 straight top 5s. Tied for second all time at this racetrack. 9 straight top 10s. That's the longest active streak. And right now he is in 10th. 4 second place finishes still.
He just got by Bubba. I think the top 5 streak is... I think Harvick has that. Yeah. I think Kevin's got that.
Go ahead.
I was asking you.
The way you perked up right there,
I didn't perk up at all.
Oh, there you go.
I was just
there
asking
you
you.
go. Get you a pat on the back. That was like so long ago. Everybody forgot though, Kevin.
See some smoke right there.
Yeah, Bubba locked him up a little bit.
Wasn't out of that 12 car, the 23, was it? Okay.
Yeah, I think Bubba locked him up a little bit getting into that corner.
Blaney's not the only one. Byron obviously leads all drivers.
Actually, no, it's Jimmy Johnson.
He's only driving the lead laps in every race this season.
Brian and Kevin are actually tied.
Tied for second on that streak with Kevin, but Jimmy Johnson has 10 top 5.
I mean, 7 is all you got, Jimmy. That's 10. That's, oh my gosh.
Well, how do you think he affords all that gold silverware and that beautiful buffet?
As much as I was tired of you winning, Kevin, I was way more tired of Jimmy Johnson winning.
Well, he had the field tired of him
for 5 years.
So, guys, we know Ryan Friesen is 60 car. He's trying to run 89 laps. That's 25 more than what Joey Logano ran earlier. But they have been on.
Well, we're up to 9th.
About his interval back to second, about his pace. And, guys, I don't know that I've ever seen this little amount of brake used at Phoenix. He is basically using no brake at either end of the racetrack.
Wow.
And that's doing a good job of saving your tires. It keeps the brake temperature out of them, which builds air pressure, which makes the tires slip more and more. Take care of those tires.
Like I said, this is really going to be interesting once we get around like 30-35 to go. Because that's about when I think these tires are going to start, the option tires are really going to start to drop off.
His last lap 28.93, Christopher Bell 29.11.
Yeah, and with this next-gen car in general, you use a lot of brake initially, and you immediately start to tail off that brake. It looks like a mountain, the brake graph in this car. And when you back off and you have that extra grip like Larry's talking about with that grip, it's just touch the brake, and you don't use a lot of the brake other than the initial brake, even on the fast laps, but you use it a long ways into the corner because it helps the front end turn.
Ooh,
See a little
contact
there.
Old friends Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin. Right?
See Denny up the racetrack. When they used to spray the racetrack, you used to be able to go 3 lanes up the racetrack. But as this run goes, even without that resin on the racetrack, you're going to be able to use that banking. And as we had that aerial and it backed out, you could really see the shape of the racetrack as that.
Blaney is actually catching these two. I don't think that car blew it up. I just don't think it took off as good as Ryan wanted it to.
So I'm curious, Larry, with 58 laps to go, you have the fuel to go the distance, but does anybody really know how long these tires will last?
Again, we're asking 25 more laps out of those red options. And we have
That's exactly my point, Larry.
And remember how Joey Logano really started falling off at the end of that 73-lap run.
The crossovers happen. I don't think Priest, unless the caution comes out here soon, I don't know that he's going to hold him off much longer. He's going to start pressuring pretty quick.
And I think, sorry, Mike, I think even if he doesn't hold Christopher Bell off or even Tyler Reddick, if he can just run it out.
Yeah.
All the time,
Priest is still, I think, going to finish in a good position.
That'll be a huge improvement for what he had going on and where
Exactly.
he finished.
They had to throw a monkey wrench at it like that, and it may get him a top 5 finish out of it, you know? At worst.
I think the point is when these things do start to fall off, they really fall off hard. They die quick. And it's just we're gonna see it right here if it runs green, how far they do.
Preece has backed out of it by about 0.3 of a second. His lap times have started to fall off either by design and instruction. Or
More Joey versus Denny.
goes by Logano.
Finally had enough of that.
Yep. And sometimes that's what you got to do, especially when they're attacking you. And Denny said, all right, you're going to pull in front of me this time. I'm going to go ahead and give you a little bit of that front bumper.
Here's Hamlin.
Again, you're assuming that we're going to get a yellow.
Yeah, and it's like I said, I mean, a lot of times you look behind you with this car and you try to air block.
The real question is going to be if this thing stays green. I'm telling you, the history of this race, we don't see late yellows in this race.
Just saying, well, that's the option that he left me.
I think the first time we saw Denny get into him.
That's why I'm thinking Preece is in a good position where he could get a top 5 out of this.
It went on for 2 or 3 more laps.
Even if those tires fall off.
And when your car is fading, that's what you want to do. You want to put yourself.
I'll tell you, the car that's fading right now is this 9 car. I mean, he had been consistently maybe 12th, 13th. The last few laps here, he's lost at least a couple of spots here.
Chase Elliott.
Well, I did not think
lost one to Buescher, lost one to Busch, lost one to his teammate, and then just lost one to Cindric.
Perform this year. I thought today was going to be a day that they would contend in the top 5, but not the case.
Regan?
Mike, just to update Joey Logano, and you guys just mentioned talking about how that car was fading. Much like they thought on that last pit stop, they contemplated freeing the car up even more. Report to the team was it's just not turning very well right now. So struggling with the front turn, that means the front tires aren't going where he wants them to.
Ricky Stenhouse makes a pit stop under green.
Stenhouse, pit road.
His car and send him back out. He's right now 1 lap down, going to go 2. 52 laps to go. Former modified tour champ Ryan Preece and his RFK Ford leading Christopher Bell down by 3 seconds.
What is that? Is that Santana or was that Santana or Steely Dan?
On how fast you can go.
That's true.
Welcome to new places.
Problem is, I think Denny's a little more track position wise.
In the making. Welcome to a whole new season of NASCAR.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado.
Barry trying to battle Larson there.
Is for every Ford driver to feel this.
And Bell's starting to, he's going to start inching back to him.
I used to struggle with dandruff and scalp issues, but then I started using Head & Shoulders every wash.
Because the active ingredient in Head & Shoulders fights off the microbes that cause dandruff. Microbes are on everyone's scalp and can cause irritation. But when you use Head & Shoulders every wash,
keeps these rascals at bay. It helps prevent dandruff before it starts.
Where do you think you're going?
see? No flakes down here.
Hair looks great.
Had a little help.
Make every wash count.
Welcome back to Papa John's. I'm hand stuffing this mozzarella to make our epic
Yep,
stuff.
Chase is in.
Epic. Epic.
They're gonna take the options.
An epic stuffed crust pizza for $13.99.
I think.
Better pizza, Papa John's.
No. No, I think they went to the primes.
The college basketball crown. 16 teams from the top conferences. Coming March 31st, live from Las Vegas. The college
AJ Allmendinger's in.
on Fox and FS1. Buy your tickets today at vividseats.com or download the app. Welcome to Truck Country. Welcome.
Oh, Bubba's up against the fence. Is that going to bring out a yellow? Now he's gonna get to pit road.
Green flag stops have begun. Chase Elliott came in for 4 tires. So did A.J. Allmendinger. Here now is William Byron.
I didn't feel they were gonna pit. I thought they had the fuel to make it. Uh-oh. Up, caution's out. Caution's out.
Caution is out. I believe it'll be for debris from the 23.
He hit the wall hard. I think he had a right front tire blowout.
And that just changes everything.
24 car as to where
That's 45 laps to go.
Where they come out, that's a great point, Kevin.
And Byron put the options on.
Bubba Wallace was 11th when he got into the wall. And has taken that car behind the wall. Let's have a look here.
You see it's already down. I think the right front blew out.
Yeah.
Yep. 24 would be good. Chase is screwed. He may get the wave around when everybody hits pit road, but he just got screwed majorly by that.
I'd rather go out there and
He needed it to cycle. Or he needed that yellow to come out maybe a lap before. No, Chase Elliott's the #1 overrated one. Easily. Now, if we're talking all time, it might be Dale Earnhardt Jr., but active Cup drivers is Chase Elliott.
If you got red option tires, we're going to put them on there now. Yeah, you may see some people go, you know what? We still think there's going to be another caution, but the trends show we don't get that late race caution. I think everybody that has a set of red options, Logano.
Now's when you use them.
Is that set of 20 lap red options?
Now is when you use them. I don't care if we get a late yellow. You have to use them now. Because there's no guarantee we're going to see a late one. So you have to use them now.
And showing 18 cars on the lead lap. Looks like Ty Gibbs will be the free pass driver, and we're going to have to check on William Byron, who was on pit road as that caution came out. He'll be a lap down, but he'll wave around, right?
That's right.
Yep.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, so Byron's going to do a wave around, so he's going to be stuck behind the guys that pitted. So, yeah. Yeah.
the kicker right there.
Yeah,
Byron and Elliott got screwed by that yellow.
Likely out of contention to win the race now.
How about Ty Dillon? Talk about career days. He got
This is the guy that's got to be circling and looking at this. I mean, this 10 team played this right.
Able to compete with all these guys that are going to put their reds on.
And keep everybody else behind him too. He's in the
I think Bubba had a tire go down and got the wall down in the corner.
There's going to be another caution.
And that's why we brought the yellow. That's why we brought the yellow out.
5 different organizations in the top 5 positions as we
Here they come to pit road.
led by RFK, and here come many.
And we should see all of them that have the option go for the option here.
They called Tyler Reddick in. Remember, he was having those.
Oh, it was the brakes?
See the water bottle get swapped out. Take a tear off for Clearview. 4 tires here for him. Just a note, Chase Elliott had already pitted before that caution came out, and also the 60. Ryan Priest stayed out, led 34 laps. They'll go back to the primaries, Regan.
Joey Logano needs more.
Or kind of Priest doesn't have an option. I mean, they're
The primary tires for him. He's not putting those old options back on the race car. And the 20th, Christopher Bell, same thing.
no Priest and Logano are kind of in their boxes where they're basically going to be in on the primaries. They're going to win the race off. How about Denny Hamlin's crew?
3 wide behind Logano there.
Denny Hamlin's crew, great stop. Jeez.
Well, he didn't only beat him on pit road. He smoked him. That was the 20 crew has been on it today, Clint.
So 19
No, Chase is
plus
overrated.
those that will wave around that have recently been on pit road, and we will set for the finish with roughly 40 laps to go when we go back to race.
And as much as I like them too, Kyle Larson's getting there too, because
Well, the question that I had is why
they're
was he picking
both
up?
one-time
I think that,
champions.
you know, when he hit the wall, I would say
They're both one-time champions.
You see a lot
And as
of
much
guys
as
that
Chase Elliott was considered like the hottest thing on road courses, the fact he hasn't won a road course race in this new car.
down, and then when he hit the wall, probably exploded the road.
Hell, he hasn't won a road course race since 21.
Which has put us under caution here
So-
with about 40 laps to go.
You can't call him to be a good driver if
has been, Tyler Reddick too fast.
Tyler Reddick too fast exiting.
Tail end of the longest line.
Well, talk about not being in the right place at the right time. The 9 car and the 24, the Hendrick guys, they came on the pit road under green. That caution came out of
You know what, Colonel?
It did, and the 24 car was in contention to win the race.
I can see the comparison.
Nowhere to be found up front today. We really anticipated
Honestly,
the car being faster than
that's a really good comparison.
we talk about mistakes, Clint.
Although Chase does have the Cup championship as opposed to Kane,
a lot of things that you
I could see the comparison.
to go through, and now we hear 10 cars.
I could see the comparison.
These are the details that we talk about.
Ty Dillon got a speeding penalty.
All these things happen to cars that
There
have
goes Ty.
a chance to get a career best day at a finish or have a chance to win a race.
That 10, that's the costliest error that I've seen today, right there. That guy was in the catbird seat. They had him in position. They were disciplined.
They're under the hood on Reddick's car.
Had him in the best position possible, and unfortunately made a mistake on pit road.
Now we're looking at the power steering here on Tyler Reddick's car, trying to see if that's something that they can improve.
Well, Denny Hamlin also has the most career Cup wins of somebody who doesn't have a championship.
Earlier in the pre-race, we said in order to be the champion.
So Hamilton has that
A lot
mark.
of times we don't see things like Joey Logano did normally on the.
That's why you cannot really, you don't really need to use the championship argument for Hamlin, because Hamlin has the most career Cup wins of somebody who doesn't have a Cup title.
Across the T's, or you're not going to beat this guy.
So
Who has that guy? 2 in a row, going for 3, and I think just Christopher Bell, he's in the best seat possible. Got the track position with the best tires.
And the fastest car for most of the day. And he's seen his contenders fall away. We see Logano put on the car. We see the 45 go into the pits, the 24 caught on pit road because of the caution coming out. So we've seen his contenders fall away. So this is a day that you never know what is going to happen, but you're going to have to, fight off whoever is left and try not to make any mistakes. But you have the fastest car.
you still have to get to Phoenix.
This has changed the game for him. It's going to start on that front row. New life, new shot in the arm. Let's see what he can do.
You still have to get to
Now,
Phoenix,
William
Tristan.
Byron, Chase Elliott, and A.J. Allmendinger are going to wave around, and they will restart at the.
They may be the best of Phoenix, but you still have to get there. You still have to get there. People act like, oh, it's just a one-race playoff. You still have to get there.
45 to go. That's when those things make the most amount of lap time. Okay. So the mathematical.
And you should know that. Chase didn't get there last year.
I knew there was bound to be a beep.
Even though everybody's saying, oh, you're the best ever finisher. He didn't make the championship for last year.
Rudy Fugle, Byron's crew chief. Well, when you got to win in the bank, do you have to do everything according to?
Do you have to get
the
there?
math, or can you take chances? You got to win.
Well, he was certainly trying to take a chance there of getting in the best position possible and maybe trying to leapfrog some track position gain there that Bell had and narrow that gap for his down, but unfortunately just bit him.
And a lot of times you just say, hey, I'm going to split this stage into this point. At this point, just because it's a mathematical.
In 2024?
History standpoint,
I'm talking 2024, Tristan. I'm not talking 2023.
With the way that the tires are falling.
I'm talking 2024.
I think it's definitely going to be interesting to see how all this plays out. But we've definitely seen a lot of the contenders fall away.
Still a bit of cleanup going on here, with 39 to go. And in case you missed it, well, we started the day with a multi.
There's actually different arguments in the chat, and I'm responding to different ones.
Side to side to side to side, and this was the result.
Bing, 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 bang.
Noah Gragson from the inside. Then here's Joey Logano on the restart, and just a bit inside the yellow line, so he gets to do a drive-through, but he stayed on the lead lap. Lap 99, an 11-car pile-up, hard crashing off turn number 2. Most of those cars ended up in the garage. And most recently, Bubba Wallace listening here.
Yeah, that was a tire. Rear tire, you could hear it going into the corner.
As something, either a tire went down
Or the rotor. One or the other. Something broke on the right rear or left rear because you could hear it going into the corner.
And he nursed it to the garage.
Something blew that tire out pretty quickly, and
Yeah, let's find out what happens here. 36 to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely. I had
When we get the restart.
in St. Louis one year when you have these longer straightaways or you have long runs. You know, those brake rotors go through a lot of hot and cold, a lot of splitting of the brake pads, so you'll see that right front tire get a lot hotter.
I think Mayfield would have retired by now, though.
On the right front brake rotor with the
Just keep in mind, when he was suspended by NASCAR, he was running his own team.
Short track superstitions, full moon, but it's not Saturday night, so let's see if we can get this one to go the final 37 laps. We've had 5 different leaders, 13 lead changes, 21 cars now on the lead lap as we work the 8th caution flag of the day and get ready to restart.
Well, there's a lot of times that we've seen Denny Hamlin run up front and be in contention to win these races.
All right.
You're on the front row and
36 laps to go. And hello, Hamlin. Don't know where Denny's come from, but hello, Denny.
It wouldn't surprise me a bit if there's
Derek Jones is up here, Priest.
the soft tires and some that do coming up through the field.
Great restart by Denny. He's dead even with Christopher Bell as they head down to the apron into turn 1.
Ooh, we're almost. Are we 4?
Eric Jones breathes it way on the inside.
Ooh, yeah, still 4.
Here comes Chastain.
Still 4.
Nope.
Nope. Chastain is backing up.
Hold on to it, Chastain.
Damn, that really cost us.
With Barry on the inside.
Yeah, and Ross is on those primary tires, so he's kind of in the way right now because everybody around him has those option reds.
And look at him fan out in the dog light. And 4 wide again.
I think what people are forgetting in all this, and the reason Chase Elliott is overrated, is the fans, the fan input. You do realize overrated means where the fan support is bigger than the results that have been shown on the racetrack. That's overrated. That's the definition of overrated.
Pressure on his teammate.
Yeah, it's a game changer. And when you're back in this mess,
Chase Elliott well, actually, Kyle Larson might have a bigger fan base, but there's no question Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson are the 2 biggest fan bases in this sport right now. Easily. So
once you get up in the front of the pack, it's not surprising to see Denny Hamlin right there with Christopher Bell, not only because they're teammates, but just because of the fact that we haven't seen what his car will do in clean air.
Byron has gained 8 spots
since
the restart.
That's the definition of overrated. Unless people have a different definition of overrated, that's the definition.
Brakes blew out. Unfortunate. Didn't have any sign leading up to that last restart that we had. I just noticed about lap 3 or 4, my pedal just traveled further than it had, just by a little bit. So turned on my fans, came back, and that was it. It's a bummer. We didn't have the best of start or the best of mid-race for our Lidos team, but felt like we finally got our big break and cracked in there to top 10 and was going to make something of it, trying to survive, and just got ripped out.
Well, both your boys are talking to Hamlin Port, battling for the 6th position right now. Just ahead of my boy.
Executed. I felt like I executed all day and just wasn't in the cards. So we'll go back home and fly back out here to go to Vegas and have some fun.
Thanks, Bubba.
Thanks, Jamie. Kyle Busch locked in a battle here with Alex Bowman. This is for 6th place.
That squeezed him.
Pretty tight there, pushing him up the racetrack. That him and Bowman.
And what a great day. What another rebound for Alex Bowman. We talk about Kyle Busch. He's had a great start to the year from a performance standpoint. And, you know, Alex Bowman, they've had several weeks, a couple weeks here.
Well, no, overrated is when the fans praise the driver to a higher level than the stats actually show. That's the definition of overrated. You can apply that among just among sports all the way through. That's the definition of overrated. It's literally in the word. You overrate the driver, or team, or athlete, or whatever.
So here's William Byron up 9 positions since the restart. Remember, he was on pit road getting
exactly.
The caution flag came out for Bubba Wallace.
As much as he's talked about, you would think Chase would have more than just a single championship to his name, but he doesn't.
And that mishap that Logano, who you're riding with, look how much it's costing him at the
later stages of this race.
Well, we knew if it all played out and they had to cycle through some tires, we knew he was in trouble. And this is
Yeah, Joey's starting to fade out now because of the difference, the prime tire versus the option.
The primary tire on, and everybody else has the reds.
There's Ty Dillon behind them, still had that last set, and he's digging himself back out of the hole that they were in. Man, that's going to be a coulda, woulda, shoulda day. He's probably getting a top 15 here, but that could have been easily a top 5 run for the Ty Dillon in a 10 car.
Right, he had a speeding penalty on his pit stop, so had to restart tail end of the longest line. He's come from 20th to 16th.
27 to go.
But even if he finishes 15th, Clint, I would call that a great day, you know, for that 10 car. I know that they were in position to have a way better finish before the speeding penalty, but I would still look at a day like that where, you know, they haven't really been in contention anywhere throughout the day, but to be able to leave here with a 15th place finish, I'd say that they would still
disagree about the Hamlin thing, Bumble.
Next Sunday, the NASCAR Cup Series
The Chase and Larson, yeah, 100%.
We're in Las Vegas with pre-race at 2 Eastern Time, the green flag at 3:30, only on FS1.
Again, Chase Elliott has the same amount of championships as Kurt Busch, Matt Kenseth, Ryan Blaney, Kevin Harvick.
Kyle Larson third. Chris Buescher, Josh Berry, the top 5. And here is
But is he better than those guys?
2018. Kevin Harvick, Atlanta.
Kyle Larson, yeah. Is Chase Elliott better than those guys? Kyle Larson, Kevin Harvick, Kurt Busch.
That was a decent year for you.
Yeah, it was a pretty good one. I'd say 15 was better. I think we finished first or second.
Oh, and there it goes.
That motor, he'd been saying earlier, I think we're blowing up, guys. Finally let go.
Yep.
There she blows.
I think he said that it was possibly going to go, and I mean, we were maintaining. I was surprised if it was letting go, which obviously it was, that it was still running where it was.
Well,
you have Truex.
One key player that has a set of reds left, and that's Tyler Reddick at 45. When they got penalized, they came back in, pulled the reds off, and put the yellows on. Could be sitting in the catbird seat.
I think, unfortunately, I just saw right before this caution come out, he's went a lap down here, and he's having trouble. I think that power steering's giving him fits.
But he'll be the free pass car.
Yeah, but he was way off the pace.
Well, this race. Then again, that's where all blew up, so I mean,
they're all used.
They're all used up.
Chase Elliott could wreck in the ensuing restart. You know.
It's funny you said that because I was literally just trying to get the guys teed up to it before that caution come out. I noticed he was way off the pace.
I still hate this race with bells to win, though.
Well, guys, we had talked about the power steering issue with Tyler Reddick, and when he came down on that last stop, they did.
This race is pretty much Bell's win.
They added some power steering fluid. They said there was.
Oh no, I get you, Nate. It was just the timing on that was funny.
Completely better at this point.
Well, he'll get the free pass. He'll have an opportunity to join the 19 cars that are on the lead lap. Now that Ryan Blaney, it appears, will hit for the garage.
Well, Blaney definitely diagnosed his car earlier in the race, but here you see the bottom of it falling out.
Well, all those streaks for Blaney will come to an end right here. And
that happens when one go boom.
Tear off. He was right behind Blaney.
So with 21 laps to go here, are we pitting? What do you think, Larry?
I think you might see a mixed bag again. Nobody has any soft red option tires left, but we just
And see, the problem is I have with Larson, and why I say he's getting close to the overrated talk is because we've seen him been able to prove that he can win. When you look at it, Kyle Larson has won more races since joining Hendrick Motorsports. You know, once he got the equipment under him, he really is making a difference there. But I'd argue Larson is the better driver than Chase Elliott, straight up.
There is a set of used
He's the better wheelman.
Softer option tires up on the wall for
But
Chastain.
Yeah, and one thing that we haven't seen is
the fact that they both have a championship, one championship. Again, if we're using that as the metric, which I've seen a couple of them are saying, well, Chase Elliott still has a championship over Denny Hamlin. Well, if we're using that as the measurement, is Chase better than Kevin Harvick, Kurt Busch, Ryan Blaney,
used on Ross Chastain's car? So a couple things that we got to keep
Truex?
That'll be a cool option.
These are all one-time champions.
Close to the same amount of laps that the guys on the
You know?
racetrack still already have.
Are they all truly? Matt Kenseth? Bobby Labonte?
Eric Jones is also on the
Dale Jarrett?
option tire.
Need I go on more? You know?
And we don't really know this scenario here with the worn option tire and being able to have it sit there and cool back off, reset the air pressures, and put them back on the car. As Larry talked about earlier at North Wilkesboro, that was okay. The tires would cool back off, refire, and you can keep going. So now we've got the guys in the front on the option that have the tires that are still going to be warm, but we don't know how those will fire off either. So this is going to be pretty interesting.
You see how hard he's scrubbing those old red tires. That's Eric Jones. That's a used set of red tires, the soft option tires, scrubbing all the marbles off of them, getting them babies cleaned up.
And that's interesting that you say that, Clint. We talked so much about that during qualifying, but a lot of times on these softer tires, they're really peak temperature. So you want to be really careful about spinning the rear tires and not getting them too hot, not overheating the tires. But in this
Now that's the one I will disagree with you on.
I think a lot of it is just
Tony was able to win in whatever he's driven.
Yeah, because
so that one I will disagree with you on.
And we saw this in the Xfinity race yesterday. You're going to see some guys possibly spin the tires in this restart.
That one I'll disagree with you
We
on.
haven't launched on used
That's probably the only thing you've said so far, YNG, that I actually disagree with you on.
Gain some grip, pick that shade up and then apex in the corner and carry it through the exit.
Ricky Stenhouse just came in.
Since 2001.
They both got a set of
Obviously, I've watched older races than that, but
red tires.
since 2001.
It's been fun to keep up with it.
So this is my 25th season.
It's the first time I've been able to watch you work over there. You're not gonna have anything left by the time this baby's over.
Well, hats off to Goodyear, because this has really made it an entertaining race, following the different strategies and seeing how each of the drivers have been managing their tires, whether they've been on the prime or on the option tire.
Yeah, I think Goodyear and NASCAR have made a good decision on putting
49 Cup wins, Bumble. Tony had 49.
Allowing us to test those softer tires during race.
You also forgot IROC champion too. He won the last IROC title.
Props to the guy you're driving along with right now, Chris Buescher.
Oh yeah, where'd Chris Buescher come from?
In the right place at the right time. He's got some really good track position here. If these
Talk about the field option. You got Hamlin, Buescher,
might be there to pick up
Larson. I don't know where KFB came from.
And back to Buescher. I mean, he just always keeps.
Josh Berry's been around there the whole day. The teammates back there, Myron Bowman.
The race with a shot.
And look, even a little bit, one more row back, Kyle Busch is right there.
Yeah, is he in position to steal one? All right, it'll be 17 laps to go when they get to the line. Christopher Bell.
All right, back to green.
Hamlin gets the jump.
And it's on.
He got a really good jump.
Yeah, he definitely pushed the issue right there, but I think he.
There goes Bell though.
As you see him go up the race.
I think it's been the best car today, and
Big Diamond with a good exit off the corner.
He didn't get that exit he was looking for. Here comes Larson to his inside.
Go down there.
that's a take, Bumble.
Through the dog leg again.
That is a take.
There's Josh Berry right there.
I wouldn't necessarily say that Gant is underrated. Bonnet maybe, because Bonnet wasn't able to show so much his
Josh Berry told us earlier in the week
what he had.
Short track specialist, how he enjoys the challenge of tire management on a short track, and he has made the most of today.
Tell you what, I'm watching Kyle Larson getting the inside of turn 3 of Hamlin there. That car looks extremely light on its feet, which is exactly what happened right there. Got loose.
Well, like we talked about before they took the green flag, Clint, we did not know how these cars were going to refire on these used red tires.
Well, we know how Bell's car is handling. He is gone from Hamlin right now.
What we saw on the stickers.
At this rate, this would be the first win for not the field this season.
Great car all day, and it's just sometimes those are the things that happen that you just can't control the caution coming out while you're sitting on pit road. And they've done a great job of keeping their head down, keeping themselves in the game, staying cool, picking them.
Well, they had a nice recovery. At least I know Chase Elliott's crew had a nice recovery because they were not a top 10 car today.
13 to go as Christopher Bell makes those cars smaller in his rearview mirror. And we see this great battle for 6th place now, joined by Kyle Busch, who was on the high side in 3 and 4 and went all the way to the apron in 1 and 2.
All you need is these 3 to catch Bowman, and you'd have a battle between 4 B-named drivers. Actually, basically everybody from Barry on back. 5 drivers with the B last name running in the top 10. Zane Smith in the top 10 too. How about that run? With the 38. Haven't mentioned him yet.
But you see, William Byron just can't quite finish that pass because of the momentum that Chris Buescher can keep on that top side of the racetrack. This, to me, is where you should be able to gain the most amount of time. Get up off the corner, get that side draft off the side of that 17 car and pull it down on the apron.
But he can't afford to be side by side too many more laps. Speaking of time, he's losing the time. Look at the gap.
Honestly, that's a good one, Howdy. Jerry also had that streak going too. Jerry had that streak of starts until it was taken over by Ricky Rudd.
He's showing out today, and they've rebounded, put themselves in a position to get out of here with a top 5 finish.
Yeah, those are show dogs on the side of that car.
Right behind them, Zane Smith.
Yeah, I'd say unless there's a yellow and another crazy restart, I think Bell's got this.
Oh, Buescher in the wall, the outside of Kyle Busch.
I don't understand what decides that, because that's not something I do. It's something I think is done at random.
7th place they're fighting for, with 9 to go. Denny Hamlin 6/10.
Well, Denny is not going away though.
Times are within 1/100th of a second of Chris Bell, but not quicker.
Yeah, well, the guy behind him that's making up some ground is that 5 car of Kyle Larson. He's opened that racetrack up. He's in the middle lane right here, 3rd lane up off the corner of turn 4, but he's running the top side of that racetrack, and Denny Hamlin's one in the wall.
Oh, ties in the wall.
It is, and caution is out.
And the caution is out again.
Stay up. You're clear down.
Another right front, completely smoked off the front of this thing. It may be another rotor.
10th caution of the day. Ty Gibbs was 13th.
Not what Christopher Bell wanted to see.
Well, remember what happened, for those that not aware, the race yesterday.
When this caution comes out. And Ty Gibbs' last 8 races.
Yeah, he is not on a good streak right now.
Top 25, it appears.
Only 1 finish inside the top 20 in the last 8 races. That's a boy that if he'd be better to have no luck right now than any luck at all, because
I think it was another rotor.
Been nothing but bad luck for Ty.
And he was along for the ride, couldn't stop.
Yeah, it's very rare when you see a car crashing like that if you've got a right front flat, that the left front tire is not smoked with your foot locking up the brakes, and that car is leaving marks on the ground because it's going so fast, sliding out of control.
Todd Gilliland at the free pass.
That's a big rotor trunk right there, I think.
Yeah.
Now, in a story ripped from the pages of Formula One, on the last caution, Michael McDowell came in and got a set of fresh tires, and you know what he did? He went out and ripped off the fastest lap of the race. 133.23 miles per hour for McDowell. So there's a championship point if it holds up.
Yeah.
And with everybody's option tires now used, it likely will. That is Glendale, Arizona. State Farm Stadium, and Glendale is home to Michael McDowell. He and Alex Bowman, the two Arizona natives in the field. Bowman from Tucson.
Yep, the next 3 races, Vegas, Miami, and Martinsville.
Well, Larry, 6 laps to go. What do you want to do here?
Well, we're only going to probably have 2 or 3 laps to go racing. I think everybody at the front, their bed is made. We may have some guys at the back with 19 drivers on the lead lap to hit pit road, but you're up front, your bed is made. You've got to live with it.
Yep.
Pit road opens. A couple of takers at the back.
Well, the interesting thing here will be that launch. We saw Denny Hamlin be pretty aggressive with where he placed his car going into the restart zone and through the restart zone.
Now we won't go into overtime.
Causing any harm, no penalty or anything, but that launch is gonna
Also, if you're watching this, stick with me after the fact. I'm gonna stop the stream once the Cup race ends and stuff, so I could start it up again to do some NHRA, the first event of the year.
So apparently Ross Chastain did not like that worn set of option tires because he just
The first
a new set of the primary tires to finish this off.
And I think longer that these
eliminations of the year is on after the Cup race tonight. So
that these guys have to stay out. Those sticker tires, you'll be able to pump the air pressure up a little bit, put yourself in a better position compared to the guys on the reds.
Oh yeah, obviously, a win's a win. Yep.
The wild card in this whole thing is that 5 car.
Gainesville.
You know, we know
Theater Nationals. Drag racing. 5er.
You know, I think if
drag racing.
100% clear track might be able to hold
The cars that run 330 miles an hour and 1,000 feet.
We know that Kyle Larson will put that car.
You think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding when I say that.
As these tires get worn, we saw him move up the racetrack, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him get outside of that box of normal restarts as to where the car goes and where he'll put it on the racetrack. This guy's had a great day, Josh Berry. The Wood brothers have done a great job and brought Josh in. We know he's had great success on the short tracks, got in a bad situation at Stewart-Haas Racing. Got a great team behind him right now. Stable ground.
I like the option tire, I do.
He's rebounding.
I think it creates definite strategies in terms of when you take them.
His teammate was up front all day long. Caution came out while they were on the pits. Not ideal at all, but he's dug his way back up to the front.
So you have Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas against Hendrick Chevrolets and the Wood Brothers Ford among the top 6. Then RFK Racing in 7th, Richard Childress Racing in 8th, Front Row Motorsports in 9th, and Hendrick in 10th. A lot of different organizations in that top 10.
Should be the one to go here, which means we'll have 2 laps to settle it.
Third top 10 in 4 races this year. And Joey Logano, the Dillon brothers, Ryan Preece, Chastain, Jones.
Right now, our best chance for that to happen, Jaw, would be Barry in 4th.
Joe Gibbs was thinking right there.
Well, I'm sure
don't wreck yourselves.
Don't run into each other.
One to go here, and 2 laps to the scheduled distance.
He chose that outside. He wants that outside. If this
Overtime is still a possibility.
Going for the win, Larson will be there for the taking.
And I think on these older tires, I think that the
Tony Schumacher.
being really good on that apron is going to be a little
The Sarge.
through 1 and 2. I think the option is going to be high. You don't want to get yourself pinned low, and I think Larson thinking, okay, I'll have more options if I can choose this outside groove and not get pinned on the bottom, because if they get to your right rear quarter panel, you're stuck.
Now,
Chastain
starts 15th. Okay, 8th row on the inside, but he's the first car with brand new tires. Watch how low he cuts the dog leg on this restart.
Yeah.
And how many spots he
Chastain, the first one with fresh tires. Granted, he's not on the option tires, but
My eyes are glued to this front. He's going to have his work cut out for him back there. And
2 laps. It's 2 laps. Overtime still a possibility because this is just 2 laps to the scheduled distance. If we get an incident before the white flag, we'll re-rack him and do it again. If we get the white flag, next flag ends the race.
Barry and Larson. Here we go.
Watch him fan out here.
Hamlin on his outside.
Oh, and the
Look at Byron go down there. Oh, is he gonna send it down here? Yeah, he's gonna go way down there. Oh, but Hamlin and Bell. Oh. Oh, Larson got sideways, though. I think he thought about 3 wide, but he got loose.
They stuff it into turn 3. Hamlin high.
White flag. Next flag ends the race.
White flag. Here we go. 1 lap to go.
Next flag ends the race. Watch this final 2 corners here. Bell's going to slide up. Hamlin's going to stick there on the outside.
It's all going to come down to what happens right here on the entry.
Ooh, Hamlin with the slight advantage. What's Bell going to do? We saw door slammer yesterday. Down to the line, it will be Bell wins in Phoenix. 3 in a row.
Great finish. Great job, Chris.
3 in a row for Christopher Bell. The first to win 3 in a row in the next gen.
That got me excited, Kevin.
That did. I was excited too. What a great job by Christopher Bell managing that last corner.
Holds it on to win it.
I'm so damn proud of you and this team. Fantastic job.
Crew Chief Adam Stevens, 12th career win for Christopher Bell. He started the season with 9.
Joe Gibbs about had a heart attack. He was thinking there for a second.
Hamlin holds on for second. Does the JGR 1-2.
In the 7th generation Cup car.
Larson, Barry, Busher takes 5th.
And the first to win 3 of the first 4 races of a season since Kevin did it in 2018.
He can win next week too.
Yeah.
And where are we going after that?
Homestead.
He's pretty good there too.
They're on a roll. That's
well, the record, in case you wondered, is Richard Petty's with 10 in a row.
Oh. Well,
we got a long way. Hey, that ain't fair.
We'll take it 1 week at a time.
He's called the king for a reason.
I don't know. I think we made up for last year's spring race. That was surprisingly solid.
All 3 races came down to a lot of things like that.
You know?
So not only is this 3 races in a row, it's 2 in a row for the spring race at Phoenix. For Norman, Oklahoma's Christopher Bell.
And for the first time this season,
He parks it right
the prediction
at the
winner
finish line.
is not the field.
I don't know what he's trying to show him. I couldn't read it.
Second closest finish in the history of the NASCAR Cup Series at Phoenix.
Closest was Kevin versus Hurry versus Edwards, 2016.
3 races, kid's elite. He's proven it. It's his time to shine.
Well, he's definitely shining, Clint. That's for sure. And he's putting it on with some great talent there. Great racecraft. Great job by Christopher Bell again.
How about that one, Regan?
He's definitely the hottest driver right now. That's for sure. And of course, there goes the app. At least we saw the finish of the race, so popped us back up to get the interview.
Oh my gosh, man. That was about as whenever you're sitting there dreaming it up, that's about as ugly as it gets. You put the red tires on, you're like, all right, what I don't want to happen is go like 20, 30 laps and get a yellow. Then that happened. Then we went like 10 more laps, we had another yellow, and it was just all about who could get clear on the restart. Neither of us could, and we were just racing really, really hard there, coming to the line, and woo! JGR ran 1-2. How about that?
I still think he's a title contender.
Well, let's have a look at that last.
I'm not going to overlook him.
With Larson third, side by side here.
Here it is, the last lap.
Good job of getting to his outside bumper down here in this corner. I thought he had him cleared. He got through the middle good.
Well, yeah, because then he ended up on the other end of that one too. So.
His right rear right there, and that's what put him in position where Bell just couldn't seal him off right there.
Yeah, and then they went down in here into turn 3, and Bell kind of sent it into the corner, got up the racetrack into Denny a little bit.
Little contact, not major.
Foul, bounced off his door and back to the start-finish line first.
How about Josh Berry?
Kyle Larson coming to the line.
Josh Berry with a 4th.
And here's Jamie with the runner-up in the closest finish in the history of Phoenix.
Closest
Second
finish
closest
in the history
finish.
Of Phoenix, Danny, but I heard your radio.
Second
Described
closest,
this
guys.
as frustration. Best run of the year, but you come so close.
Yeah, great job on the Sport Clips team. They just got better and better as it went. Pit Crew did a phenomenal job that it's got us, keep us in the game when we had a bad stop in the middle, and they made up for it at the end. And it was the first time we were able to get some clean air all day, and obviously our car was really fast, and I really kind of wanted it to stay green there, because I thought in the long run it's really where we were going to be able to excel, especially on these tires. But we
And also, how about Kyle Busch backing up that run at Coda?
Push on the front stretch.
Came home with an 8th place finish when I didn't think he was going to be a top 10 car from the looks of it.
Position on the 20, but I knew he was going to ship it in there, and he had to use me. He could, and obviously we just kind of ran out of racetrack there. But great finish.
It was actually a pretty good race, Chuck. I'm surprised.
To give us some fast cars.
I mean, what was honestly, I think, the worst race last year definitely elevated his game a little bit this year.
Next. All right, it's the second closest finish in the history. Kevin Harvick still holds that record by about 100th of a second. But boy, the fans here today, they saw a great one, and we'll have more from Phoenix after this.
Also, we didn't go to overtime. We went the distance. Went the scheduled distance, I should say. I don't think we really have any complaints, Not after that one.
No need for insurance or appointments. Get the care you need and get back to your day. Expert care, 100% online. Get started today.
When they were coming to the white flag, third, Larson had a move, I think, if he could have ducked 3 wide, but he got loose and had to stay behind Hamlin. That's what cost, I think, Larson a chance to win this race. He had a momentum run, but he got loose off the corner and he couldn't cut it down under the 2 of them. Otherwise, I guarantee he probably would have cut it down under the 2 of them and made it 3 wide coming to the white. But he couldn't. He got loose, couldn't keep the momentum to cut down under the 2 of them, so he stayed in behind Hamlin.
12 hours of uninterrupted joint pain relief. Aleve, strength to last 12 hours.
Fresh off a win, Alex Perot powers in the thermal as the IndyCar series heats up.
The IndyCar in 2 weeks. Like I said, I'm going to do NHRA once the coverage finishes up here. Oh, well, of course. Of course, Corey. Especially on Facebook. I mean, not so much on Twitter, but definitely Facebook for sure. But you can't discount Bell. I mean,
how the run has gone for the 20 car and Christopher Bell, 3 in a row. Exciting finishes, including a close one here in Phoenix. Tired of tire talk. NASCAR's most dominant driver in 2025 has laid down the law that he's the guy to beat in his 6th season with Jamie McMurray, Chris Myers, and the celebration. We just missed the confetti, got into our hair. But again, he did lead the most laps, so that hasn't been the trend. Guys who've led the most laps have not gone on to win. And he certainly has shown, not just in this race, you talked in the pre-race about his versatility. What impressed you most, Jamie, about Bell's performance here?
Oh my God, it was the last 2 laps. It was incredible to watch he and Denny go side by side, not wreck each other. What a battle. I mean, I thought Denny maybe had the advantage as they were in 1 and 2 on the last lap. Bell was able to pull that off. And Chris, the thing that sticks out to me about the 20 team right now is he's won the 3 races in a row, but he ran 2nd the last time we were at Vegas. He's won at Miami. I mean, when could this end for Bell?
Only Only 4 other drivers have won 3 of the first 4 races of this year, and only 1 other driver has won 4 of the first 5. He has a chance to do that next week. More on that in our post-race coverage. Meanwhile, Kyle Larson wound up 3rd. He's standing by with our Regan Smith.
Well, Chris, it was a working man's day for Kyle Larson. Found your way up inside the top 5 at the end of the race. A front row seat to that battle. Were you thinking maybe those guys might slip up and let you get up there?
I felt like that was my only hope. You know, so yeah, I feel like I made the correct decisions there. I don't know, I'd have to look back at it, but I thought being patient, you know, to try and keep them side by side down the back was good. I could have shot to the bottom, but I feel like I would have wrecked everybody there. So yeah, and then just kind of gave ourselves a shot for them to maybe get into each other and us squeak by. So good to finish 3rd. You know, I felt like we were going to be lucky to finish top 10, and Pit Crew did a great job there that last stop. They made good adjustments compared to our first, you know, option tire run too. So yeah, it got better, but need to be a lot better to have any shot to win here in the fall when it really matters. So good to get a good, you know, great to get a solid finish in here. It's been kind of a struggle for us here to start the year, so happy about that, and go to Vegas and try and do good again.
Thanks, Kyle.
All right, thank you. Can he make it 4 out of the first 5? Only Bill Elliott did that way back in the early 90s. So more things that he can check off the box. We're going to Las Vegas next, so let's take it forward, Jamie. It's a place that Christopher Bell has not checked off. He has not won. He does have a couple of second-place finishes there.
Yeah, he's been really good at that racetrack, and I just think about the track in general and how good it races with this car, the Gen 7 car on the mile-and-a-half track, especially a place like Vegas, getting around the bumps, the amount of grip that track has, the fall-off it has. It's just a really fun track. We'll see.
Okay, I can take this off now.
The restarts and the racing there is really good.
Bell, who has back through this track, obviously 238 days away from where the championship will be.
In Vegas next weekend.
In the desert. From Las Vegas on Saturday, practice qualifying, race day 2 Eastern. That's 11 Pacific, and then of course the race. And yes, we're going to have a lot of fun from Las Vegas. We look forward to that. Bell led the most laps.
All right, I'll cut this off so I can start the one for the NHRA.
Exciting, but in the end, it was Christopher Bell with his 3rd straight win. This has been a Chuck McDonald production, directed by Artie Kempner. Thanks for watching. We'll see you from Vegas next time.
So, I'll see you guys in just a moment here. You're going to hang around with me anyway.